I originally wanted to be an ordinary college student. Are there parking spots at the school? I have nowhere to park the Bentley I just bought. So I smoothly typed a line in the group chat. Is it appropriate to drive my Lamborghini to the campus registration today? If you could even drive a Lamborghini over here, I'll drive my family's helicopter to pick you up. Do you believe him, or me being Qin Shi Huang is more reliable? Without saying another word, I tossed out a 100,000 yuan red packet. The system task was completed instantly, and the car keys appeared out of thin air in my pocket. That Lamborghini was parked quietly in the underground parking garage of the high-speed rail station. Touching the car keys in my pocket, my heart blossomed with joy. At this moment, Koga Shinjo, the school belle I ran into on the high-speed train, actually wanted to ask me to share a taxi to the school together. Toru Funayama, standing nearby and hearing this, immediately pulled out his Audi car keys. What good car could he possibly have? At most an Alto or a Geely. Stop taking a taxi and come with me, I parked my car at the station too. Saying that, he also glanced at me with disdain. But Koga Shinjo didn't pay attention to him at all, knowing that I also had a car. Instead, she decided to leave with me. I touched my nose with some helplessness. This beauty actually wanted to hitch a ride with me? No way, I haven't even driven the Lamborghini I just got yet. Besides, with her oversized suitcase, there's no space in my car. What if she scratches this precious baby of mine? So as soon as the high-speed train arrived at the station, I immediately bolted and sprinted toward the parking lot. Toru Funayama, acting like a loyal dog behind me, helped Koga Shinjo carry her luggage. Watching my retreating figure, Koga Shinjo stomped her feet in anger. Women are sometimes so strange. What you can't get is the most attractive, while the ones who throw themselves at you are looked down upon. She was actually rejected by a boy and made up her mind right on the spot that she had to ride in my car, so she didn't care about any ladylike image anymore, dragging her suitcase and running wildly behind me with her long legs. Toru Funayama followed closely behind the whole time, shouting non-stop. Soon the three of us ran into each other at the elevator lobby of the underground parking lot. I looked at this school bell I still hadn't shaken off. Koga Shinjo angrily demanded, "Can you or can you not give me a ride on your way?" I let out a long sigh. It's not that I don't want to take you, beauty. My car really has very little space, and sitting inside will definitely be cramped. Koga Shinjo's stubborn temper flared up as well. Even if you were riding a shared bicycle today, I am determined to ride in your car. The look Toru Funayama gave me from the side looked like it was about to spit fire. The elevator door opened with a ding, and Toru Funayama whipped out his car keys, clicking them at an Audi A4 not far away. He walked triumphantly toward the car, pulled open the front passenger door, and struck a pose he thought was handsome to invite her. "You might as well ride in my car. How could that poor kid possibly have a car?" But Koga Shinjo couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. She didn't want to say a single word to this greasy guy anymore. Toru Funayama's patience was also running out. He put on a cold face and said, "The high-speed train just arrived, and this is peak taxi-hailing time. If you go try to hail a cab now, you won't get one at all. You'd better obediently get in my car." Listening to the commotion between the two of them, I couldn't help but admire the thickness of this guy's skin. Koga Shinjo hurried to catch up with me, her tone turning unfriendly as well. "Could it be that you don't have a car at all? It doesn't matter if you don't have a car. I'll hail a taxi to take you back to school together." Finishing her sentence, she prepared to take out her phone to book a ride. Seeing her so persistent, I sighed helplessly. Since the beauty insisted on returning to the school with me, and it was on the way anyway, "You don't need to hail a taxi, just ride with me." Koga Shinjo looked around suspiciously. The area nearby was empty, except for a dazzling Lamborghini parked right in the middle. Just as she was full of doubts, I took out my keys and pressed them lightly. The headlights of that Lamborghini flashed twice instantly. Koga Shinjo froze on the spot right then and there, completely dumbfounded. The boy who had taken the same high-speed train as her turned out to be a hidden top-tier, rich, second-generation heir. With a calm expression, I pulled open the driver's side door. "What are you still standing there for? Get in the car already!" I walked straight to the front trunk and opened it. Then I turned around to grab Koga Shinjo's luggage. "I already told you my car is very small and cramped. Look, this piece of junk can't even fit a suitcase. There's really no choice. I can only wrong you by squeezing into the front passenger seat." Still in a daze, Koga Shinjo got into the car, her brain still not processing everything. I placed both hands on the leather steering wheel, feeling the surging roar emanating from the V12 engine. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve upward. This feeling is too awesome. Not far away in the Audi, Toru Funayama stared blankly at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Turns out the clown was himself all along. I had no idea that I had unintentionally shattered a young man's luxury car dream. On the road, a cool super sports car flashed with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Surrounding vehicles subconsciously kept their distance upon seeing it. That cool and striking exterior, paired with a highly recognizable engine sound, attracted amazed gazes from passing pedestrians. I was so excited that even my hands holding the steering wheel were trembling slightly. This car is simply ridiculously cool. Just as I was speeding past a traffic light intersection, the scene ahead was enough to make anyone's jaw drop. A group of luxury sports cars in the distance were racing at extreme speeds. The red Ferrari in the lead looked like an irritable lion, followed closely by a pack of supercars. This group completely treated traffic rules as decorations. Showing off their driving skills like crazy, they swept through the streets like a tornado, leaving behind a trail of gasps and curses. Driving that red Ferrari was none other than the popular female live streamer Kisei Hayashi, who was also a highly skilled professional race car driver. Kisei Hayashi's live stream chat room was already completely boiling, with some viewers expressing surprise. Kisei Hayashi wasn't even using her full strength yet. She was waiting for the cars behind to catch up. What the heck? Where did these keyboard warriors come from? If you've got the skills, you get on the track. The live stream chat instantly devolved into a chaotic argument. Just as the Ferrari pulled neck and neck with my Lamborghini, Kisei Hayashi suddenly rolled down her car window, gave me a provocative look, and then aggressively revved her engine as a show of force. I originally didn't want to bother with these street racers, but suddenly the system prompt tone rang out. Detected that someone is provoking the host. A temporary mission is now issued. Race the accompanying Ferrari and secure victory at all costs. Reward, a novel publishing company. I couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Damn! Koga Shinjo beside me looked at me with a puzzled expression. I quickly waved my hand to signal that everything was fine. In my heart, I was already complaining. Can you change the penalty? Why is it always constipation? The system replied with an icy tone. I was about to go crazy. I only got my driver's license a few days ago, and you're making me race against a professional race car driver? Detected that the host's current driving skill is at beginner level. A temporary professional race car driver experience card is granted. Upon use, top-tier driver skills will be acquired, valid for 10 minutes. I continued to complain. Only 10 minutes? That's too absurd. The system directly retorted. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back. Want it, want it, want it. Countdown, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. As soon as those words fell, I miraculously found myself seeming to merge into one with the Lamborghini. My control over the vehicle became masterful and pure. Every single part of the car felt like an extension of my own body, moving precisely as my heart desired. I rolled down the window, returned a provocative look, and then slammed my foot down on the accelerator. The viewers in the live stream chat room instantly exploded. How dare he provoke Kisei Hayashi? A newborn calf really isn't afraid of tigers. Teach him a lesson, let him know why flowers are so red. Buying a car just to show off. The girl in his passenger seat is so pretty, her looks could rival Kisei Hayashi's. A wave of wealth-hating comments flooded the screen. Kisei Hayashi, show him what you've got. Kisei Hayashi curved the corners of her lips with confidence, signaling me to settle it at the next traffic light intersection. The traffic light countdown ended, and the moment the green light turned on, 2 red and black residual afterimages shot out like sharp swords. Kisei Hayashi's pupils shrank. This is a launch control start. This guy is an expert. Kisei Hayashi, who had initially been somewhat disdainful, instantly turned serious and pressed the gas pedal all the way to the floor. The speed directly soared to 150. Kisei Hayashi curved the corners of her lips. Go ahead and look at my taillights. Wenchang Road is a main city artery with massive traffic flow. Driving at 150 on this road is something only professional race car drivers would dare to pull off, and they'd have to keep their wits about them 100%. Sharp-eyed viewers noticed that the Lamborghini beside them was actually pursuing closely without letting up. Some people doubted whether Kisei Hayashi had modified her speedometer data to intentionally fake high speeds. As soon as this theory came out, the live stream chat room instantly blew up. When she saw that Lamborghini appear by her side once again, Kisei Hayashi even doubted if her eyes were playing tricks on her. She was a professional race car driver after all. How could this guy possibly keep up? You have to know that speeding up to 200 on a road packed with heavy traffic either means you're a lunatic with a death wish or a top expert with absolute confidence in your skills. At this moment, I had no idea that because of this astonishing speed, I had become the hot topic of discussion in Kisei Hayashi's livestream. I swept past the tail of the Ferrari like a gust of wind and quickly drew neck and neck with her. Seeing this, Kisei Hayashi gritted her teeth and slammed hard on the accelerator. She refused to believe that she, a dignified professional race car driver, would lose to an unknown nobody. The Ferrari's engine emitted a beast-like roar as the speed instantly skyrocketed to 240. Without showing an ounce of weakness, I pressed my accelerator all the way to the floor, and the car lunged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The needle on the dashboard had long since blasted past the 240 mark. Just as the two cars were about to charge into a curve, my Lamborghini seized the opportunity to overtake her in one clean move. At this moment, Kisei Hayashi's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Without a second thought, she slammed down on the accelerator, and the car continued to accelerate like a wild horse with broken reins. But right at this moment, a sharp turn loomed right ahead. Drifting through a curve at this current speed would generate massive inertia that would definitely cause the car to roll over on the spot. Kisei Hayashi made a prompt decision to brake, planning to chase after passing the curve. However, just as she was decelerating, she noticed that my brake lights hadn't lit up at all and the distance between the two cars was actually getting wider and wider. This guy is simply crazy! Just as I charged at high speed toward the curve, the left side of the car body lifted sharply. The powerful inertia made the entire car almost lose control, looking as if it were about to flip over. Then a miracle happened. The tires on the other side precisely wedged right into the roadside guardrail. The car body that was about to flip instantly stabilized, roaring past along this temporary track. The livestream chat room, which had just been full of flying comments, fell into instant silence. Even the experienced Kisei Hayashi wore a blank look of utter astonishment. Is this operation even for real? Coming back to her senses, Kisei Hayashi hurriedly adjusted her posture, executed a gorgeous tail flick drift, and chased forward. She was dying to catch up to me and see with her own eyes what kind of sacred being could pull off such god-tier driving skills. But when Kisei Hayashi rushed past the curve, she discovered that the black and red Lamborghini had long since vanished without a trace, not even a taillight in sight. Meanwhile, Kisei Hayashi's livestream chat room was ignited once again. Countless bullet comments arrived like an overwhelming tide, instantly blanketing the screen with 666 and God of Mount Akina, and I remained completely oblivious to all of this, terrified that some other mishap might pop up. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have acquired 100% shares of Orange Chinese Group. Spend 10 million within 3 days. Completion reward 50 million. Failure penalty remains constipation. Can't this penalty change things up a bit? But spending 10 million in 3 days means I'll need to plan properly. The car drove near the school, just in time for the peak freshman enrollment rush. The school gate was packed with people. Many senior students stood guard at the entrance, under the noble guise of helping newcomers. In reality, they just wanted to scout pretty freshman girls. Although my university isn't a top-tier institution, it certainly has plenty of beauties. At the freshman reception desk, a senior sister with braided hair was introducing the campus to a newcomer. She looks pure and cute. There are quite a few newcomers this year, and handsome, rich, second-generation guys seem quite plentiful too. Sunianian used her eyes to signal the girl next to her. That girl looked in the direction of her gaze and saw a Mercedes just stopping by the roadside. Isn't that just a Mercedes? Aren't all the cars parked at the gate today Mercedes? Sunianian rolled her eyes internally. That's not an ordinary Mercedes, that's a Maybach. The cheapest one starts at over 1.2 million. The girl next to her was stunned. A car worth over 1.2 million, and a young man stepped out from the driver's seat, instantly drawing the gazes of all the girls. Takuya Kuzu pushed open the car door and stepped out with a dashing motion, looking as if he had those two words carved right onto his face. From the front passenger seat of the Maybach, another major beauty stepped out. She gracefully opened an umbrella and walked to Takuya Kuzu's side to shield him from the sun. This spectacle was enough to evoke envy from everyone around. Just as he was about to step into the campus, a loud crash suddenly sounded from behind. An electric scooter drove straight into the rear end of the Maybach. His face turned green. This was his dad's precious car, sneakily driven out today to flex. If it got damaged, he'd probably get skinned alive when he got home. Takuya Kuzu cursed in a fit of rage. Damn it! He rushed toward the rear of the car in big strides. He saw a girl sitting on the ground, clutching her knee and whimpering in pain. This scene attracted everyone's attention, and people stopped in their tracks to watch the drama unfold. Setsu Kano felt so nervous inside, she was practically suffocating. It's over. It's over. It's a Mercedes, and even if I sold myself, I couldn't afford to pay for it. I'm really sorry, the brakes on my bike failed. I will definitely pay for the repairs. Can't you open your eyes when you ride a bike? Of all cars to crash into on this street, you had to hit the most expensive one. This car is called a Maybach. The lowest trim is 1.2 million, and this top-tier one of mine is 1.8 million. Just this single panel costs over 10,000. What are you going to use to pay for it? Takuya Kuzu's lungs were about to explode with anger. Looking at the other person's poor appearance, she didn't look like someone with money. How was he going to explain this to his dad when he got home? Terrified and helpless, Setsu Kano asked, Can I owe it for now? I'll slowly pay you back in the future. Takuya Kuzu knew this sum of money definitely couldn't be collected today, and the beating at home was unavoidable. His eyes rolled around. You say you'll pay, but you can't cough it up right now. Sign your name and press your fingerprint, and I won't make things difficult for you. Takuya Kuzu had no intention of having her pay him back. His goal was to use an IOU to force her to become his girlfriend. Harboring this muddled thought, Takuya Kuzu sized up the girl in front of him from head to toe. A standard melon seed face paired with willow leaf eyebrows, she actually had quite a bit of charm. Setsu Kano shrank her neck back and looked timidly at Takuya Kuzu. Then, how much money do I have to compensate you? Takuya Kuzu turned on his sweet-talking mode, his mouth full of imported parts and exorbitant labor costs, clearly trying to scam Setsu Kano, who knew nothing about cars. In the end, Takuya Kuzu concluded, about 180,000, write me an IOU. Hearing this astronomical figure, Setsu Kano's brain went completely blank. She had never seen this much cash in her entire life. Seeing Setsu Kano freeze in place, Takuya Kuzu sneered. If you're gonna drag this out here, then I can only call the police and let them handle it. Thoroughly frightened, Setsu Kano pleaded with tear-filled eyes. Please don't call the police. The onlookers couldn't stand watching anymore. Miss, you shouldn't write this IOU. Once you write it, you really won't be able to escape. Little sister, this IOU has legal validity. When the time comes, even if you bankrupt your family, you'll still have to pay it off. Terrified that his good deed would be ruined, Takuya Kuzu glared fiercely at the crowd. Shut your traps, all of you! Stop pretending to be big philanthropists here. It's not your car that got wrecked. If you're unconvinced, you can pay for the damages for her. Setsu Kano tightly bit her lip. If she didn't write this IOU, the other party would definitely not let the matter rest. What on earth should she do? A deafening roar of an engine approached from afar, and a streak of pitch-black light pierced down the street. Everyone's gaze was firmly locked onto this steel beast. It's a Lamborghini Aventador! This is a top-tier luxury car! Takuya Kuzu was also left staring in a daze, his eyes filled with greed and worship. This was the ultimate dream of a man. The Lamborghini slowly cruised past the pavement on the bustling street. I scanned both sides of the street. The road shoulders were already jammed solid. Only the empty space right behind that Maybach remained. I immediately turned the steering wheel and squeezed the front of my car into it. It's just that two figures were standing right in that space, blocking the way forward. I rolled down the window and made a gesture with an expressionless face. Excuse me, please move aside. You're blocking my parking. Overawed by the aura of this top-tier luxury car, Takuya Kuzu didn't dare to act out, and obediently moved to the side of the road. Setsu Kano also retreated to the side with lingering fear. Making sure the position was right, I smoothly parked the car into the space. The scissor doors opened upward like cool wings, and I stepped out of the cabin with Koga Shinjo. The entire crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and countless envious gazes converged on us. Now that's a true Chable young master. Look at the girl by his side. She's definitely at top campus belle level. Just as I was about to lead Koga Shinjo away, a cold electronic sound suddenly echoed in my mind. Triggered temporary mission. Do one good deed a day. Help the young girl in front of you escape her predicament. Mission reward. Permanently acquire God-tier driving mastery. Failure penalty, none. The step I had originally taken paused mid-air. I had already experienced the taste of this divine driving skill, so it looked like I was taking this mission for sure. Immediately, I changed direction, took 2 steps back, and asked casually, "What's going on here?" Takuya Kuzu, who had originally thought I had already left, was clearly stunned for a moment. The enthusiastic onlookers immediately restored the truth, all talking at once. I already had a plan in mind. Doing a good deed was nothing more than smashing money to smooth things over. Coincidentally, I still had that mission quota of spending 10 million in 3 days. Wasn't this precisely an opportunity? I communicated with the system in my consciousness. Will helping her pay compensation count toward deducting my consumption quota? The system's response remained rigid. Such gift-giving behaviors do not count toward the host's personal consumption. I rolled my eyes internally. Why are there so many rules? Just as I was agonizing over a solution, Setsukano lowered her head with a trembling voice. "I'll write it, okay? Please, I beg you not to call the police." The corner of Takuya Kuzu's mouth curved into a triumphant sneer as he quickly tossed out pen and paper. Just as Setsukano eagerly prepared to write, I reached out and directly snatched the tip of the pen away. Sweeping my gaze around the surroundings, I strode away toward a repair worker in the distance. Amidst the confused gazes of everyone, I tossed a stack of cash into the other person's hands. The veteran master happily handed over a solid, heavy sledgehammer. Holding the iron hammer, I returned for a counterattack. Takuya Kuzu's pupils contracted sharply and he retreated repeatedly. "Are you crazy? You've got a bit of dirty cash and you dare to strut around here bullying the weak? Did you think I had no temper?" Without saying a word, I walked to the front side of the Maybach, raised the iron hammer, and struck a heavy blow directly against the windshield. 80! Takuya Kuzu watched the shattered glass with heartbreak to the point of suffocation. This was his dad's precious apple of his eye, something he saved up half a lifetime to finally buy. Usually, he'd feel heartbroken over even a scratch, and now it was completely ruined. The windshield instantly fractured into dense web-like cracks, and the hood was also dented and distorted. Takuya Kuzu lunged forward hysterically to stop me. "Stop right now!" Watching him on the verge of a breakdown, I put away the hammer and nimbly jumped down from the roof of the car. Spreading my hands with a feigned look of surprise, I said, "I'm really sorry, my hand slipped just now and I accidentally smashed your car." I even wore a hint of a playful smile, although anyone with eyes could tell I did it on purpose. Takuya Kuzu roared like a madman. "Do you treat me like an idiot? You bastard clearly did this out of retaliation." I shrugged my shoulders and casually tossed the heavy iron hammer onto the road surface. "I told you my hand slipped. What can you do if you don't believe me? You just wait for me. I'm calling the police right now to have you arrested and charge you with intentional destruction of property." Takuya Kuzu's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire face turned the color of a pig's liver. I shrugged my shoulders with an indifferent look. "Be my guest, but I'll give you a piece of advice. Right now you can still name your price. Once the police arrive and insurance assesses the damage, you won't get much money." Takuya Kuzu naturally understood the stakes involved, but this anger was simply too hard to swallow. The other guy smashed his car right in public, yet he could only stare helplessly. He desperately wanted to shout back righteously that he'd send the guy to the police station even if it meant refusing the money, but he was counting on this payout. With the Maybach smashed into such a wretched state, if he didn't get the money to fix it, his dad would definitely skin him alive when he got back. Takuya Kuzu gritted his teeth and spat out a number. Fine. You'll compensate me 500,000 for this car." Upon hearing this, I merely furrowed my brows slightly. Seeing this, Takuya Kuzu instantly felt a surge of joy in his heart. A moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty, but the second he hears the price, he wilts. I thought he was some kind of big shot. Turns out he was just putting on a front. Realize you regret it now? Kneel down and slap your own face, and for every strike I'll reward you with $1,000. How's that deal? Takuya Kuzu instantly recovered his arrogant demeanor, firmly convinced that I wasn't any kind of rich second-generation heir at all, but simply putting on a false front of wealth. Little did he know that my frown was purely because his asking price was way too low. After smashing it up like that, I thought he'd demand $1 million. A mere $500,000 fell way too short of my multi-million spending target. Too lazy to bother with Takuya Kuzu's shouting, I walked straight up to a female onlooker. "Beauty, I'll buy the cup of milk tea in your hand for $1,000. The girl was dumbheaded on the spot. Buying an 8 yuan drink for $1,000? She froze for a few seconds, then nodded frantically. This was a massive profit. I briskly pulled out a stack of cash provided by the system, shoved it into her hands, grabbed the milk tea, and turned right back around. With nimble movements, I popped open the hood, unscrewed the oil cap, and poured the entire cup of milk tea right inside. This divine operation left the surrounding onlookers staring in absolute shock. What on earth is he doing? Takuya Kuzu stared with wide-open eyes, completely finished. The engine was the heart of the car after all. With milk tea poured straight into it, this car was completely and utterly written off. After all this tossing about, I was pretty exhausted myself. Covered in sweat from smashing the car, I strolled leisurely up to Takuya Kuzu. I tore a check from the checkbook provided by the system. "Here is $1 million. I'm taking this piece of junk off your hands." I turned to the dumbfounded Setsukano. "This car belongs to me now. You don't need to pay for the damages." As my words fell, I turned around and walked toward the school gate. Everyone present first froze in a daze, and then a tsunami-like wave of gasps erupted. So cool. This is what you call a true tycoon boss, buying a car for $1 million just to smash it on the spot. This aura is too top tier. I'm practically fainting. He must have specifically stood up for that girl, right? Oh my god, he's totally my dream guy. Who is this handsome guy? I want his contact info. And not even because of that Lamborghini. Every single girl present instantly fell head over heels. Who could resist a top-tier premium guy who was tall, handsome, wealthy, and kind all at once? Soon Yanian also re-evaluated me as her junior. In terms of height and family background, he was quite literally the template of a top-tier, tall, rich, and handsome bachelor. Her best friend next to her clutched her chest and shrieked, "Nianian, he is the destined deity of my life!" The senior sisters in charge of welcoming freshmen swarmed forward in an instant. "Junior, our school is like a maze. Let senior sister personally escort you to your dorm." "Junior, it's so hot out, you must be exhausted. Senior sister has chilled plum soup prepared in her dorm. Want to come up and have a cup to cool off?" "Junior, don't listen to her. I'll personally mix plum soup for you to drink." Poor Koga Shinjo was squeezed straight out of the circle by this group of enthusiastic senior sisters. Surrounded tightly by the girls, I practically became a top-tier superstar, adored by all. This group of senior sisters didn't give Koga Shinjo a second thought. So what if he already had a girlfriend? Top-tier male deities never lacked admirers, let alone when they had just reported for registration. What if they were just ordinary friends? As long as they were all girls, why couldn't a wealthy junior like this be won over by themselves? At worst, they could act like obedient green tea girls. Even acting like a pet was something they'd gladly do. I found myself a bit flustered by the commotion. The aggressive momentum of these girls was truly wild. The other watching freshmen, especially the group of guys, looked at me being surrounded by beauties with eyes full of sourness. You really can't imagine the happiness of the wealthy. Takuya Kuzu gripped that check tightly, glaring viciously at Setsukano. "You just wait and see." He turned his gaze toward me, trapped in the crowd, cursing inwardly. His old face had been thrown away to the Pacific Ocean today. Before long, it would probably blow up the campus bulletin board, reducing him to the school's laughingstock after dinner, living proof of a clown getting slapped in the face. However arrogant he had been showing off in front of everyone just moments ago, that's how utterly wretched he felt right now. He even started having wild thoughts. Is it still possible to process a transfer application right now? This dignity was lost beyond retrieval. Whether in looks or physique, he had been unilaterally crushed by me, and even the way of playing the hero saving the damsel had failed miserably. Takuya Kuzu could only scurry away in a sorry state, driving off. Setsukana wanted to step forward to express her thanks to me, but looking at that impenetrable human wall, she couldn't find a single opening to squeeze through. At this moment, I was also wearing a wry smile. I didn't want to be this Storm Center figure at all. I just wanted to quietly get through college life. Yet the system insisted on making me act high profile. Now, being chased and intercepted by this group of senior sisters, it was simply impossible to fly away. Seeing that they couldn't forcefully drag me away, the senior sisters immediately switched up their flirting strategy, planning to get my contact info first and infiltrate slowly later. Little brother, can we add each other on WeChat? If you run into any trouble on campus in the future, just look for senior sister to cover you. Junior, hurry up and scan me. Senior sister will reserve every single spot in the library for you from now on. Knowing I wouldn't get away today without handing over my contact info, I could only swipe open my phone's QR code with a helpless expression. The ding-ding-ding notification sounds rang endlessly. Dozens of pretty senior sisters instantly flooded my contact list. My fingers went numb just tapping to accept the requests. Once their objective was achieved, the senior sisters sensibly dispersed, each harboring their own secret moves and preparing to start a flirting race. What a high-end hunting game. The boys who witnessed all this fell into collective silence, their hearts churning with envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, who wouldn't want to drive an Aventador onto campus at 19? Looking at themselves, forget luxury cars. They didn't even have an e-bike. Traveling outside meant relying entirely on their legs and buses. Hailing a DD required grabbing a coupon first. Everyone deeply realized that the gap between people could sometimes be deeper than the Mariana Trench. Seeing the crowd finally disperse, Koga Shinjo cracked a smile and said, "Your charm is really something else." I shrugged helplessly. Being too handsome is also a trouble. I actually really wanted to keep a low profile. Koga Shinjo rolled her eyes. Those girls clearly had their eyes on your supercar, right? What does it have to do with your looks? She said softly, "Thanks to you for the ride today. Are you free tonight? If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a casual meal at the cafeteria." This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to ask a boy out to dinner. In the past, the line of people queuing up to invite her could circle the sports ground 3 times. "No problem, just contact me whenever." I agreed without a second thought. The stone hanging in Koga Shinjo, his heart finally dropped, and she even felt a faint, unnoticeable trace of joy. The mechanical voice of the system exploded in the depths of my consciousness. Congratulations to the host for completing the One Good Deed a Day mission, permanently issuing the top-tier race car driver skill reward. Why is it directly permanent this time? Weren't the previous ones all limited time trials? The system replied calmly. Detected that the host has completed the enrollment mission. Primary achievement unlocked. The system is activating version 2.0. Future rewards will be even more explosive. An additional world-class combat arts trial card is now granted, and the host's charm value will usher in an epic upgrade. This system will spare no effort in shaping you into the universe's only supreme, tall, rich, and handsome master. Please keep your composure, host. The system interface popped up with a new challenge once again. Hero saves the beauty. Attract a target of affection by staging a hero saving the beauty. Reward: instantly max out the host's charm value. Campus Carnival: host a top-tier freshman gala on campus to get the whole school hyped. Reward: top-tier God of Vocal skill and a limited edition F1 racing car. Spend 100 million directly on campus. Reward: 1 billion cash flow. Mission active. Wish the host an enjoyable life. The moment the mechanical voice vanished, I felt my somewhat tense spine instantly straighten up like a pine tree, and my pectoral and abdominal muscles also began to slightly bulge. I asked the system about the reason, with bewildered surprise. The system explained, "Charm value upgrades reshape the physical body based on global female aesthetics. You are now a walking bundle of hormones." Just as Koga Shinjo wanted to open her mouth to speak, her gaze swept across my profile, and her heart suddenly began to pound wildly, like beating drums. Those female classmates passing by were petrified on the spot, their lines of sight glued to me, completely unable to move away. Those looks were practically wanting to devour me skin and bones. "Oh my god, look at that peerless, handsome guy! Which celebrity descended to Earth? He's outrageously handsome." For the first time in my life, I experienced what it felt like to be a national treasure panda. Being surrounded and photographed by a bunch of girls was basically a public execution for someone of my low-profile persuasion. System? Oh, system, you've really screwed me over this time. A blush rose on Koga Shinjo-en's cheeks, and right before leaving, her tone held a hint of lingering reluctance. I'll call you again tonight, okay? I gave a soft acknowledgement. After all, this was right downstairs at the girls' dormitory building. The girls throughout the entire building swarmed to the balconies like cats smelling fish, craning their necks to look down. Then I'll head up first. Even Koga Shinjo, his voice lost its usual icy detachment, replaced instead by a young maiden's gentleness. All right, just look for me whenever. With that, I turned around and walked away with dashing ease. Toru Funayama, low profile, parked his Audi A4 at a secluded small side gate of the school. This spot was only known by veterans, and there were barely any people around. He tucked away that flashy edge of his, figuring he might as well just get an e-bike for getting around in the future. Keeping a low profile was the true path to survival. Toru Funayama returned to the dorm, busy making his bed, when he heard the dormitory door creak open. Thinking his new roommate had arrived, he turned back with enthusiastic greetings. Oh? What he saw was a face he would never forget in his lifetime. Wasn't this that ultimate tycoon big shot who drove the Lamborghini? Why are you in my dorm? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, his face instantly turning deathly pale. You wouldn't happen to be my new roommate, would you? Recognizing him by his iconic red hair, I replied, Your Audi runs pretty fast, huh? Toru Funayama forced out a smile uglier than crying. Big brother, please stop messing with me. Driving an Aventador is one thing. Why on earth would you condescend to come to a regular dorm like ours? Looking at him as if it were a matter of course. What's wrong with that? Isn't it pretty normal? It was as if Toru Funayama had suddenly grasped some key information. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, You're that god-tier tycoon who threw out a 100,000 yuan red packet in the freshman group chat? He finally pieced the clues together. Throughout the whole school, those with the financial backing to toss 100,000 in red packets in the freshman chat could be counted on one hand. He had added me to the group chat himself, and right after that came a torrential rain of red packets. Aside from this big shot, who else could possibly drive a multi-million supercar to school? I answered nonchalantly. I originally wanted to drop 1 million, but unfortunately WeChat's red packet limit is only 10. Don't you have me added? Just tap my profile picture in the group and you'd see it. Hearing this, Toru Funayama's legs went weak and he dropped straight to his knees with a thud. Earlier, his mind had been entirely consumed by Koga Shinjo. How could he have cared about checking who sent the red packets in the group? Clutching my leg, he wailed, From now on, you are my real big brother. Please take me in as your underling. Seeing how sensible he was, I quickly reached out to pull him up. We're all brothers under the same roof. Toru Funayama cried even harder, knowing full well that I had witnessed the entire process of his flexing backfiring on him. If this got out, how was he going to show his face in this school? If you don't agree to take me in, from now on I'll pour tea, pour water, roll cigarettes, and make your bed for you. Meanwhile, Takuya Kuzu took a taxi and detoured to the back gate of the school. Inside the car, he flipped that check over and over 800 times, even calling his uncle at the bank to verify the check's authenticity before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Takuya Kuzu dragged his suitcase toward the dormitory building, glad that he was wearing a face mask and that this morning's little episode hadn't spread yet. At least his new roommates in the dorm shouldn't know about his dark history. Pushing open the dormitory door, he happened to see a red-haired kid kneeling on the ground calling someone Big Brother. A wave of depression washed over Takuya Kuzu. Young people nowadays had no backbone, kneeling to acknowledge a father upon first meeting. It completely disgraced the dignity of men. But the moment he clearly saw the face of the person being knelt to, his legs went weak and he dropped down to his knees with a thud as well. Time seemed to hit the pause button right at that moment. Please take me in as your underling too. Takuya Kuzu felt like crying without tears. You fear what comes, and the person you least want to run into just lingers like a ghost. Neither he nor Toru Funayama could be considered good guys, and both had been plotting their own little schemes earlier, only to end up accidentally used as background props for my flexing at the crucial moments. Big brother, your name is Kenjiro Sho, right? It was my eyes failing to recognize Mount Tai at the school gate today. We're going to be brothers for 4 years from now on. Can we just let that matter pass? Takuya Kuzu's expression was bitterer than eating coptis root. His college life had just pulled back its curtain, and it was already pitch black. Toru Funayama also processed the situation by now. After all this fuss, the other roommate turned out to be Takuya Kuzu, the guy who got slapped in the face this morning. No wonder he was scared shitless too. Toru Funayama quickly chimed in to help smooth things over. Yeah, big brother, our dorm needs a leader, and I think you're the absolute best fit. He turned back to look at Takuya Kuzu. I'm the youngest. I just nodded. We're all brothers, we'll see each other all the time. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama let out simultaneous sighs of relief. What they feared most was me holding on to past grudges, and seeing me be so magnanimous, their tightly wound nerves relaxed quite a bit. They knew crystal clear that I was a super rich second-generation heir driving a Lamborghini. People like that usually had explosive tempers. They hadn't expected me to be so easygoing. They were being so respectful to me, precisely because their embarrassing moments were in my hands. If they didn't treat me right, and I ended up leaking the dirt out of a bad mood someday, they wouldn't have a way to hold their heads high in school. Toru Funayama swept his gaze around the dormitory. Big brother, let me help you tidy up. I was slightly startled. I didn't bring. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama's eyes instantly lit up. So this is what a tycoon is? Leaving home without bringing a single thing, arriving at the destination and swapping everything out for brand new sets instantly. Takuya Kuzu gave a hearty laugh. I know someone who specializes in top-tier custom bedding, though the prices are a bit wild. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. I had thought taking in these two foolish dragons and phoenixes was useless, but it looked like they weren't ordinary slackers either. Both of them were notoriously profligate spenders, whose capacity for burning cash could leave others several streets behind. Take Takuya Kuzu, for example. Driving out his family's Maybach to show off had instantly locked down the scene. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal zhuge liang. With these 2 idea men around, I instantly found my backbone for spending money. Then hurry up and contact the merchant. Money is no object. As long as the items are high grade enough, arrange them all for me. Inside, I was feeling urgent. I needed to burn cash rapidly, otherwise the penalty 3 days later would literally send me packing to the next world. Hearing that money was no object, Takuya Kuzu knew he had hitched his wagon to the right person and eagerly responded, Big brother. He introduced that this shop specialized in custom top-tier bedding, using entirely luxury brand materials, with the cheapest single set starting at no less than 40,000. I was thrilled out of my mind. Having a fool who knew how to spend money around made my heart feel so refreshed. Second brother, call the merchant right now. Base it on the dorm dimensions and have it delivered tonight if possible. Takuya Kuzu's heart blossomed with joy. Hanging out with a tycoon was just too awesome. He had been drooling over this kind of top-tier mattress for ages, but his family background wasn't true tycoondom, at best considered well-off. At 19, items worth a few thousand could make him bite his teeth, while buying items worth tens of thousands would make his heart ache for half a month. Hearing that he was included too, Toru Funayama was flattered beyond words, repeatedly expressing gratitude. From now on, this underling will work like an ox and a horse for you, without a single word of complaint. I'm not your pegong. Relax. At most, I'll have you run errands in the future. I won't actually make you do hard labor. Takuya Kuzu was quite clever, and quickly stepped forward to claim credit. This underling doesn't have many other skills, but I can basically walk sideways in this school. Nobody dares to mess with me. After all, the school leadership includes my uncle. I immediately put on a stern face. Since you acknowledge me as big brother, you have to listen to my advice. Act low profile when outside. What if you kick an iron plate? Takuya Kuzu scratched his head. Then, big brother? Why are you still acting so high profile yourself? Takuya Kuzu understood even better. With how wealthy you are, who else could possibly force you anyway? With a heavy expression, I patted his shoulder. Some people's troubles. You'll understand later. Toru Funayama wanted to chime in and ask something, but I quickly interrupted him, not wanting to linger on this topic. Grabbing my hand, the time is getting late, second brother. Not daring to delay, Takuya Kuzu immediately dialed the phone. Get me 3 sets of your absolute top-tier custom mattresses. The manager on the other end of the line paused for a moment, then asked, Is this young Master GU? Do you know how much our most expensive ones cost? I advise you to look at the cheaper ones instead. What's this? With me backing him up, Takuya Kuzu's confidence was fully charged, his tone much wilder than usual. The manager on the other end let out a cold chuckle full of disdain. You're just running a bathhouse and you really think you're a big shot? What kind of model can your little net worth afford? Takuya Kuzu flew into a rage. What did you say? Otherwise, I suppose you can forget about doing this business deal altogether. The manager didn't care in the least. Sorry, that's just how I talk. Do you even qualify to talk big business with me? The disdain in those words was practically overflowing the screen. Takuya Kuzu's face flushed red with anger, dropping the line. You just wait for me, before hanging up and directly digging out the general manager's phone number to call him instead. A steady middle-aged voice sounded from the other end. Hello, I wanted to buy your mattresses, but your sales rep's attitude was extremely atrocious. Hearing it was just such a minor matter, the general manager's tone immediately turned impatient. Such trivial matters don't fall under my jurisdiction. Go find the regional manager. Takuya Kuzu wanted to argue, but I had already grown impatient. Buying something was this much hassle. What a waste of time. I snatched the phone right out of his hand. Are you sure you don't care? I'm buying 3 sets of your most expensive ones, the million-yuan per piece ones. If you aren't selling, I'll find somewhere else. Plenty of brands out there. Hearing this, the general manager's attitude did a 180-degree turn. Are you referring to our gold thread custom royal mattresses? I instantly grew interested. Was this thing expensive enough? The general manager immediately introduced it respectfully. This is our store's crowning treasure, purely handmade. The core uses a Halteke horsehair, and the threads are gold fleece gold thread. Naturally, the price is not cheap. Listening to the end, I nodded to myself. 4 million. Make me 3 sets right away and deliver them to South University. The general manager was so shocked he almost tumbled out of his chair, buying mattresses like buying cabbages, opening his mouth for 3 sets straight away. This scale was terrifying, he hurriedly explained. This customization requires production time. No nonsense. The extra 1 million counts as a rush fee. Also, you need to give me an explanation. Hearing this, the general manager was overjoyed, immediately patting his chest to guarantee. We'll definitely have them delivered to the school before dusk. As for that blind employee, we'll handle him severely right away and fire him directly. He couldn't even be bothered to ask the reason for the complaint. Firing that idiot came first. Employees could always be hired again, but tycoon clients like this couldn't be offended. I gave a flat response. Match the duvet covers with the best ones. Deliver them together. With that, I hung up the phone. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funiyama were already dumbstruck on the side, utterly tycooned out of their minds. The moment those 4 million hit the account, the general manager jumped up from his chair in excitement, grabbed the phone, and began roaring into it. Hey, get me 3 sets of the gold thread royal mattresses for the dorms right now. Stop all other orders, go full throttle, and deliver them before dusk. The workers understood the order, but the power of money is absolute. The whole factory pulled out all the stops and rushed the work, completing all 3 mattresses in just 2 hours, and finishing smoothly before dusk. The general manager was extremely satisfied with this efficiency and immediately rewarded the workers by letting them leave early. Next was delivery, as an ordinary truck simply couldn't match this level of prestige. He figured that this buyer was a student, and spending so much money on mattresses was obviously just to show off. It would be best if the whole school knew that someone had boldly shelled out 4 million to buy 3 luxury mattresses. As soon as 5 o'clock in the evening arrived and mealtime began, the students were flooding toward the cafeteria. A luxurious Bentley leisurely drove into the campus just like that. Following closely behind were 12 identical Mercedes-Benz S300s, guarding the lead car like bodyguards. This motorcade strung together was simply a moving scenery line. Trailing at the very back of the motorcade was unexpectedly a mysterious black and red truck. After the passing, students clearly read the content of the banner. Xiao Xiao, a freshman at South University, boldly spends 4 million to customize 3 mattresses. This scale of spending was unimaginably lavish. Such an immense display was actually just for delivering a few mattresses. The Bentley paved the way with the Mercedes motorcade following right behind, boasting an aura comparable to a royal honor guard. The mighty motorcade finally parked steadily right downstairs at the boys' dormitory building. The car doors opened, and a dozen muscular men in black suits and white gloves stepped out. Their movements were uniform and standardized, quickly forming 2 straight rows standing at attention just like professionally trained personnel. Surrounding that black and red truck, this formation was even more exaggerated than an armored cash transport vehicle. The regional branch manager jumped down from the truck. To show his sincerity, he had even driven his own Bentley over. He gestured to his subordinates. The 10 men in suits instantly shouted in unison, "Mission must be accomplished." This single roar startled the boys throughout the entire building, bringing them rushing out to watch the commotion. After clearly reading the truck's banner, countless people instantly pulled out their phones to take pictures, and the scene exploded with gasps and discussions. I was lying against the balcony railing looking down, feeling completely numb. Wasn't this display a bit too over the top? I clearly just wanted to keep a low profile, yet those people downstairs were actually bowing toward me. The discussions inside the dormitory building instantly boiled over. Which deity is this? This display is way too top tier. How much did that young master's mattresses cost again? You've got to be kidding me. Spending $4 million to buy 3 mattresses. Why even bother going to college anymore? He's just started school and is already flexing like this. Even if I grind through grad school and a PhD until I drop dead, I probably won't be able to afford a single mattress of his in this lifetime. Hearing the discussions around me made my head ready to burst. And suddenly I didn't even feel like signing for this stuff anymore. The mattresses have arrived. I'll have them bring them upstairs and make the bed for you right now. Takuya Kuzu walked up to me with an ingratiating expression. This guy really knew how to play the game. With such a great opportunity to stand out, how could he let Big Brother run errands himself? During such a highlight moment, who wouldn't want to step up and build some presence? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he had to seize. Toru Funayama panicked upon hearing this. How could a minor task like this bother you? You and Big Brother just chill upstairs, I'll head down instead. Takuya Kuzu instantly understood his small calculations and chuckled. What are you saying, third brother? As your older brother, I have to take care of you. I'll go. Toru Funayama felt utterly heartbroken inside, yet plastered a wide smile on his face. Since second brother has put it that way, I certainly couldn't bear to make you run around. I was left speechless, shook my head and said, both of you go together. Anyway, I bought 3 sets, and the other 2 are yours. Just have them bring them straight up to the dorm. Hearing this, Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu stopped arguing and sprinted downstairs like a flash. The scene downstairs was far too eye-catching. Even the windows of the girls' dormitory directly opposite were crammed with people, all eager to catch a glimpse of this young Master Shao's true appearance. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama stepped out of the hallway entrance, instantly throwing their shoulders back and puffing out their chests, nailing that aura to absolute perfection. Under the gaze of everyone present, the 2 of them unhurriedly walked toward the branch manager. The 2 felt wonderful inside, feeling that all the showing off they had done over the years didn't even compare to how satisfying this felt. They truly wished this walk would never end. When the 2 finally stood before the branch manager, Takuya Kuzu cleared his throat and spoke with feigned composure. Please carry the mattresses upstairs and help us make the beds as well. Upon hearing this, the general manager's expression instantly turned dead serious. He abruptly straightened his back. No problem. This is our duty. Immediately afterward, he ordered without hesitation, start unloading! Following that resounding order, the group of men in black suits sprang into action. They were all retired soldiers. Rigorous training and strict discipline were branded deep into their bones. Their movements were uniform and their task execution efficient and swift as a few of them dashed to the back of the truck and skillfully swung open the cargo doors. 3 burly men agilely climbed into the truck, steadily picked up 3 heavy boxes, and carefully carried them down. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, showcasing top-tier professional competence that commanded admiration. That group followed Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama upstairs, heading straight to our dormitory. They neatly cleared away the old bedding and carefully extracted the million-grade mattresses from the boxes, meticulously making the beds. Our task is successfully completed. The general manager handed over a gold-embossed business card. This is my contact info. Feel free to call whenever you need anything in the future. We'll take our leave now. I waved my hand with a deadpan expression. Got it. I'll call if anything comes up. The branch manager turned around and barked an order to the line of suited men. All personnel, attention! The suited men bowed in unison toward me and shouted, Thank you for your hard work, young Master Shao. Then the crowd came in a rush and left in a mighty wave. The scene was undeniably dashing and cool. Takuya Kuzu was completely won over in admiration. Look at this level of extravagance and style. It completely blew his own methods out of the water by several streets. Toru Funayama stared at everything with glowing eyes, feeling that his previous little stunts were mere toddler play compared to Big Brother. My forehead instantly broke out in dark lines. I thought I was just buying a mattress, never expecting such a huge commotion. Now keeping a low profile at school was completely out of the question. Why was it so hard to just quietly get through college? Why did the system have to force me to show off in such unexpected ways? While feeling irritable, my stomach suddenly started rumbling with hunger, and just as I was about to order delivery, Koga Shinjo's message popped up. Did you really buy a 4 million mattress? Did you forget that I didn't bring anything when I arrived? If I didn't buy a mattress, I'd be sleeping on the floor tonight. A mattress worth over $1 million each. You really are a standard rich second-generation heir. Since I have the money, of course I should treat myself well. Comfort is what matters most. Aren't you hungry? Let's go to the cafeteria to grab a bite. My stomach was, indeed, a bit empty, so I replied, then I'll wait for you at entrance number 1 of the cafeteria. At this moment, Takuya Kuzu was lying on his new mattress, feeling utterly fantastic, and suggested, I'll take you out for a proper feast. I hold memberships at all the major restaurants in the city. This guy didn't have many other skills, but when it came to eating, drinking, and high-end entertainment, he was absolute expert material. Hearing this, I immediately put on a straight face. We're just eating a meal, no need to go to any fancy places. We're eating at the cafeteria. We must integrate into the collective and not throw our weight around just because we have money. Hurry up and put away those stinky capitalist habits of yours. Takuya Kuzu immediately rushed over to flatter me. Big Brother's perspective is truly grand. It was my superficiality. I'll listen to Big Brother and everything. Seeing second brother grabbing all the attention, Toru Funayama worried that if he didn't show some initiative now, what would happen if Big Brother stopped hanging out with him in the future? He hurried over to curry favor. Though I don't have much money, this cafeteria meal is on me. Order whatever you want. I couldn't whether to laugh or cry. Hey, with such a tiny sum, why are you two fighting to pay? We headed straight for the cafeteria, but frowning, I muttered, wait, it feels like someone is missing. Toru Funayama slapped his head in realization. It's mealtime already. Why is our other roommate still nowhere to be seen? I pondered for a moment. All of us got new mattresses except for him. If word gets out, won't people say we're forming exclusive cliques? Toru Funayama curled his lip in displeasure. You looking out for us is a given, but we aren't even close with him. Let's just hurry up and eat. Figuring his words made sense, I lifted my foot and led the way outside. The three of us had just arrived at cafeteria entrance number 1 when we spotted 3 figures standing by the door. Koga Shinjo had specially changed into a fresh outfit. A white, short-sleeved shirt accented with a red bow. Those straight cartoon-like legs were simply breathtaking. Passing guys were staring with their eyes glued straight ahead. Koga Shinjo spotted me from afar and excitedly waved, shouting, I'm over here! I led my 2 crouching dragons and phoenixes and leisurely strolled over to her. The moment Toru Funayama saw Koga Shinjo, his face turned somewhat awkward. Koga Shinjo also recognized him and cast a puzzled look. I helplessly spread my hands. It's just that coincidental. He's my roommate. Koga Shinjo gently nodded, but before she could speak, a girl beside her chimed in first. Hey, you invited our Zinge to dinner and brought a whole entourage along? That girl had a slightly chubby baby face and was dressed in a cute Lolita style. Takuya Kuzu's eyes instantly lit up, flashing a wide grin as he said, We're just tagging along with Big Brother for a free meal. Inwardly, he complained. He was just lecturing me about not showing off, not acting privileged, and avoiding capitalist dinners. But it turns out it's because he has a beauty accompanying him. Looking at it this way, cafeteria food smells pretty good too. The little Lolita gave a haughty huff, throwing barbs as she spoke. You guys are something else. You're saying this guy is your boss? Takuya Kuzu smiled benevolently. Yep, we just pledged allegiance as sworn brothers today. That's just how we roll in the boys' dormitory. Koga Shinjo sighed and introduced them helplessly. These are my 2 roommates, Tiantian and Kyuji. I didn't pay much attention. Since everyone had arrived, I said, let's go then. My stomach is practically empty. The dishes are already cooked, Just grab a tray and let the auntie dish them out for you. The second floor is basically like a food street. They have everything from spicy rice noodles to casserole dishes. There's 6 of us today, we can't possibly just rough it out on the first floor. The 6 of us found a table by the window and ordered 8 stir-fried dishes in one go, along with a spread of skewers. Yet the atmosphere at the table was a bit awkward since, aside from myself and Koga Shinjo, everyone else was meeting for the first time. While we were chatting, Tiantian suddenly stared at her phone and cursed. "This is too much!" Ganging up to bully a young girl like that. Saying that, she shoved her phone right in front of Koga Shinjo. The screen displayed a post from the campus forum. Maybach rich second-generation bullies others, forcing a girl to write an IOU or else face the police. Supreme rich second generation boldly spills 4 million on mattresses. Freshman strength is terrifyingly insane. Upperclassmen were sighing in amazement. The quality of this year's freshmen is way too top tier. First, a Lamborghini on registration day, followed by 4 million yuan mattresses. The sheer wealth is unmatched. I hadn't even had the chance to check the school forum yet, mostly because my phone lags so much, I casually explained. Because of these 2 incidents, Takuya Kuzu and I had completely blown up in popularity across the school. I had become the mysterious young crown prince. Meanwhile, Takuya Kuzu had been cussed out until his head was drenched like a dog's. Look at this. This senior drove a multi-million yuan Lamborghini. Tiantian stared at her phone with glowing eyes, excitedly sharing with her best friend. Kyuji also wore a look of utter disbelief. Only Koga Shinjo wore an awkward expression, because the person they were fangirling over so hard was sitting right across the table. I really wish I had a Lamborghini too. She stretched lazily and turned to look at me. Did you eat melons at the school gate today? You arrived at noon. Did you catch what the rich second-generation guy driving the Lamborghini looked like? I rubbed my chin and deliberately kept her hanging. I did see him. As for his looks, well, pretty average, I suppose. Tiantian instantly looked disappointed. What a pity I didn't get to see it with my own eyes. Takuya Kuzu suddenly chimed in with a smirk. That might not be the case. He might not even look twice at you. I was right there at the scene, and a gorgeous beauty got out of his car. Talk about stunning. Koga Shinjo and I both choked on the food in our mouths at the exact same time. Tiantian raised her chin haughtily. Really though? This question stumped Takuya Kuzu for a second, since he still had designs on pursuing her. But Toru Funayama rushed to answer, I was there at the scene too. Tiantian looked at Toru Funayama with skepticism. What a coincidence that all 3 of you were there. Even if she's prettier than me, she definitely still can't compare to our Shinhei. With that, she triumphantly patted Koga Shinjo's back. Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu immediately nodded like pounding garlic. True. Definitely not as pretty as Shinhei. Koga Shinjo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She truly regretted not clearing this up with Tiantian sooner. However, with this little interruption, the atmosphere at the dinner table warmed up significantly. Tiantian was a natural chatterbox, and although Takuya Kuzu liked to flex, he came from a well-off background. So the 2 of them polished off 2 bottles of beer and nearly swore oath brotherhood on the spot. There was even a small subplot during the meal. Tiantian had a bit too much to drink and started laying into that bullying Maybach guy fiercely. Hearing himself cursed out like that, Takuya Kuzu had a bitter time of it. But to flirt with girls, he had to grit his teeth and join in cursing himself. Just as everyone was chatting animatedly, a male voice suddenly rang out from nearby. You ended up coming to South University too? Koga Shinjo and Tiantian smiled and greeted him. Didn't you apply to Lin University? How'd you end up at South University instead? Jibo was their high school classmate and a moderately well-known rich second-generation guy on campus. He scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I didn't make the cut, so I had to come here instead. I didn't expect you to be here too. Koga Shinjo smoothly made introductions all around, and when she specifically mentioned me, she added the clarification, this is a classmate I met on the high-speed train. Jibo's expression instantly shifted, a trace of hostility flashing in his gaze as he looked at me. Where did this small fry come from trying to dream of a swan? Doesn't he even bother to check what happened to the guys who had designs on Jinye before? Jibo calculated inwardly that he had to find a chance to teach this kid a lesson. Tiantian already had a crush on Jibo. He was handsome, well-off, and academically accomplished. She had always wanted to play matchmaker between Jibo and Koga Shinjo, frequently whispering in Koga Shinjo's ear about him. Jibo appearing here was naturally no coincidence. Tiantian had secretly tipped him off, leading to his delayed arrival. Tiantian greeted Jibo warmly. Jibo. Toru Funayama very sensibly stood up to offer his seat. Jibo slid right into the seat next to Koga Shinjo and spoke softly. Long time no see. Why didn't you mention you were coming to South U? Otherwise, I would have treated you to dinner ages ago. I have an exclusive private room at Wanyanju that isn't open to the public. Only I get to use it. You can order whatever you like whenever you want. Way better than eating this junk in the cafeteria. On the surface, these words sounded like he was caring for Koga Shinjo, but in reality, he was subtly mocking my cheap treat of bringing a girl to the cafeteria. Yet I didn't care at all. Anyway, I had no romantic interest in Koga Shinjo. With dozens of pretty senior sisters in my phone, I certainly wasn't going to give up an entire forest for a single tree. Koga Shinjo hurriedly explained, I was the one who invited Kenjiro Sho to dinner. We met on the train, and I just wanted to thank him. Hearing this, Jibo felt a wave of relief inside. So that's how it is. I thought this kid actually harbored improper thoughts toward Jingye. Out of superficial courtesy, he extended a hand toward me. Hello, classmate Kenjiro Sho. Since I'm Shinga's childhood friend, let me treat this meal instead. After all, you're Shinga's friend. I stood up and shook his hand, my tone flat. You're the guest here. Tiantian suddenly interrupted. The tea here doesn't suit Shinge's palate. She hasn't even eaten much. Jibo smiled gently. Shinge is used to eating delicacies with me before. She definitely can't stomach this kind of rustic food. Brothers, I'm taking Shinge to Wanyanju to eat. Whatever you spend here is on me. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Koga Shinjo up. My brows furrowed. Takuya Kuzu beside me couldn't stomach it any longer. This guy loved to show off even more than he did. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table. What do you mean by rustic food? We eat delicacies too. Jibo laughed with utter contempt. Aren't you? With the bunch of poor bums you guys are, managing to eat a single meal on the second floor of the cafeteria counts as improving your lives. Do you even know how much a single dish at Wanyanju costs? Compared to that place, what you're eating here isn't rustic food, just as I reached out to stop Takuya Kuzu. The system prompt exploded in my mind. Host detected being mocked. Low profile prohibited. Must deliver a ruthless face slap. Successful face slap rewards all shares of Wanyanju. Failure immediately triggers constipation penalty. Hearing that, my anger flared up and I slammed my palm on the table. Good grief, me keeping a low profile is one thing, but you actually want to give me constipation? I raised my hand to block Takuya Kuzu, who was about to charge forward. Looking at Jibo with sharp eyes, I asked, You call this rustic food? The atmosphere instantly turned tense with swords drawn. Tiantian quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Kenjiro Sho, don't be ungrateful. Jibo is kindly offering to treat us. Why are you being so difficult? I let out a cold laugh. From start to finish, I haven't said a word. Who was the one opening their mouth calling us poor ghosts? Who said this place is only for poor ghosts? And who was the one bragging that they'd pay for whatever we ordered? Tiantian unhappily tugged at Koga Shinjo's sleeve. Shinge, look at this! Where did these people come from? Total lack of upbringing. Koga Shinjo, usually so aloof, finally showed displeasure. Tiantian, you two are going too far. How can you talk like that? Tiantian lifted her chin and glared at us. I'm just speaking the facts. Making a girl pay is already disgraceful enough, yet you're still acting wild here. Utterly unrefined. Takuya Kuzu's face turned green with rage, and he rolled up his sleeves ready to throw hands. Who are you calling unwashed and unbred? Seeing this, Tiantian shrank back in fright, immediately hiding behind Koga Shinjo. He actually wants to resort to violence. So useless and barbaric. Koga Shinjo's brows were tightly knitted, unsure of what to do. Jibo stood up arrogantly. Wanna fight? Tiantian made faces from behind. You poor bums better stop wasting your energy. Jibo is a Taekwondo black belt. The three of you combined wouldn't be enough for him to warm up. Toru Funayama was fuming as well, itching to give that girl a slap. Seeing conflict about to erupt, I once again blocked them. What did I tell you earlier? Be low profile and easygoing. Don't resort to fists at every disagreement. As my words fell, I turned to look at Jibo with a playful curve of my lips. You call this rustic food? If I eat to my heart's content, can you afford to foot the bill? Jibo snorted with utter disdain. No matter how much you eat, I can afford it. Hearing that, I burst out laughing on the spot. Then what about the meals for all my brothers here? Jibo squinted down at us, his eyes filled with contempt. Look at your pathetic, poverty-stricken looks. Your eyes lit up the moment you saw a free meal. Do you guys even deserve to sit at the same table as Shinge? I leaned in close to Takuya Kuzu's ear and whispered a few words. He immediately understood and stood up, shouting at the top of his lungs across the entire cafeteria. Listen up, everyone! Today, anyone who acknowledges young Master Xiao here is their brother. All your expenses in the cafeteria will be paid for by young Master Ji. Our argument had already drawn attention, and this single roar made the place explode with noise. The cafeteria went dead silent for 3 full seconds, with hundreds of pairs of eyes staring straight at us. A daring fellow tentatively asked, Is that for real? As long as you acknowledge young Master Xiao as your brother, today's meals are completely free. Takuya Kuzu shouted back, Today, everyone's tab here is charged to young Master Ji's account. As soon as those words fell, the entire cafeteria erupted into thunderous cheers. Young Master Ji is awesome! Brother Xiao is mighty. Brother Xiao, long time no see. You look even more handsome today. The students who finished shouting immediately rushed toward the food stalls, laughing and grabbing the most expensive dishes. Takuya Kuzu looked at the dumbfounded Jibo and flashed a mischievous smile. Young Master Ji, care to settle the bill for us folks eating rustic food over here? Jibo was so angry his teeth were grinding together. I only said I'd treat the 3 of you. I innocently shrugged my shoulders. You only said you'd treat our brothers, you didn't specify how many brothers. Everyone here is my brother, and you're the one who volunteered to pay. Jibo finally realized he had been trapped by me, rendering him speechless with fury. I turned back to look at Takuya Kuzu. Go notify every single stall that all dishes today can be ordered freely, and bill Jibo at the end. Takuya Kuzu grinned broadly. You got it, big brother. With that, he scurried off like a wisp of smoke to relay my orders to every counter. At first, the aunties at the windows were a bit hesitant, but as soon as the cafeteria manager heard my full name, he immediately gave the green light. Once the students realized free food was real, they held nothing back, specifically picking the expensive hard dishes they usually couldn't afford. The cafeteria's food inventory was instantly wiped out, while a long queue still snaked behind. Jibo's gaze turned ice cold while the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Kid, just wait. This mess is all yours. Once these people finish eating, let's see how you clean this up. Tiantian pointed at my nose again and cursed. How can you be so shameless? Jibo kindly offered to treat you, and we are definitely not paying this garbage bill. Takuya Kuzu lost his patience with this woman entirely. Did you surf the web so hard your brain got fried? Who was the one acting like a big shot first, calling this rustic food, and saying only poor ghosts come here? Who was the one bragging that they'd pay for whatever was ordered? Now that you can't afford it, you're backing out and refusing to pay. Complaining it's expensive already? He cleared his throat and mocked in an affected influencer tone. It's always been this price, okay? Stop talking nonsense. The cafeteria aunties work hard for their money too. This crappy food has always been this price. What's expensive about it? If you can't afford it, look for the reasons within yourself. Working for so many years and barely making any money, yet you still have the nerve to come out and flex? If you're broke, go screw bolts in a factory instead of pretending to be a big shot here. These taunts maxed out the mockery meter. Tiantian's face turned beet red, but opening her mouth yielded not a single word. Jibo's eyes widened in rage, yet a cold smile suddenly surfaced on his face. So you're Kanjiro's show. Now if the 3 of you kneel and kowtow to me, I'll pay the bill. Otherwise, I'm walking out right now. You can just wait to be hounded by the cafeteria owner for debts. A bunch of poor ghosts like you couldn't pay this off, even if you worked for a lifetime, especially you. He pointed his finger straight at my nose. Slap yourself 10 times right now. He calculated inwardly that today's meal would cost no less than 100,000. Even for him, it would sting. He really didn't want to spend this money, but he had to save face first. Tiantian was so excited she nearly jumped up. We can't let you off this easily. You've got to teach them a lesson. I glanced sideways at the two clowns with a flat expression. Are you really a rich, second-generation heir? Making such a fuss over this tiny bit of money. Jibo's face instantly darkened. What did you say? Death is at your doorstep and you're still not afraid of me walking away? I crossed my arms. Then go ahead and walk. Who cares about your measly hundreds of thousands? Jibo acted as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Do you even know what hundreds of thousands means? You talk about it so casually. If you can actually foot this bill, I'll eat shit right here on the spot. My eyes instantly lit up as I turned to Takuya Kuzu. Did you record everything just now? Takuya Kuzu flashed an OK sign. Don't worry, big brother. High definition, uncensored, full process recording. I'm posting it on the campus wall the second we get back. Hearing that, Jibo almost choked on his own breath. These two damned bastards. I cleared my throat. You said this yourself. I didn't hold a knife to your neck. Don't try to back out once I actually pay. Jibo fiercely clenched his teeth. He refused to believe this poor kid could genuinely pull out hundreds of thousands to feed a bunch of random strangers. If you can actually afford it, not only will I eat shit on the spot, but I'll also kneel down and call you daddy. My brows furrowed. What kind of language is that? Everyone here is my brother, not some random strangers. Looks like your ears really don't work well. Jibo didn't believe for a second that I could cough up hundreds of thousands. In his view, this cafeteria could at most run up a bill of a few thousand. Before long, Takuya Kuzu jogged over holding a long strip of paper. Big brother. The cafeteria manager calculated it. It comes out to 176,000 yuan in total. The manager said since we're students, he specifically wiped away the odd change and rounded it to an even 170,000. Takuya Kuzu handed the bill to me, but I didn't take it. I simply lifted my chin toward Jibo over there. Isn't he the one paying? Takuya Kuzu laughed out loud, tossing the bill directly onto Jibo's face. Pay up, young master! Jibo's face turned iron blue. I only said I'd pay for the three of you. I smiled brightly at him. Just treat the whole cafeteria's consumption as what the three of us ate. Toru Funiyama chimed in expertly. Oh, and here I thought he was some real big shot. Turns out he's just a blowhard. Tiantian started running her mouth in mockery again. Jinga, look at their ugly faces. Their character is so terrible, aren't they deliberately making things difficult for people? Koga Shinjo abruptly shoved her hand away, her tone turning instantly icy. Tiantian, can't you even see what's happening? From start to finish, Jibo was the one provoking Kenjiro's show. He started by calling others poor, and he volunteered to pay, which is why everyone else got treated. Tiantian pouted in complete defiance. Xingye, why are you siding with outsiders? It's obvious that Kenjiro's show is just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I'm only doing this for your own good. Koga Shinjo looked at her in disbelief. Kenjiro's show and I are just ordinary friends. Do we not even have the right to make friends? No money means no qualifications, Tiantian shouted righteously. In this society, if you have no money, you have no status, and you deserve to be looked down upon. You're so pretty. Everything shouldn't be measured by money. Many people live with great backbone, even if they aren't wealthy. Tiantian gritted her teeth. What other people do is none of my business. I just want a good life for myself and the people around me. What kind of future can you expect following a poor ghost like this? Jibo is a rich second-generation heir who has liked you since high school and cares about you so deeply. Why on earth won't you say yes to him? Koga Shinjo responded unyieldingly. Whether I like someone or not, if I had to date someone just for money, I would despise myself. Whatever I want, I will strive to get through my own efforts. Tiantian was left speechless by the rebuttal. While they were arguing, Jibo was staring at me with a venomous and vicious gaze. A poor ghost like this still wants to act wealthy in front of the goddess? You've picked the wrong person this time. You're in big trouble today, and I am definitely not paying for you. You owe the cafeteria so much money. I'll help them hire the best lawyers. Let's see how you pay it back. You're finished. Your reputation is completely ruined. I dug into my ear with a completely indifferent expression. Why do you always assume you're the only person with money in this world? Jibo gave me a contemptuous sweep of his eyes. There are plenty of wealthy people, but that definitely doesn't include you. With your pathetic, poverty-stricken look, everything you're wearing combined couldn't even buy a single button of mine. I lowered my head to look at my outfit. The original body's family background was indeed ordinary. and the clothes were all cheap items. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama were holding back laughter nearby, eagerly waiting to watch this good show play out. Right at that moment, the cafeteria manager walked over. "Excuse me, who is going to settle this bill of 176,000? I turned to look at Jibo. "Aren't you the rich young master?" Jibo immediately jerked his head away, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Takuya Kuzu couldn't help Butiha complain. "I seriously don't know what he's pretending for. He called it rustic food just a moment ago, yet he can't even afford this little bit of money." Jibo snapped on the spot, glaring furiously at Takuya Kuzu. "My money. I'll spend it if I want, and I won't if I don't. You guys just wait, I want to see how you manage to scrape together money from your families." Too lazy to waste words with him, I said, "Give me your payment code." I scanned the manager's collection code and directly transferred 180,000, rounding it up for good luck and leaving the extra for next time. Looking at the transfer notification on his phone, the manager smiled from ear to ear. "All right, young Master Xiao? From now on, all your meals in the cafeteria are completely free. On behalf of all the students in the school, I thank you." The moment the manager left, Jibo and Tiantian stood frozen in place like statues, unresponsive for a long while. "Young Master Xiao." Jibo suddenly snapped out of it, his face turning as pale as paper. "You're that young Master Xiao who spent 4 million on mattresses?" I couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. The mission was already complete, and my mind was already scheming about how to go shopping tomorrow, take over my novel company, and figure out how to spend that 100 million. I turned to Koga Shinjo. "Today's meal is on me. You still owe me a meal. Let's set another date." With that, I turned and left with my 2 brothers. Koga Shinjo hurriedly blocked my path. "Kenjiro Sho, I'm really sorry today made you unhappy. Let me properly treat you to a meal tomorrow, okay?" I glanced back at Tiantian and Jibo. I hope there won't be any unrelated people around then. Tiantian shouted in frantic rage, "Having money is such a big deal, huh? Jibo's family has way more money than you. Their family owns a company." Jibo stared at me viciously with a dark face. "Even if your family has a bit of money, you're still not from my world. Stay away from Xing from now on." Koga Shinjo flared up on the spot. "What right do you have to police who I make friends with? Who I want to get close to is my freedom. You have no qualification to manage me." Jibo asked in disbelief. "Xing, are you serious?" Koga Shinjo replied coldly. "Serious or not, the 2 of us never had any relationship to begin with. You have no right to manage me, and we aren't that close." Jibo trembled with anger. "Fine. The 3 years I spent pursuing you were wasted on a dog. You'll definitely regret being so blind today. His family background can't possibly be thicker than mine." Dropping that vicious threat, Jibo turned around and stormed off. Watching his retreating figure, I knew very well that this brat wouldn't let it go easily. Tiantian's face was distorted with fury. "Koga Shinjo, you've had enough. You don't cherish the people who treat you well at all. How did Jibo treat you all through high school?" Not a single trace of hesitation crossed Koga Shinjo, his face as her voice turned frosty. "Tiantian, some things I don't want to spell out too clearly. Why are you covering for Jibo so much? You know best how many favors you took from him over the past 3 years. You sold all my updates to Jibo, and whenever any guys showed up around me, you both teamed up to chase them away. Do you dare say you had nothing to do with that?" Tiantian's face turned instantly pale. "I didn't," Koga Shinjo sneered. "Back in high school, Jibo got another girl pregnant, paid off some hush money, and walked away without caring. Don't tell me you didn't know about that? Is that the kind of good guy you keep talking about? No matter what promises he made you, if you ever dare try to fix us up again." Tiantian's lips trembled, unable to squeeze out a single word. She knew better than anyone that her good days over the past 3 years relied entirely on Jibo's money. Once she fell out with Koga Shinjo, she'd lose her utility value. Ignoring her, Koga Shinjo turned her gaze back to me, her voice instantly softening. "It's getting late. If you're still not full, I can treat you to a bite outside the school gate." Yet a system warning suddenly exploded in the depths of my mind. Host shoulders the mission of becoming the universe's ultimate tall, rich, and handsome master, and must maintain top-tier composure at all times. Emotions will only slow your pace forward. Do not fall for feelings easily. Act like a true Sigma male and reject the campus belle's date right now. Inwardly, I cursed the system for having zero boundaries. Externally, I could only squeeze out a bitter smile. I still have to go back and study tonight, so I'll pass. I called out to Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funiyama to head back to the dorm. Watching my back, Koga Shinjo stamped her feet in frustration. I took the initiative to invite him, and he actually dares to reject me? Study! Study! Is the book really better looking than me, Kyuji? She stomped her leather shoes and left in a huff. Kyuji sighed helplessly. What kind of temper flare-up is this supposed to be? Tian shamelessly hurried along to follow her. The moment they stepped out of the cafeteria, the system prompt began spamming. Congratulations to the host for completing the face slap mission. Reward: 100% shares of Wanyanju. Congratulations to the host for rejecting the Campus Bells date. Reward: 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Host charm value skyrockets once again. I stood frozen on the spot. Followed immediately by wild joy. Thank goodness I rejected her just now. That's a Rolls-Royce. No matter how cool a Lamborghini is, it can only carry 1 babe. A Rolls-Royce can carry 3. Supercars are just toys. True status is symbolized by a Rolls-Royce. Inwardly I shouted, between a woman and a Rolls-Royce, only a fool chooses the woman. With a Rolls-Royce, do you even need to worry about women? Detected that the host almost agreed just then, this system has issued an emergency reminder, the system added. You didn't say earlier that it was a Rolls-Royce. I almost messed up big time. This system only takes charge of reminders, never spoilers. I was quite speechless. You keep boosting my charm value yet forbid me from getting a girlfriend. I never stopped you from finding women, just from casually falling in love. After all that, this system wasn't entirely proper either. Takuya Kuzu stared at me with eyes full of worship. The campus belle actively invited you out and you still turned her down? You really are immune to female charms. Toru Funiyama nodded vigorously as well. I used to think boss wanted us to keep a low profile because he was afraid we'd steal your spotlight, but you really are low profile. Takuya Kuzu looped his arm around and stepped close. It's only 7, going back to sleep is way too early. How about I take you to a bathhouse to get a foot massage? I thought about it. Sitting in a car all day was indeed tiring, and I wanted to head back early to rest. Then let's go back and play video games. My eyes lit up instantly. Except I don't have a computer. Takuya Kuzu slapped his chest. Boss, just wait! I'll go out and buy you one right now! I shook my hand. I'll buy it myself. I dismissed the two of them back to the dormitory, while I went downstairs, started the Lamborghini, and headed straight for the Galaxy Electronics Mall in downtown. After parking the car, I strolled around the mall for a bit and picked up the latest folding screen phone at the Huawei store. Then I walked into a computer shop. A store clerk glanced at my casual wear, directly ignored me, and turned to serve other customers. I stood there quietly, waiting until that clerk finished up. Another younger, gentler female clerk walked over. Good evening, sir. Are you looking to buy a computer? Looking at the display models in the counter, I casually stated, Do you sell computer desktop parts here? I want to build a desktop rig myself. I scanned the counter displays again. Do you guys sell computer tower components here? I want to assemble a desktop. Max out the configuration, the latest i9 processor, an RTX 4090 Strix graphics card, pair it with a Genesis chassis, and add a large screen LG monitor. Liu Wenjing froze upon hearing this. She suspiciously sized me up from top to bottom, noticing my ordinary clothes with 0 luxury brand labels. No matter how she looked at it, I didn't seem like someone capable of rattling off that kind of build specification. This entire setup would easily run close to 70,000. It wasn't something college students typically spent on. She hesitated for a moment, squeezing out a smile. Sir, the specifications you mentioned are top-tier configurations, and we don't currently have stock in the store. If you really want them, I can only contact the technician to source them from headquarters. Or you can take a look at this new Asus model. You look like a nearby college student. This 6,000 yuan laptop should be more than enough for daily use. Inwardly, I sighed silently. My pursuit was expensiveness. With the mission to spend 10 million in 3 days hanging over my head, a few tens of thousands was mere pocket change. Seeing me frown, Liu Wenjing assumed she had guessed right. If you feel this price is also a bit high, we also have second-hand units with better cost-effectiveness. Just have your technician come over. Build it according to the exact specs I just gave. If you can get it done tonight, I'll throw in an extra 10,000 yuan in labor fees. Liu Wenjing didn't process it for a moment, stammering as she asked, Sir, are you really sure? Once this computer is built, it can't be returned. I nodded in confirmation. An intern clearly couldn't make the call, so she had to bite the bullet and find senior clerk Shi Zhenxiang. Shi Zhenxiang was all smiles serving a female customer. Interrupted, her face instantly dropped, assuming the newbie was trying to steal her sale. Liu, hold on, let me finish up here first. That customer wants a technician to build a top-tier PC, the kind with an RTX 4090 Strix. Upon hearing that, Shi Zhenxiang wore a look of utter disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at me and mentally slapping the label "Poor Student Fronting as a Big Shot" on my forehead. She gave the female customer a perfunctory smile, turned around and coldly scolded Liu Wenjing. Take a look at his ragged appearance. Does he look like someone who can afford a 70,000 to 80,000 yuan computer? Make him put down a 50% deposit first before I call the technician. A genuine wealthy client would never hesitate to wear decent clothes. Liu Wenjing looked thoroughly aggrieved as she walked back to me. I'm really sorry, we need you to pay a deposit first in case you change your mind after it's built. I nodded directly. Bring the payment code here, no deposit needed. How much is the total? I'll pay it all up front, plus the 10,000 labor fee. Liu Wenjing's heart started pounding furiously. This was her first major sale. Meanwhile, Shi Zhenxiang sneered on the side, eagerly waiting to watch me fail payment and slink away in embarrassment. The next second, ding! 80,000 yuan successfully credited. Liu Wenjing's eyes popped wide open in sheer disbelief. The commission alone on this sale would be close to 10,000 yuan. She was so happy she nearly passed out on the spot. The sneer on Shi Zhenxiang's face instantly solidified, the entire person freezing. This script wasn't playing out right. She had talked herself hoarse, trying to push a few thousand yuan computer with great effort, while the newbie casually sold a Genesis top-tier build in one go. Liu Wenjing's little face flushed red with excitement. Sir, please take a seat. I'll pour you a glass of water, and I'll have the technician rush the build right away. Hearing about a 10,000 yuan rush fee, the technician who had just laid down sprang up like a spring from the bed, muttered beep beep, and arrived in 10 minutes, driving all the way with the pedal to the metal, sparks flying and lightning striking. Sure enough, in under 10 minutes, a sweating technician rode his e-bike crashing into the store. The moment he walked through the door, he extended his hand toward whoever looked most like the boss. Boss, thanks for the trust. I guarantee to build it for you to absolute perfection. Liu Wenjing awkwardly whispered a reminder. That's our part-time cleaning auntie. The real big boss is over there. The old saying that money makes ghosts push millstones proved true. The technician was fueled by chicken blood, his hands moving so fast they blurred into afterimages until a cool, glowing panoramic gaming rig was born. The computer was fully assembled. The cable management and aesthetics alone clearly screamed high value. You tag along with the customer to his place later and help him set up and test the cables. I'll toss you an extra 1,000 yuan for your trouble. I casually purchased a few thousand yuan worth of peripherals and walked toward the parking lot with Liu Wenjing carrying the gear. When she saw that Lamborghini, her entire being petrified. A bitter smile crept onto her face. So that's how it is. He's a genuine top-tier tycoon. No wonder he drops tens of thousands without blinking an eye. I popped the front trunk to stow the monitor and peripherals. Liu Wenjing stood awkwardly to the side, hands trembling with nowhere to put them. It was her first time getting this close to a supercar. I pulled open the scissor door on the passenger side for her, and she carefully climbed inside, her little face flushed red and too nervous to string a proper sentence together. After parking near the school, we carried the computer toward the dorms. The moment we reached the entrance, the dorm auntie intercepted us. This is the boys' dormitory. No women allowed. Auntie. She's an employee from the computer shop helping me install a PC. She'll leave right after setting it up. The auntie gave Liu Wenjing a skeptical once-over before reluctantly letting us pass, muttering complaints under her breath. Panting heavily after climbing to the 6th floor, my mind started calculating. This won't do. I need to donate 1 million to the school later. Why not install a few elevators for the dorm building first? I had already completely adapted to the mindset of a wealthy person. Stepping foot into the dorm, Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama were intensely huddled over their desks playing video games. The 4th roommate was still nowhere to be seen. What kind of PC did you buy? Isn't this a Genesis? Their eyes popped wide open, and seeing Liu Wenjing walk in behind me, they were completely dumbfounded. Takuya Kuzu sidled over with a sleazy expression. Big brother. Toru Funayama looked on with envy. I need to go buy one myself. I looked at them with utter disdain. What kind of garbage is floating around in both your brains? She's a tech support person doing an on-site service. Takuya Kuzu wiggled his eyebrows and winked. I get it. Standard procedure before the vehicle handover requires some deep, in-depth communication with the car owner inside the vehicle. Old San and I are staying out tonight. There are new extra large ones in the cabinet. Don't forget to use them. I was on the verge of losing my mind. Can you stop emphasizing extra large? She's just here to install a computer. She'll leave right after. Can your minds be a little more wholesome? Toru Funayama still foolishly pursued the question. Then what about after the computer is installed? After it's installed, she goes home. Toru Funayama looked thoroughly perplexed. She's delivered right to your doorstep, and you're letting the cooked duck fly away? Facing these two comedic gems, I was genuinely and completely speechless. Liu Wenjing stood awkwardly to the side, so nervous she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet. This was her first time entering a boys' dorm, and she kept her head down the entire way. I told her I'll send you back later. It's getting so late your family must be worried. Only then did Liu Wenjing remember her phone. Pulling it out hurriedly to take a look, it had already automatically shut down. Does anyone have a charger? I need to let my family know I'm safe. Glancing at her phone model, Toru Funayama casually handed over his charger. Just plug it into that wall outlet over there. As soon as the phone screen lit up, a call came blazing through in a frantic rush. Liu Wenjing quickly answered, I'm outside busy with work. A harsh, screeching scolding immediately blared from the other end of the line. Dead girl? Still not coming home this late? What kind of wild running around are you doing outside again? Uncle Wang's son has been waiting for you for ages. Mom, I don't want to date right now. Can you stop always trying to set me up? Why won't you understand your mother's good intentions? Uncle Wang's family owns a factory making hundreds of thousands a month. That boy might be a little slow, but Liu Wenjing's emotions finally boiled over. He's not just a little slow. Do you even know how to be a mother? What nonsense are you spouting? As long as there's money, that's all that matters. If you've got the ability, go find someone with more money than their family, and I'll stop meddling in your life immediately. Just then, some male students walked past talking outside the door, causing the phone line to instantly blow a fuse. Why is there a man's voice near you? Still hanging around with men this late? How did I give birth to such a shameless daughter like you? Where are you right now? Your dad and I are coming over right now to beat you to death. I'm installing a computer for a client. I'm working. How much money can installing computers make? A woman's destined to get married sooner or later. What's wrong with taking advantage of your youth to find a rich man and live like a tai-tai? Her mother's tone grew increasingly vicious. Let me tell you the truth. I've already accepted a 1 million yuan bride price from the Wang family. You are getting married whether you like it or not. Liu Wenjing's face instantly turned as pale as chalk. Your dad needs money for medical treatment, your younger brother needs money for school, and what about marrying a wife? Which of those doesn't cost money? If you marry over, our whole family survives. Can't you just act like a dutiful daughter to your parents? Liu Wenjing closed her eyes, trembling all over. I know. I'll go back as soon as I finish up. She forced back her tears, squeezing out a smile that looked uglier than crying. Sorry. Made you guys watch a joke. Toru Funayama bluntly chimed in. Why don't you go back and do a paternity test? I wished I could slap him across the face. Get lost to the side! If you don't know how to talk, stop spouting nonsense. Toru Funayama still felt aggrieved. What kind of birth mother makes her daughter marry a brain-damaged guy? Takuya Kuzu pulled him away with a look of utter disgust. The household registry is right there, their mother and daughter by law. Good luck trying to run away from that. Hearing this gave me a massive headache. Things were already hard enough for her, and he was still dragging in paternity tests. Don't you have an ounce of empathy? I looked toward Liu Wenjing and spoke softly. There might still be a turning point. I'll have these two handle the computer. Yet Liu Wenjing shook her head, insisting on getting the computer installed first. Even at a time like this, she didn't forget her basic job duties. Such professional dedication was truly admirable. Looking at her put-on composure, I thought about selling her to a brain-damaged guy in exchange for $1 million. Sorry, not while I'm here today. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama were singing in harmony, and I was genuinely worried they would trigger Liu Wenjing's emotional pain. If something went down in a boys' dorm, those clickbait media headlines would practically fly off the charts. I already had a visual in my head. Female college student stays overnight in men's dorm and leaps to her death. The hidden truth no one heard. Fortunately, Liu Wenjing's gaze merely dimmed without her jumping to any warped conclusions. She quietly finished setting up the computer and the OS, even running diagnostics one by one to ensure all functions were running smoothly. With a crisp click of the power button, the ROG Republic of Gamers emblem abruptly flared to life. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funiyama's eyeballs were practically popping out of their sockets. Damn! Boss, this is way too top tier. An RTX 4090 Strix paired with an i9 Genesis? The screen refresh rate is downright invincible. Boss, can you lend it to me to play some Flash games? I rolled my eyes and gave him a kick. You want to play Minesweeper on a 100,000 yuan computer? Toru Funiyama chimed in with deadpan seriousness. At the very least, it's gotta be Plants vs. Zombies. I was practically laughed into a good mood by these two clowns. All right. If you like it that much, I'll build each of you one later. Just stop fighting me for it. Hearing that, the two of them were so excited they nearly dropped to their knees. Big brother, you are truly my own blood brother. From now on, through fire and water, we won't say another word. My forehead instantly sprouted a row of black lines, putting on such a show in front of an outsider. Ignoring the two of them, I turned to Liu Wenjing. Tomorrow, arrange for 2 identical sets to be delivered. I'll transfer the money right now, 160,000. Liu Wenjing froze on the spot. 3 computers at urgent pricing came out to 170,000, meaning her commission alone was over 20,000. But thinking of how her own mother had sold her off to a fool for 1,000,000 yuan, her heart tasted like a mix of all 5 flavors. The difference in people's fates really could be this drastic. Her lips trembled slightly. I'll coordinate with a technician tomorrow. The business is done, and it's not very safe for a young woman to walk alone at night. Liu Wenjing paused for a moment, then gently nodded. Just then, a rowdy gambling session echoed from inside. Boss is definitely not coming back tonight. Do we even need to gamble on that? I bet he's not coming back either. My footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and I slapped my forehead in annoyance. I forgot to bring Danyu's keys. Liu Wenjing started to offer to walk back with me, but I shook my hand. No need. Casually fishing out a phantom key, I gave it a shake. The system had already parked the car nearby. That custom deep blue Phantom stood out with striking prominence in the parking lot. Get in. I pressed the unlock button and slid into the driver's seat. The comfort brought by top-tier genuine leather and ultimate sound insulation was something that Lamborghini could never provide. Liu Wenjing gingerly climbed into the passenger seat. Kenjiro Sho, roughly how much money does this cost? A thought crossed my mind and I asked the system. The system immediately replied, this vehicle is a globally unique custom piece. The landing price is 11 million. I casually tossed back a reply. Not expensive, around 10 million or so. Liu Wenjing's body gave a violent jolt, nearly losing her balance in the seat. I paid no mind to her reaction. What's your home address? After she named the residential complex deep under the Longchuan Bridge, I started the engine, and the car body smoothly glided out into the night. This Phantom was like a silent land-cruising boat without a single bump. The interior was dead quiet, save for Liu Wenjing staring blankly out the window with eyes full of sorrow. I broke the silence first. Your name is Liu Wenjing, right? She asked in surprise. How did you know? I glanced at the delivery receipt. After another few seconds of dead silence, she suddenly mustered up the courage to ask in a whisper, Is your family exceptionally wealthy? I nodded to acknowledge it. So just how much money do you have? I thought about it seriously and found it indescribable. I've never counted. Basically an endless amount that can never be spent. Lifting her head, her eye rims were already reddened. Do guys from wealthy families like you all enjoy finding mistresses outside? I was momentarily stunned. Did she just say I could take her as my mistress? My hand slipped on the steering wheel, nearly causing me to lose control. Liu Wenjing seemed to have completely thrown caution to the wind, tears swirling in her eyes. I know our social statuses don't match, and you're bound to have a business marriage in the future. I only asked that you pretend to be my boyfriend and go home with me once. I'd rather die than marry that fool. I can give myself to you right now, I'm still a virgin. Her voice was trembling, but her gaze was resolute beyond measure. At that very moment, the system prompt exploded in my mind. Option 1. Accept Liu Wenjing's request. Reward. 1 pack of cheese spicy strips. Option 2. Heartlessly reject Liu Wenjing's request. Reward: 1 standalone riverside view villa in downtown. The answer flashed in my mind instantly. Villas are worth at least tens of millions. No matter how good spicy strips smell, they can't beat a villa. Yet outwardly I projected righteousness. This has nothing to do with rewards. I simply can't stand seeing someone bully a young woman like this. A spark of light instantly ignited in the depths of Liu Wenjing's eyes. I immediately spun the steering wheel around, heading straight for the city's most expensive Chosei hotel to book a top-floor presidential suite. The moment she stepped into the room, her body stiffened with tension as she simply sat on the edge of the bed with her head bowed. I gently stayed her shoulders to make her look straight at me. Her eyelashes kept fluttering and trembling. I was quite nervous myself, seeing as this was my first time. The next second, she was gently laid back by me as warm, golden lighting poured down over us. The next morning, I woke up refreshed and found Liu Wenjing still sleeping soundly beside me. I directly dialed the front desk. Have all breakfast categories sent up to the presidential suite. Awakened by the movement, Liu Wenjing looked at the table full of dazzling mountain delicacies and sea treasures, her eyes instantly turning red. I added her WeChat on the spot and directly transferred 1 million yuan. Just ask me if you need more. The one thing I don't lack is money. When has Liu Wenjing ever seen this kind of battle array in her life? Her speech started stuttering. Just as she picked up her phone, she saw over 40 missed calls from her mother. This time, her spine was stiffened, and she dialed right back without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the call connected, her mother's screaming erupted. "Dead girl, you've grown some nerve. How dare you stay out overnight? Uncle Wang has been waiting forever." The line exploded. "You little vixen. How dare you find some wild man outside? I order you to break up immediately." Uncle Wang put his foot down, at the latest until 12 o'clock noon today. If you don't show up, the bride price has to be returned, and if that money gets returned, your dad can only wait to die. Liu Wenjing took a deep breath, a hint of helplessness in her tone. "I'll be right back." Hanging up the phone, Liu Wenjing looked toward me. "Do you have time today? Can you accompany me home for a trip? Are we going to meet your parents?" Liu Wenjing nodded heavily. "My mom is urging me back to get married." "Since we're meeting the parents, we can't go empty-handed, right? Wouldn't that be a bit impolite?" Liu Wenjing responded while getting dressed. "Just buy whatever random things will do." I suddenly felt a bit troubled. What on earth should I buy? Without a strategist by my side, looks like I'll have to make a call and ask those 2 idiots later. Once both of us packed up and dressed, I brought Liu Wenjing and left the hotel. To be honest, I really had zero experience when it came to meeting parents. I suddenly blurted out, "Can you drive?" Liu Wenjing obediently nodded. "But I've barely ever driven." I handed the Rolls-Royce keys to her. "I'll make a phone call to ask around." Hearing that, Liu Wenjing shook with fright. This was a mobile luxury mansion worth over 10 million. If she so much as scratched or bumped it, how could she ever afford to pay? Seeing right through her hesitation, I reassured her. "It's fine, just drive however you want. If this car gets wrecked, I have more in the garage." Pulling out my phone, I dialed Takuya Kuzu, opening with, "Are you awake yet?" "Hey, you must have been out living it up and having a blast last night, right?" As soon as the call connected, Takuya Kuzu's lewd laughter rang out. I glanced sideways at Liu Wenjing, who was starting the car with extreme caution, and replied, "I went to dote on someone last night." Takuya Kuzu was left completely clueless, but the cheeks of Liu Wenjing beside me instantly turned flushed red. Right after, Toru Funiyama's voice came through on the other end. "Is that Boss? Boss? You didn't come back to the dorm last night either." "Right, he said he went to dote on someone. Sounds like a pretty awesome code word." Hearing their rambling banter, my head sprouted full lines of black nodes. These 2 comedic gems didn't have an ounce of seriousness in them. "Will you guys stop messing around for a second?" Hearing that Boss had business requiring help, Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funiyama finally turned serious for once. "What's up?" I weighed my words carefully. "I'm planning to go meet a girl's parents. What kind of gifts should I bring to look sincere?" The moment those words left my mouth, the 2 guys on the other end were dumbfounded. Boss is truly boss. Took a girl out yesterday, and now meeting her parents today. This speed is legendary. If only I had Boss's capability. Boss, I think it's way too hard to win over a girl's parents nowadays. No matter what you do, it's hard to satisfy them. But I do have a strat. Takuya Kuzu adopted a faux profound tone, acting exactly like a shady military advisor. My eyes lit up instantly, feeling like this guy might actually be useful for once. You just bring an ultrasound scan sheet, slap it down domineeringly on the table, and her parents are guaranteed to be completely submissive to you. After hearing that, I nearly cursed out loud in anger. What kind of good idea could this kid come up with? If I actually did that, her parents would probably skin me alive. Toru Funayama immediately chimed in from the side. No way, Takuya Kuzu. Can you be reliable for once? What kind of move is that? At the very least, you've got to dye your hair yellow, wear a pair of pea-shooter slip-on shoes, and pluck your eyebrows into thin little lines. I was on the verge of losing my mind. How did I end up gathering this pair of morons around me? I'm telling you to, cut it out! If you come up with one more dumb idea, I'm returning that computer. Hearing that their computer might get revoked, the two panicked instantly. Don't do that, big brother. We were wrong. I'll give you a proper strategy right now. How about you do this? Get yourself an administrative-style windbreaker jacket and drive a Volkswagen Magetan. The moment your mother-in-law sees you, she'll practically want to marry you alongside her daughter. I thought to myself that this idea didn't sound half bad. With that kind of packaging, I'd really look like some government official. After all, nowadays, even people with money fear people with authority. But a second thought made me realize it was a bad idea. This trick was way too easy to expose. I wasn't actually in the bureaucratic system and knew nothing about it. If they asked a few random questions, my cover would be blown. Seeing his spotlight stolen, Toru Funayama eagerly offered a suggestion of his own. Boss, I think families are usually run by the men nowadays. You've got to find a way to win over her dad. How about this? Take your future old man-in-law to a bathhouse. I guarantee you'll have him wrapped around your finger. I've even got a bathhouse membership card you can take along to save quite a bit of money. By the time he finished, I was grinding my teeth in rage. Her dad was already hospitalized and practically dying, and you want me to take him to a bathhouse? Do you want to finish him off on the spot? Then how about you take her mom to a bar instead? Hire a few male host models. I was completely out of options with this comedic duo. Toru Funayama, shut your trap right now or I'm throwing you out when I get back. If Takuya Kuzu has nothing, I'll figure it out myself. Takuya Kuzu muttered for a moment before speaking up. I've got one final scheme. I had already given up on expecting anything from him, but after hearing out his idea, my eyes lit up instantly. We'll do it this way. Arrange it for me right now. Liu Wenjing's home was located deep inside an urban village. The alleyways there were a complex maze where cars couldn't drive in at all, forcing us to find an open patch of land outside the alley entrance to park. It had to be a Rolls-Royce, never worrying about parking spots because absolutely nobody dared to park next to my car. Liu Wenjing really was a beginner driver, driving at a snail's pace all the way with a top speed under 30, driving the cars behind her crazy as they wanted to overtake but dared not. A long trail of cars followed behind, voicing their grievances, terrified of scratching it by accident. As we neared the destination, Liu Wenjing hurried to get out and let me drive. She simply couldn't handle parallel parking. I neatly parked the car, stepped out, and told Liu Wenjing, I'll go buy some gifts for your parents and come find you in a moment. Liu Wenjing looked rather frightened, seemingly terrified of going back alone. I gently patted the back of her hand. I'm right here. All right, I'll go home and wait for you first. I was still waiting for her at home when Mom burst in and slapped her across the face. You dead girl, why are you coming back so late? How long have you kept Xiaoyi waiting at home? A young man nearby was foolishly staring at Liu Wenjing with a dopey grin. Hee hee. The man stood around 180 centimeters tall, but his bodily proportions were extremely uncoordinated. His shoulders were uneven in height, his eyes blank and devoid of spirit, completely lacking any vitality. The corners of his mouth remained perpetually slack, with saliva trailing down his chin. Wife. Wang Ye waddled over like a toddler learning to walk, trying to pounce on Liu Wenjing. Yet Liu Wenjing dodged away with a look of pure disgust. Seeing her dodge, the smile on Wang Ye's face vanished instantly before he broke out into loud wails. I want mommy! Someone is bullying me! Furious, Liu Wenjing's mother flew into a rage. You dead girl? What are you dodging for? With that, she picked up a broom nearby, looking ready to strike, only for her action to be interrupted by someone else. "What on earth are you doing?" A woman dressed in a black and red diamond-studded silk top walked out. It turned out to be Wang Ye's mother, Fang Manning, stepping forward. Fang Manning pulled Liu Wenjing's hand and said with a sincere expression, "Auntie knows this treats you unfairly, but our Wang family only has him. We don't want our lineage to die out." Liu Wenjing spoke with blunt directness. "I really do not want to marry Wang Ye. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Listen to Auntie's conditions first. As long as you agree, we won't ask for the 1 million bride price we gave your mother back. On top of that, we'll give you 20,000 in personal betrothal gifts, buy you the latest model Audi A6, and put a piece of real estate under your sole name. How does that sound?" Liu Wenjing didn't continue the conversation, keeping her lips sealed while glancing repeatedly toward the doorway, truly hoping for someone's arrival. Seeing that Liu Wenjing remained completely unyielding, Mei Liangxin went so far as to summon her son Liu Neng for the sake of profits, intending to forcibly shove her onto the wedding car. Liu Wenjing's face turned instantly panicked. If she got dragged off to the Wang family, she figured she'd never make it out. Hearing that getting rid of his older sister meant trading for a car, Liu Neng's eyes lit up without an ounce of sibling affection. He gripped Liu Wenjing's wrist with dead-eyed force, terrified that this cooked duck might fly away. Just then, Wang Chen drove his Land Rover straight into the alleyway. Liu Wenjing felt absolute despair, as if she were looking at a tragic future where she'd be imprisoned just to bear children. Right at that moment, a violent crash echoed from the alley entrance. A Land Rover Range Rover had heavily smashed right into a Wuling Hongguang. Full of swagger and bluster, the thick-faced Wang Chun stepped out, shouting vulgarities. When he saw the young man stepping out of the Wuling Hongguang, the previously panicked Liu Wenjing suddenly broke into a smile. "Kenjiro Sho." I scoffed mockingly. "Can you even drive? Even tying a dog up would drive better than you." Facing my mockery, the already furious Wang Chun instantly lost control of his temper, immediately ordering his thugs to teach me a lesson. Seeing a physical fight about to break out, Fang Qingning hurriedly jumped in to block them. "Today's a happy occasion, kid. I won't chase you for compensation." That look in her eyes felt like she was tossing charity to a beggar. I let out a cold laugh. "I haven't even asked you to pay for damages yet. 4 million yuan, short a single cent, and I'm calling the police." The entire scene fell into dead silence. Fang Qingning stared at me like I was a lunatic. "This piece of crap car can cost 4 million? You must really have a death wish." Losing his last shred of patience, Wang Chun barked furiously, "Do it!" Little Tiger grinned hideously and lunged forward. "Careful, Kenjiro Sho!" Liu Wenjing panicked and tried to rush forward. Yet Mei Liangxin spun around and slapped her daughter across the face with a look of extreme disgust. Bringing home trash like this, just to humiliate us. Before Little Tiger could even touch the corner of my clothes, his entire body was sent flying off the ground, crashing hard against the wall, and coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, I was the only one who knew what had happened. The System Combat Technique trial card had taken effect. Every single inch of my muscles was responding, as if they had been tempered through 1,000 trials. Looking at Little Tiger's miserable state, I didn't pause for even a second. Taking advantage of the trial card's countdown, I stepped right up to this so-called tough guy and unleashed a flurry of physical output, kick after kick, specifically targeting his most painful spots. Little Tiger was beaten into a huddled ball on the ground, begging for mercy repeatedly. "You thought I was going to cut weeds and eliminate the roots entirely?" I suddenly stopped my attack, whipped out my phone, and said, "Give me your number." Little Tiger trembled in terror. "Big brother, what do you want my number for? Are you still not going to let me go after this?" "Too much chatter," I countered with a backhand slap, directly snatched his cracked phone and added him as a friend. The next second, a transfer notification popped up. I spoke from a towering, condescending height. "This is your medical fee. Once you accept it, this matter is settled." Following that, my gaze locked firmly onto Wang Chun and his wife. He accepted the money, which means he's forgiven me. You guys act as my witnesses. Little Tiger almost coughed up another mouthful of blood. What kind of shameless rascal move was this? Scared by my gaze, Wang Chun backed up repeatedly, while Fang Qingning immediately put on a flattering, seductive smile. It was our fault. I'll compensate you with 10,000 yuan for car repairs. 10,000? Do you think my losses are only worth 10,000? Bracing his courage, Wang Chun retorted, that's just to beat up Wuling Hongguang. Who said anything about compensating the car? I sneered, violently yanking open the trunk of the Wuling Hongguang. In an instant, a rich, intoxicating aroma of liquor exploded outward. Cases upon cases of mutai inside the entire trunk were smashed to pieces, with the liquor flowing in a steady stream across the vehicle bed. Fang Qingning and Wang Chun were dumbfounded on the spot, hauling a whole car full of mutai in a Wuling Hongguang. Was this guy's brain broken? Yet I put on a look of deep regret. It was supposed to be a welcome gift for my girlfriend's parents. I figured I'd just casually bring some mutai so they could drink it like everyday beverage and use the leftovers to soak their feet. Now it's completely ruined. 4 million yuan, here's the bill. A crumpled piece of scrap paper was spread open, and the transaction amount cleanly read over 4.4 million yuan. Wang Chun and his wife were completely dazed. When other people meet their partner's parents, they bring 2 bottles. You brought a whole van and drink it like a beverage? Even if the Wang family scraped together all their current liquid funds right now, it wouldn't even be enough. Giving them zero breathing room, I shoved the payment QR code directly into their faces. Wang Chun was so anxious he was practically on the verge of tears. Once this sum of money was paid out, their family would face bankruptcy. Just as Fang Qingning fell into despair, her gaze suddenly locked dead onto Liu Wenjing, standing off to the side. Fang Qingning suddenly recalled that just now, when Little Tiger made his move, Liu Wenjing had cried out in anxious worry. Could it be? Lowering her voice, she probed cautiously. Dare I ask which prominent family's daughter has captured your affections to this degree? Yet I looked straight at Liu Wenjing, my tone calm yet ringing with conviction. It's her. She's my girlfriend. Liu Wenjing's eye rims reddened instantly, hot tears rolling down. She had been bullied since she was little, yet this man younger than her was now openly declaring her identity to the world. The surrounding crowd broke into an uproar. Since when did Liu Wenjing pull such a handsome boyfriend? Fang Qingning was even more intensely embarrassed. It turned out Liu Wenjing wasn't running off with her because she had latched onto a high branch. Little did she know, this was merely a transaction. Mei Liangxin, however, was pleasantly surprised and overjoyed. Xiaojing! Even Liu Nang was so startled that he loosened his grip on his older sister's arm. Li Wenjing's heart fluttered instantly, and she hurried to hide right behind my back. Mei Liangxin scolded, "Why are you dodging me, your own birth mother?" But Liu Wenjing had grown thoroughly disillusioned with her and completely turned a deaf ear, clinging tightly behind my back as if it were her only safe haven. I gently patted the back of her hand. "I've got you." Right at that moment, Wang Ye suddenly went crazy, screaming, "My wife!" Disregarding everything, he charged straight at me like a wild boar. Fang Manning didn't even have time to be startled before Wang Yi was sent flying with a single kick from me. He collapsed onto the ground like a pile of mud, still crying and making a fuss from his mouth. Seeing her son injured, Fang Manning rushed over to check his wounds, then roared furiously, "You call yourself Kenjiro Sho, right? I'll make you pay with your life," she harshly urged Wang Chun. "Call them." Hearing this, Wang Chun immediately pulled out his phone to make the call. I knew full well that I only had 10 minutes left. Once reinforcements arrived, I would plunge into a dead end. Deciding to strike first, I lunged forward violently, unleashing a lightning-fast 5 consecutive strike combination of left hooks and right whips. Wang Chun saw a flash of black before a massive pain hit his chest, and he dropped flat to the ground, unable to get up. I clamped onto his neck. "Give me your phone, I'm sending you your medical fee." To think there could be such a rascal in this world. After beating someone up, he forcibly handed over money to block the road to calling the police. It completely subverted common cognition. Seeing her husband knocked flat as well, Fang Qingning snapped back to reality and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Little brother Kenjiro Sho, I'll agree to whatever you want." Yet I was a petty person who loved to nitpick, refusing to let go once I had the moral high ground. "Once by mun, niwari, wiwa shesha." Wait, keeping English translation flow consistent smiley face. "Compensate me 4 million, or I'm calling the police right now." Fang Qingning still tried to counter. "You dare call the police? You beat people up, you'll get arrested too." I let out a snort of laughter. When are you guys not the ones throwing the first punch? Besides, I already paid the medical fees. Panting heavily on the ground near my feet, Wang Chun wheezed, "We don't have 4 million. Just call the police." 4 million was literally enough to cost him his life. Yet I didn't care about the 4 million either. How can I make my girlfriend's family satisfied? Feng Qingning comprehended instantly. Having spent years navigating the corporate world, she was well versed in reading expressions and grasping subtle cues. "Little brother, since you're Liu Wenjing's boyfriend, then how about this? Our Wang family originally wanted to marry her into our household, but now, this opportunity," she piled on further incentives. "As for the Liu family side, I'll directly convert that 1 million bride price into a formal cash gift, contributing to your wedding fund in advance. How does that sound?" Watching this scene from the sidelines, Mei Liangxin's little abacus clicked and clacked away in her mind. Since the Wang family wasn't planning to take back the bride price, and furthermore, this Kenjiro Sho character in front of her looked even wealthier, she immediately put on an act of deep righteousness, striking a pretentious tone as she tested me. "This match was originally set for the Wang family. Since you suddenly barged in, you've got to show some sincerity to prove you'll treat our Xiaojing well." What a textbook-loving mother caring for her daughter. I watched this play with cold eyes. Turning back to look at Liu Wenjing, the disappointment in her eyes couldn't be hidden anymore. This fan of Mutai was originally a welcome gift, but unfortunately, it got smashed up. Since the Wang family isn't returning that million-yuan bride price, then this money will count as my cash gift to you. Mei Liangxin's appetite stretched far beyond that. "That million was given by the Wang family. What have you given? That van of broken Mutai didn't even reach my hands." This barefaced, naked greed made me shake my head involuntarily. Liu Wenjing must have had terrible luck for 8 lifetimes to be born to her. By contrast, while Feng Qingning also protected her interests, at least she didn't treat her daughter like a priced commodity, with a barcode, like Mei Liangxin did. I tossed the difficult problem right back to Feng Qingning. "My girlfriend's family isn't satisfied. How do you propose we settle this bill?" Feng Qingning's gaze hardened as she went head-to-head with Mei Liangxin. "You took 1 million from us and still aren't satisfied, wanting even more. Return that 1 million, and we'll compensate this little brother 4 million ourselves." The moment Mei Liangxin heard she had to return the bride price, her face instantly turned black. "That money was given to me by my son-in-law. With this 4 million Mutai bill plus that million-yuan bride price, I'm ending up at a loss." Fang Manning felt sick to her stomach. This woman had taken shamelessness to the absolute peak. "Then you return that 1 million to us, and we'll give this little brother 4 million. You can go ask him for it yourself." There was no way Mei Liangxin was going to spit out the meat already in her mouth, so she just kept acting like a rascal. Too lazy to bicker any further, Feng Qingning laid her cards on the table. "Our Wang family assets only amount to this much. 1 million went to the bride price, and the rest is barely enough to cover payroll. I won't collect your cash gift. Consider it given to the elders on your behalf. As for the rest, I genuinely don't have it." Shifting her tone, she added, "We can compensate you through another method." I raised my gaze, thinking this woman was truly no simple character, and coldly spat out 2 words. "Oh, our family business is distributing medical devices, and our factory also manufactures medical equipment. How about this? We'll give you a 5% equity share, bringing in 1 million yuan in dividends every single year. How does that sound?" A chime rang out in my head. The system prompt sounded, "Please make a choice. Accept the other party's compensation. System rewards a special cancer-curing drug. Reject the other party's request. System rewards a shopping plaza currently under construction." At this moment, regardless of how valuable a shopping plaza might be, even if it were worth over 1 billion in the face of a life-saving drug, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Without a single trace of hesitation, I chose the special cancer-curing drug. "I accept your terms. Send me the equity transfer contract within the next couple of days." Hearing this, Feng Qingning let out a long breath of relief. Equity was the kind of thing where it could be worth money, or worthless, depending on how you look at it. But someone like Kenjiro Sho, who could effortlessly buy a whole van of Mutai just to soak his feet, definitely wasn't short on cash at home. Giving him equity was equivalent to pulling Kenjiro Sho into her business circle. If business went south in the future, he'd be obligated to lend a hand. Naturally, I saw right through that as well. which only made me feel that Fang Qingning was extraordinary for playing the game of business acumen so smoothly. Little did she know, this seemingly casual investment by Fang Qingning would quietly alter the course of her entire life, causing the Wang family and Kenjiro Sho to join hands and forge the world's most powerful medical empire. Once the farce came to an end here, Liao Wenjing finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had basically secured her liberation, and it was entirely thanks to Kenjiro Sho's blessing. Seeing that her primary backer had run off, and only Kenjiro Sho was left as a prospect, Mei Liangxin immediately swapped faces. Kenjiro Sho, was it? Listen to that name, how nice. Your parents are truly cultured. Come over to the house to cook. Wait, have you eaten lunch yet? What do you want to eat? Auntie will go buy groceries. Mei Liangxin's face broke into a full-bloom smile. My objective had already been achieved. As long as the Wang family's brain-damaged son didn't get to marry Liu Wenjing, that was enough. I had zero intention of turning a fake act into reality and playing house with this family here. That 4 million yuan Mutai stunt was primarily to complete the task. The system's requirement to spend 10 million within 3 days was already fulfilled. The system reward of 50 million had also landed in my account. No need, Auntie. I still have to take a business trip to Japan this afternoon. I'll find another chance to visit you next time. With that, I grabbed Liu Wenjing and turned to leave. Liu Wenjing's hand, held within mine, involuntarily tightened its grip by a fraction. Being able to stay by Kenjiro Sho's side, even if it was just as a mistress, she was content. Naturally, I had no idea what Liu Wenjing was thinking at that moment, but the system prompt rang out in my mind. The mission, Hero Saves the Beauty, has been completed. Mission reward, charm level increased to max, has been distributed. In the blink of an eye, when Wenjing looked back at my face, her heart nearly leaped right out of her chest. How could there be such a handsome man under the heavens? My facial features had grown even more defined, and that aura of charm was pulling at Liu Wenjing's gaze every single second. Locking eyes with me left her completely defenseless. What are you planning to do this afternoon? Shall I drop you off, or are you going back to being a sales representative? The fog over Liu Wenjing's heart had cleared away. Her face wasn't bitter anymore, replaced instead by a hint of craftiness. I'm not planning to do sales anymore. I'm not selling to you. I plan to use this money to open a flower shop. I really love flowers. I think flowers are the things in the world that best express affection. I want to live in a sea of flowers and attract my beloved's attention. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. To think you've got quite a romantic streak in you. I was no child. Words like that couldn't shake me at all. Romance would only slow down the speed at which I spent money. However, that million yuan couldn't be spent in vain, because the system had just rewarded me with another pack of Super Dragon Tiger Durex. Why don't you delay opening your flower shop by a day? Consider today a day off for yourself. Still daydreaming about a future life of happiness, Liu Wenjing completely missed the hidden meaning behind my words. All right then, I'll relax too. Where are you saying we should go play this afternoon? Liu Wenjing's face flushed a visible, radiant red in an instant. Didn't you just this morning? The morning's rent has been paid to you, but you still need to reimburse me for the bill for those 4 million yuan of motai. At the top floor suite of the Chosei Hotel, another round of intense combat ensued. By the time I returned to campus, it was already afternoon. Stepping back into the dorm, I happened to see the technician from yesterday wrestling with setting up the 2 new computers. Seeing their boss return, Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu eagerly stepped up to greet me. Boss, you're back. You're really something else. Only coming back now. How was it? How's the combat record? Wanting nothing more than to rest up, I walked straight into the dorm and collapsed onto the mattress I bought for 1 million yuan. Let me tell you, it really was comfortable. Felt just like lying on a cloud. Right at that moment, the 4th roommate of the dorm finally arrived. The second he caught sight of me, he dropped straight to his knees right in front of me. This humble one has drifted through the world for half a lifetime, only regretting that I never met a true lord. If your lordship does not disdain me, this servant is willing to take you as my godfather. I looked at the new roommate with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. He had long hair, wasn't very tall, and spoke with a slight northeast accent. I looked over at Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama, expecting them to explain. Despicable! The 2 of them puffed out their chests with righteous indignation, loudly scolding the new roommate. Don't mind him. He got jealous after seeing the mattress and computers and wanted to swear brotherhood with you too, but we turned him down. Who would have thought he'd be shameless enough to walk up and adopt you as dad, right off the bat? Don't listen to his nonsense. I think he's a spy. Last night I heard him on his mattress listening to the sound of Japanese women, and I even noticed his hands kept moving constantly. He was clearly sending secret telegrams. That's right. I can vouch for it, he's no good guy. I even heard him listening to some Macau casino opening sounds at night. The new roommate wanted to defend himself, but this kind of thing was impossible to clear up. I'm being wronged. Even though my name is Umegawa Kuzi, I'm a Chinese citizen. If you don't believe me, look at my ID. With that, Umegawa Kuzi hurriedly whipped out his ID card. Who would have thought that pulling this out only made Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama even more convinced of his traitorous spy identity. Aha! See, didn't I say it? He's a dirty spy. You better watch out. Don't drink any chicken soup he brews for you. If he poisons you to death, we won't have a boss anymore. The assembly technician stood off to the side watching the show with a cheerful, beaming expression. However, upon learning that simply swearing brotherhood with Kinjiro Sho could net you an 80,000 yuan Genesis rig, he almost felt tempted to drop his dignity and recognize Kinjiro Sho as his older brother too. But that was just a fleeting thought. His dignity as a grown man was still intact. Seeing people outside gathering to watch the commotion, I definitely didn't want to make a fool of myself in public. So I reached out to pull Umegawa Kuzi up, but Umegawa Kuzi refused to get up from his kneeling position. If Godfather will not accept me, then allow this son to show Godfather my sincerity. Bye. Hey technician, build me another set, exactly identical to those. Hearing that, the technician felt a wave of absolute foolishness regarding his earlier thoughts. He's buying it just like that? Upon hearing those words, Umegawa Kuzi burst into a flood of theatrical tears. Godfather, I would shatter my skull and spill my blood for you. If you tell me to beat a dog, I won't chase a chicken. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama both felt utterly disgraced by such a person. To go and nudie adopt someone as dad. Just like that. I am truly ashamed for you. Umegawa Kuzi remained stubbornly on his knees. Godfather, the night winds are biting cold, and I didn't bring a mattress. I was completely speechless. It was early September right now, and the weather was hot enough to nearly kill you. Y City hit highs of 37 degrees at noon, and even at night it stayed around 28 or 29 degrees, and you're calling the night winds biting cold? You just wanted to say you wanted a mattress too. And beating around the bush like this to sell your pity is genuinely speechless. Alright, Toru Funayama, give that supplier a call and order one more mattress. This time tell them to keep a low profile, don't make such a massive, sensational fuss. Hearing that, Umegawa Kuzi's eyes instantly welled up, with hot tears that streamed down in a flash. Because too many things had happened over the past couple of days, I was somewhat overtired. After joking around with the three roommates back in the dorm for a bit, I collapsed onto the bed to scroll through my phone. Rooftop graffiti incident. School emblem changed to a Shiba Inu face. One of the hottest things on the campus forum right now was Jibo's video. He had previously blustered that if I could treat all the students in the cafeteria to food, he'd eat shit. And now he was being hunted down by schoolmates forcing him to deliver. The comment section under Jibo's social media accounts was entirely filled with recommendations for which public restrooms tasted the best. Plenty of people were mocking him for overestimating his own capabilities, trying to pick a fight with a rich young master, and ultimately kicking an iron plate. I had only been scrolling through the campus forum for a little while when my phone started blowing up with continuous message notifications. Private messages from all sorts of upperclassmen and junior girls. Does junior like this? Just bought it today. Oh tilde. Fishnet stockings with color gradients, picture bombs of various boyfriend killer fashion styles. But right now I was in sage mode. Looking at these photos left me completely unmoved, all of them mere pink skeletons. Still, I categorized them one by one. I'd have to review them once sage mode wore off. Let you guys show off for now. Wait until your buddy completes a few more tasks and gets a few more Super Dragon Tigers, then you'll all be crying. The system only banned me from finding a girlfriend. It didn't say I couldn't find other women. There was no help for it. The system was forcing me to become a scumbag. This totally wasn't out of my own conscious intent. Right now, I was sitting on a massive fortune of 50 million, alongside the arduous task of spending it all within a week. Life was truly filled with such bitter vexations and the copper stink of money. The four of us stepped out of the dorm, and our vision was instantly filled with wave after wave of fair, slender, long legs. Takuya Kuzu let out a sharp, piercing whistle. Umegawa Kuzi was even more unrestrained with his mouth. Tsuk tsuk tsuk. Jiangnan has produced beauties since ancient times. Toru Funayama, however, wore a look of utter disdain. They're all relying on makeup. Their bare faces are unwatchable. Umegawa Kuzi immediately chased the question. Then second brother, which one do you think looks good? Clearing his throat, Toru Funayama said, I think those few on the forum are pretty good. Kyoka Funayama, Ye Ruoro, plus those famous campus belles from sophomore and junior year, their bare faces can totally hold up. Umegawa Kuzi was practically drooling as he listened. These were all goddess-tier figures. If you had one of them as your girlfriend, what would you do? Of course I'd do her, listening to this group of clowns pontificate on their goddess theories. I simply put on a face mask and sunglasses, feeling my IQ suffer an insult. Strutting with swaggering, unyielding paces, the four of us found a spot to sit down at an open-air food stall near the campus. With a single phone call, Umegawa Kuzi summoned his local girlfriend over. Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama sleazily crowded over to eavesdrop, and when they heard there was more than one girl on the other end of the line, both of their eyes lit up. I looked at these two with utter speechlessness. Could these guys possibly get any sleazier? I started pondering how I, such an upright model youth of 3 goods, managed to hang out with a group of such sleazy people. It really was true that near red one is stained red, near black one is stained black. If I went bad in the future, I'd have to blame the people around me. The moment we finished ordering 10 bottles of Rio Strong, a taxi slowly pulled up right in front of the stall. Umegawa Kuzi waved his hand excitedly as 4 bombshell beauties with exploding figures and top-tier facial looks stepped right out of the car. Takuya Kuzu lit a cigarette on the spot, wearing a look of tragic grief. God damn it. Toru Funayama had already locked on to his target. Boss, that sweet girl in the middle is mine. I'm a lolicon. I followed Toru Funayama's gaze toward the girl he was talking about. Sure enough, this girl genuinely was a sweetie. Wearing a pink short-sleeve top paired with a white silken skirt combo on the bottom that exposed absolute territory of her thighs was enough to leave someone's imagination running wild. But before I even had the chance to comment, Takuya Kuzu suddenly wrapped his arm around Umegawa Kuzi's neck. Shao, give your girlfriend to me. Umegawa Kuzi was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Takuya Kuzu argued logically, since you call my big boss your godfather, doesn't that make me your third uncle? He even threw out the twisted logic that brothers are like limbs, women are like clothing. I really wanted to walk away right then and there. These guys were simply ruining my lifelong reputation. Umegawa Kuzi's girlfriend, Yuki Yanagi, walked over with her best friend. She glanced at the dirty, messy environment and furrowed her brow tightly. Right after that, right in front of everyone, and in a voice loud enough for half the street to hear, she spoke coldly. Umegawa Kuzi, I'm here to tell you this. Let's break up. A loser like you isn't worthy of being with me. Disregarding the gazes of the people around her entirely, Yuki Yanagi purposely wanted to make Umegawa Kuzi look bad by shouting it out loud. Toru Funayama, who had originally wanted to step forward and say hello, instantly swallowed back the words that were about to leave his mouth. My brows furrowed as well. Couples can break up, but there's no need to humiliate each other like this, right? But who would have thought that Umegawa Kuzi's expression was completely calm? He brushed off his shoulder, picked up a skewer of mutton from the table, and started eating. Then break up if that's what you want. You didn't need to run all the way over just to tell me. Yuki Yanagi wore a look of intense resentment. Today, I went through the trouble of bringing my friends all this way. Before Umegawa Kuzi could even reply, the barbecue stall owner wasn't having it. He picked up his cleaning brush and cursed. What kind of act are you putting on? Can't you see this is a barbecue joint? Looking like a deformed potato? Yuki Yanagi wore a gloomy expression, and her roommate wasn't happy either. How do you do business? When a couple is arguing, why are you sticking your nose in? Believe it or not, I'll have my boyfriend come smash your shop to pieces. Song Manny stepped forward and cursed right at the barbecue owner. I'd like to see what kind of big shot your boyfriend is. If you've got the guts, go ahead and smash it for me to see. The owner had a fiery temper too, if his wife hadn't held him back. The two of them would have started throwing punches right there. But what Yuki Yanagi didn't know was that Umagawa Kuzi, who currently looked so calm, wasn't calm at all inside. It was just that for the past 3 months, he had spent all his money on taking her to hourly motels. He had pushed himself to the limit, 4 or 5 times a day. Today, he had to make Yamamoto Umegawa look bad. Wait, he had to make her look bad. She crossed her arms with an arrogant expression. For a loser like you to date me is like your ancestral graves smoking with fortune. Yamamoto shrugged indifferently. Right. Hurry up and leave once you're done talking. Don't delay me eating barbecue with my brothers. Yuki Yanagi was furious and exasperated, turning around to humiliate us. What kind of people could a loser's friends possibly be looking like? But the words stuck in her throat when she laid eyes on me. She had originally wanted to say we looked like monsters, but Takuya Kuzu and Toru Funayama were both unreadable. When her gaze landed on me, my looks were so striking that even if she wanted to find a flaw to tear down, she couldn't find a single entry point. Just a single glance from this man made her feel a sense of unworthiness. He was simply too handsome. She actually felt a sense of inferiority regarding appearance, carrying a deep feeling that she wasn't good enough for him. Anyway, poor losers like you guys only deserve to eat street food. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon to go eat French cuisine. You poor losers can just sit here roasting by the fire in this hot weather. However, as anyone who understands girls' dormitories knows, relationships aren't solid iron. Just as Yuki Yanagi and Sangmani were each busy bickering, another best friend she brought along, Kosei Kuzu, made a startling move. Right in front of everyone, she walked straight up to me and spoke in a sweet voice. "Handsome, can you give me your contact info?" Seiya Kuzu was extremely attractive, easily the highest rated among the 4 in my eyes. Dressed in a white dress, her facial features gave off an approachable vibe, carrying the familiar feeling of a first love. Kosei Kuzu! Yuki Yanagi's face turned alternating shades of green and white. Seiya Kuzu sighed very indifferently. You two sort out your own issues and don't drag others into it. I'm getting to know this handsome guy. Handsome, why don't we find a place to grab a drink and chat about life and ideals? I looked at this interesting girl and directly pulled up my QR code. Seiya Kuzu glanced at my phone, her pupils instantly shrinking. A high-end Huawei business phone. People who use these things were definitely wealthy. Right after that, her gaze landed on Toru Funayama's neck. These guys were clearly not poor losers, but she deliberately didn't expose it. Spoiling the ending too early wouldn't be fun. I casually handed over a small plastic stool. Just sit right here and have a drink. Seiya Kuzu didn't mind at all, sitting down gracefully beside me. Bottoms up! Seeing her act so carefree, I picked up my beer bottle as well. This scene made Yuki Yanagi so angry she was ready to explode. Lin Lily, the least attractive among the girls, stepped out and pointed an accusing finger. "You're slapping Shishi right in the face." Seiya Kuzu blinked her eyes, her presence radiating in full force. "Who I hang out with, is it any of your business?" Yuki Yanagi completely snapped, issuing a final ultimatum. "You come over right now, or we're cutting ties." Seiya Kuzu put on an innocent, terrified look on her pure face. "Brother Kenjiro Sho Tilda, I'm scared. If she kicks me out of the dorm, I might have nowhere to go. Can you take me in?" Taking the opportunity, Seiya Kuzu leaned against my body, her cool, smooth little hand stealthily slipping into my top for a quick grope. Holy cow. Kosei Kuzu's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. It looked like she had struck gold. Kosei Kuzu's slender, delicate body was now already hugging my arm tightly. "Brother Kenjiro Shotilde, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend?" Right at that moment, the system prompt rang in my head. Detected that Seiya Kuzu is not the most beautiful woman in the world, so she is not qualified to be the host's girlfriend. Therefore, the host is not permitted to accept the other party's request. If you accept, you will face the punishment of constipation. However, the host may take her as a mistress. Succeeding will earn you 100 million RMB. I sighed inwardly, always forcing me to play the scoundrel. I just want to be a profound man. I patted the plump curve of the slender body beside me. Brother doesn't have a girlfriend, but brother's standards are very high. You'll have to pass some tests before you can be brother's girlfriend. Seiya Kuzu giggled. Only the party and the people are qualified to test me. Yet what both of them were thinking was tacitly understood between them. With their personal business concluded, the two of them shifted into spectator mode to watch the show. Yuki Yanagi no longer paid attention to Kosei Kuzu. Her hatred was now entirely focused on Yamamoto. Yamamoto, go to hell. Remember, it was this lady who dumped you. But Umegawa Kuzi remained completely thick-skinned. Yes. Big sister, please hurry up and leave. Yuki Yanagi was utterly dumbfounded. Shouldn't he be holding onto her leg, crying and begging to reconcile? Then she could kick him away again and drive off into the sunset in her new boyfriend's Porsche. Why was he acting like a clown instead? Just as she was fuming with frustration, two blinding sets of headlights pierced the night sky in the distance. A Porsche 718 and a BMW i8 were slowly pulling up right in front of the barbecue stall. The two cars parked by the entrance of the barbecue joint, and two young men stepped out, looking around at the surrounding environment with expressions of utter disgust. Both young men were dressed in extremely trendy and flashy attire, designer shorts paired with diamond-inlaid vests. Whether they wore makeup or not, their faces looked dead pale, and they even wore ear studs. The other guy was even more abstract, sporting a lip ring and high-street designer pants. The two of them swaggered over with a gait even more arrogant than Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu's. Earlier, their nostrils pointed straight at the sky, practically writing, "I am superior to you," across their faces. Yuki Yanagi immediately rushed forward. "Honey!" One of the men, named Hiroshi, furrowed his brow, glanced at Seiya Kuzu, who was clinging to me, and said impatiently, "Hurry up and let's go." Songmani ran over to Hiroshi looking aggrieved, holding back tears as she threw herself into his arms. "Someone bullied me. This barbecue restaurant owner kept yelling at me." Hiroshi frowned, glanced at the owner and barked, "Get over here and apologize." The owner already had a fiery temper, and having just been reined in by his wife, seeing Hiroshi's arrogant attitude made him blow his top instantly. "Apologize your ass," he shouted as he grabbed a chair from the shop and got ready to throw hands. Right at that moment, several men in black suits rushed in from the entrance, stepping directly between the barbecue owner and Hiroshi. Seeing the other side had numbers on their side, the barbecue owner paused his movements, eyeing them vigilantly. The owner's wife hurried forward to offer apologies and smooth things over, with her boyfriend backing her up. Songmani refused to let the matter rest. Turning right around, she slapped the owner's wife across the face. "This slap is to teach you that some people are not people you can afford to cross." The owner's eyes instantly turned blood red, roaring as he lunged forward, only to be tightly grabbed by his wife, who forced a smile through her tears. "You vented your anger, please hurry up and leave." Songmani grew even more aggressive. "My boyfriend is an internet influencer with millions of followers. Believe it or not, I'll cancel your business online." The place where the owner's wife had been slapped already bore a red handprint, yet for the sake of her shop and her family, she continued to swallow her humiliation and smile ingratiatingly at Songmani, who was much younger than her. "I'm so sorry. Look at my big mouth." Yuki Yanagi redirected all her lingering anger from Umegawa Kuzi onto the owner's wife. "What kind of garbage food are you selling? Only poor losers eat this." The owner's wife was left speechless and awkward. The owner's knuckles cracked as he squeezed his fists, his eyes bulging as if they might bleed. Songmani even wanted to give the owner's wife a few more slaps. Right at that moment, a prompt sounded in my head. Temporary mission, daily good deed. Help the barbecue stall owner vent his anger. Failure carries no penalty. Reward, an Audi A8 torch. My eyes flickered. Even without this system mission, I had already planned to step in. "Brothers, shall we all charge together?" Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu could no longer hold back. "Boss, you say the word and I'll throw punches." The three of them were just about to move when Umegawa Kuzi stopped them. Umegawa Kuzi maintained his usual slacker demeanor, picked up a mutton skewer, and stood up. "Godfather, you sit back. Until these people fall, I'll bring you their heads." As he spoke, Umegawa Kuzi threw his hands back and struck a pose he thought was exceptionally cool, looking like he was heading off to a battlefield. I couldn't help but notice he had just finished a box of fruit juice. Now they're even putting juice in cartons? Look at how drunk he's acting. Seeing the owner's wife about to be struck again, Umegawa Kuzi abruptly grabbed Songmani's wrist. "You really like slapping people, huh?" Before his words could fade, he delivered a backhanded slap that landed heavily across Songmani's face. The strike carried massive force, instantly sending Songmani crashing to the ground, her ears ringing intensely. Seeing this, Yuki Yanagi exploded, pointing right at Umagawa Kuzi's nose and screeching, "You bastard, how dare you hit Shaoni? Kneel down right now and slap yourself 100 times, or we are through." Who would have thought Yamamoto would just cast a cold glance at her and spit out 2 words? Moron. Songmani's boyfriend Hiroshi turned completely dark in the face. He stared fiercely at Umagawa Kuzi. "You even dare to hit my girlfriend? Go get him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." The barbecue owner couldn't hold back any longer. "Young man," but right at that moment, just as the 4 bodyguards in black suits rushed forward, the fight ended in a split second. Umagawa Kuzi assumed a textbook Tai Chi opening stance and brought down all of those men within a few punches. To put it simply, the owner hadn't even rushed over yet, and the fight was already over. Umagawa Kuzi's Tai Chi movements, strikes with fists, feet, and knee collisions, all landed precisely on their joints. Before the owner even had time to act, all 4 burly bodyguards were already sprawled out on the ground. Realizing the other guy was a trained martial artist, Hiroshi's arrogant expression instantly flickered with panic. But he was an internet influencer, right? He refused to believe anyone would dare touch him. Didn't they know how terrifying cyberbullying was? The commotion had drawn a large crowd of onlookers. Since Hiroshi worked in the internet sphere, he naturally knew how to incite a crowd. Twirling his gaze, he pointed at Umagawa Kuzi and wailed to the onlookers. "He harassed my girlfriend and tried to force her to drink with him. When she refused, he hit her. What an absolute beast." Umagawa Kuzi sneered. This talent for turning black into white was truly top tier. Hearing her boyfriend say that, Songmani immediately sat down on the ground and buried her face in her hands, weeping loudly. "In broad daylight, they actually tried to force me to drink. When I wouldn't, they slapped me." Several onlookers started condemning Umagawa Kuzi right away. These bystanders never cared about the core truth of the matter. They just followed whatever trend was loud. Seeing so many people backing him up, Hiroshi's expression morphed right back into his arrogant look. "Kid, we're getting you thrown in the local police station in a minute." Toru Funayama suddenly chimed in from the side. "Oh, Tilde. Thanks for the rocket, Top G. Send another sports car, and I'll have my nephew run another set of Wing Chun for you." Hiroshi's gaze shifted toward Toru Funayama's direction. He saw Toru Funayama holding up his phone and recording the scene. Hearing Toru Funayama mention Top G, could it be that he was live streaming? Hiroshi's face drained of color instantly. If he was live streaming, his carefully curated persona on the internet was going to collapse completely. Don't let them throw you off your rhythm. Even if he's live streaming, how many people could possibly be watching? You're not new to the internet world. Guoje stepped forward and patted Hiroshi's shoulder, signaling him not to lose his nerve. Hiroshi thought about it and figured he was right. These days, without a professional operating team, how could any live stream have viewers? Unless the other party had deep pockets and paid the platform a massive promotion fee. But how could these poor losers possibly pull out that kind of cash? They were probably just messing around to try and scare him off. Hiroshi put on a stern, threatening expression. "Bluffing, are you? When the police arrive, I'll tell them this was organized gang activity. A whole group of you harassing my girlfriend, and none of you are getting away." Takuya Kuzu stood up and pointed at the barbecue restaurant's security camera. "Look at what that is. Do you really take the cops for fools?" Upon hearing that, Hiroshi burst out laughing. "Boss lady, how about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan to fake your testimony. When the police get here, just tell them these guys tried to harass my girlfriend, and as for the security footage, you can just destroy it." Hiroshi was confident because money ruled the world and 100,000 was a genuinely large sum. The owner's wife was still hesitating, but the barbecue owner lashed out furiously. "You're full of crap. Wanting me to delete the footage is wishful thinking. I'm not going to stand by and watch you frame innocent people." The owner spoke in a booming voice. The murmurs condemning Umagawa Kuzi started dying down as the crowd began whispering amongst themselves. Guoje stepped forward with a gloomy expression. "I advise you two to think carefully before making a decision. We have millions of followers on Douyin. Believe it or not, we can post a single video tomorrow to blacklist your shop, and you won't get a single customer tomorrow." The owner wanted to step up and argue, but his wife pulled him back. The owner's wife cast an apologetic look in our direction, but still bit her lip and said, "We don't want your 100,000 yuan. I will delete the security footage, but we will not give false testimony. Guo Jie's lips curled upward as he cast a provocative look my way. Who would have thought that I was sitting there eating skewers and drinking beer with the campus belle Kosei Kuzu, completely calm and collected, not taking them seriously at all? Guo Jie was instantly enraged. His real target was actually the campus belle Seiya Kuzuaniwei, and today he had to use this opportunity to ruin Kinjiro's show. So what if he was handsome? His uncle was the deputy chief of the local police station. Even without the owner and his wife faking testimony, with his connections he could easily frame them and get these guys locked up in detention for a few days. These guys looked like university freshmen. If they got detained for a few days, the university would definitely expel them. The top G really is generous. Umegawa Kuzi, the top G says you can beat that guy in front of you up, and he'll cover all the consequences. Right as Guo Jie turned around, a fist slammed directly into his face. In an instant, snot and blood sprayed everywhere, and he stumbled back several heavy, uncoordinated steps. This guy was truly lawless, actually daring to hit someone in public. Yuki Yanagi's voice instantly locked the onlookers' gazes back onto Umegawa Kuzi. Yuki Yanagi looked at Umegawa Kuzi with utter disgust and mockery. Just wait to be finished. My boyfriend's uncle is the deputy chief of the nearby police station. Since you hit him, just wait to go inside. Guo Jie clutched his bleeding nose, glaring viciously at Umegawa Kuzi. You dared to hit me? You're done for. Guo Jie was bordering on hysterical. Growing up, he had always been the one hitting others. Nobody had ever even dared to retaliate, let alone actually hit him. Yuki Yanagi hurried over to support Guo Jie's shoulder, wearing a sycophantic expression. Honey Tilde, are you okay? Guo Jie completely ignored Yuki Yanagi, panting heavily as he glared at Umegawa Kuzi and Toru Funayama, who was still recording. You've really gone too far. And you let this bastard hit me, and you're still standing there filming? All you're doing right now is recording the evidence of your own assault. You're digging your own graves. Right at that moment, the crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance of the barbecue stall parted to clear a path. 3 police officers rushed over, shouting, "Nobody move!" Guo Jie saw it was an old acquaintance and took the initiative to welcome him. I called the police. This police officer was a direct subordinate of his uncle and had a very tight relationship with Guo Jie. The two of them could be said to smell like the same batch of trash. Although he was just an ordinary policeman, he knew how to play the game. And while his surface title was only a team leader, his say and influence within the police station were still quite heavy. Guo Jie and this officer Guo Heng were sworn brothers. The moment Guo Heng saw Guo Jie, he understood what the situation was. On the surface, of course, he had to pretend not to know him. You called the police saying someone committed public assault and harassed your friend's girlfriend, right? Guo Jie put on a look of righteous indignation and directly pointed at our group, accusing us. They harassed my girlfriend, tried to force her to drink, and beat her up when she refused. They even injured my bodyguards. Guo Heng sank his face and cast a glance at Umegawa Kuzi. Is it this guy? It's this punk. Yuki Yanagi was the first to jump out and make the accusation. She genuinely wished she could get Umegawa locked away for good. Guo Heng instructed 2 officers to take out handcuffs and prepare for an arrest. You better behave and submit obediently. The charges against you are already very severe. Looks like you aren't getting out anytime soon, Guo Heng sneered. Guo Jie shifted his gaze toward me and Toru Funayama. And them too. They're all together. That fat guy holding the phone earlier was the one who ordered this guy to attack us. Look, the injuries on my face are proof. Backed up by the police officer, Hiroshi walked up to Umegawa Kuzi triumphantly. Kid, 9 lives wouldn't be enough for you to die with. Yet Umegawa Kuzi's expression didn't change at all, his aura turning even colder, and the corners of his mouth even curved into an unfathomable smile. Next, Guo Heng led Guo Jie straight over to our table. Aside from Takuya Kuzu, who looked a bit nervous, the rest of us were still calmly eating barbecue skewers and drinking beer, completely ignoring him. Especially that fat guy, who was still making faces while recording with his phone. Guo Heng instantly flared up. This was practically a blatant challenge to his authority. Guo Heng roared in a deep voice. All of you, stand up right now. I slowly spoke up. May I ask what business you have with us? Guo Heng smiled with contempt. I told you to stand up and cooperate with the investigation. Are your ears plugged? Kosei Kuzu, however, let out a light laugh, showing zero fear. What qualifications do you have to investigate us? Being questioned to his face, Guo Heng instantly flew into a rage. You guys committed physical assault. Am I supposed to just sit back and do nothing? Did you see it with your own eyes? We had an eyewitness report. Guo Heng responded stiffly. Come back to the station with us for an investigation. If you're innocent, we'll naturally let you go. Trying to detain people with just a single sentence. Is that really how the law is written? Guo Heng completely lost his patience and smiled contemptuously, dropping a sentence that would completely blow up the live stream. The live chat in Toru Funayama's broadcast room was already scrolling by at lightning speed. 666, this is the People's Police. Y City Public Security Bureau, are you watching? This is so-called justice. The number of viewers in the live stream had already broken the 100,000 mark, and all of this was thanks to the 500,000 in promotion fees I had dropped. This situation had completely escalated, yet Guo Heng and Guo Jie were completely oblivious to it. Guo Ji was still happily bragging, to tell you the truth, my uncle is the deputy chief. Now we say we're arresting you, and we're arresting you. He turned around and stared fixedly at Seiya Kuzu with a greasy, malicious gaze. Kosei Kuzu, come drink with me tonight, or I'll arrest you right along with them as an accomplice. Who would have thought Seiya Kuzu would laugh so hard she doubled over? Then you can arrest me and take me back too. I've been wanting to see what an interrogation room looks like. She wasn't scared in the slightest because she knew clearly that if she got arrested today, the political scene in Y City would suffer a massive earthquake tomorrow. Besides, she figured she might not even end up in a cell because the live stream was already running, and officials would be forced to ban the broadcast room before long. Sure enough, just as Toru Funayama's viewer count broke 120,000, the screen suddenly went pitch black. The live stream had been banned. However, many viewers had already screenshotted the most exciting parts of the replay and uploaded them to short video platforms. Even if the authorities wanted to suppress it, it was impossible to completely squash this incident in a short time. Meanwhile, at the solemn and dignified Y City government building, a brand new sedan pierced the silence of the night and sped in. The security guard at the gate clearly recognized the license plate, and his face instantly filled with terror. Without a second hesitation, he immediately pressed the gate opening button. The sedan raced like lightning into the parking lot in front of the government building, coming to a steady stop after a sharp screech of brakes. Immediately after, the driver's door pushed open with a bang, and a tall, straight-backed man quickly stepped out. He then walked straight to the rear passenger door and carefully opened it. The next second, a dignified-looking middle-aged man over 50 years old emerged from the back seat. He immediately issued 3 consecutive commands in a tone that allowed for no questioning. All officials below the department head level must arrive within 30 minutes. Go prepare a conference room. The man who had opened his car door and bowed respectfully was actually a powerful deputy department level cadre in Guangling. Meanwhile, Guo Heng was already preparing to make a move on me. He threatened with an arrogant air. The law says you'll only be locked up for 24 hours. But if I dig up some actual crimes during my investigation, Toru Funayama and I remained completely unfazed, not even showing a hint of worry on our faces. This made Guo Heng feel as though his authority was being challenged. Guo Heng wore a dark expression and barked an order at the officer who had already cuffed Umegawa Kuzi. The officer glanced at our group. There's only one left. Right at that moment, Guo Jie murmured a low whisper into Guo Heng's ear. Guo Heng's gaze instantly locked onto me. Cuff this guy too. I think he's the ringleader of this bunch. I pointed at myself with an expression of utter bewilderment. Hold on, why are you arresting me? Cut the crap. Comply obediently and you'll suffer less. The officer slowly stepped forward, holding handcuffs. I stretched out my hands indifferently, my cold gaze sweeping over this pathetic group of people. You guys won't be feeling smug for much longer. Let the bullet fly for a bit. Guo Heng pointed at Toru Funayama next. You come with us too. The victim says you're the one who ordered your accomplices to commit assault. Toru Funayama was completely speechless. If they wanted to arrest him, they really had to hypocritically force a fabricated charge onto his head. Song Mani and Yuki Yanagi cheered excitedly. Officer Uncle is awesome. None of these social scum are getting away. The surrounding onlookers were instantly misled as well, joining in to curse and spit on our group. So young and already trying to forcibly seize girls. What terrible morals. They must be severely punished. These bystanders didn't bother to investigate the truth of the matter at all, letting themselves be completely misled by Guoji and his cronies. But right at that moment, taking advantage of the fact that nobody was paying attention, Guoji picked up a police baton and smashed it hard against Umagawa Kuzi's knee. Umagawa Kuzi let out a gasp of excruciating pain, instantly dropping to one knee as cold sweat poured down his forehead. This group of people was truly sickening to the absolute extreme, Hiroshi said smugly. You'd better worry about yourself first. You're barely getting out of here, yet you're still thinking about others. He ruthlessly grabbed a handful of Umagawa Kuzi's hair. This is for that slap you gave my girlfriend earlier. As for the injuries on my body, we'll settle those slowly once you get to the station. Umagawa Kuzi curved the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Before his voice faded, several of us were shoved forcefully into the police cruisers. There were many students near Y University, and the next second, videos recorded at the scene were posted on the campus forum. The headline was even more shocking. Shocking capture on the spot. Men caught harassing young women in broad daylight. The university administration, however, moved at lightning speed to clear their name, stating that the arrested individuals were outsiders and had nothing to do with the school. The comment section instantly collapsed as countless bandwagon-jumping students started cursing and greeting Kenjiro Sho's entire family. Just then, Tiantian rushed over to Kyoka Funayama holding her phone. Sheshe, I told you he wasn't a good guy. Look! Shocking capture on the spot. Men caught harassing young women in broad daylight. The video showed precisely the clip of me being pushed into the police car. Kyoka Funayama froze on the spot. How could this be? You need to cut ties with scum like that immediately. Tiantian's mouth fired off output like a machine gun. But Kyoka Funayama didn't hear a single word of it, because she knew my character inside and out. If I didn't even care for her, the school belle, there was zero chance I would go look at anyone else. Stop talking. Kyoka Funayama cut her off abruptly. There has to be some misunderstanding in the middle of this. She jumped straight down from her bed, threw on her shoes, and bolted out the door, leaving behind Tiantian, who gnashed her teeth in frustration, utterly bewildered by whatever spell I had cast over Kyoka Funayama. The real storm was only just beginning. Two internet influencers with millions of followers simultaneously posted Guoji's narrative video. Guoji wept tearfully into the camera. I can hardly imagine that in the year 2026, people are still forcibly seizing young women. My girlfriend was just refusing to drink, and she got assaulted. I am so disappointed with public security. At the end of the video, it flashed. Thanks to the man wearing ordinary clothes, the world is a better place because of you. Note, the raw Chinese text contains corrupted character spam here, but reflects the video's melodramatic, manufactured nature. Millions of keyboard warriors instantly mobilized, and overwhelming abuse flooded the entire comment section. Jakuka Kano had just finished her part-time job and returned to the dorm when her best friend eagerly handed her a phone. Look at this. Something happened right near our school. The video played Guoji's tearful complaints. Upon watching it, Jakuka Kano reacted just like the general public, saying indignantly, "People like this are truly despicable." Yet in her mind, another figure surfaced. The male god who had dropped millions on her, Kenjiro Sho. If he wanted, she would even be willing to offer herself to him. But she had nothing to offer besides her looks. How could she ever be worthy of someone as dazzling as him? She sighed in disappointment, making up her mind to save up money to treat me to a big meal to repaying him. She didn't have 1,000,000 yuan, but she could definitely manage to save up enough to treat Kenjiro Sho to a nice meal. When she looked back down at her phone, her pupils suddenly contracted. She snatched the phone away, her face full of shock. This has to be fake. But after checking the campus forum and seeing many others posting about it, she knew there had to be a hidden story behind this. How could I possibly harass other girls? Yi Ruro's trust in my character was unquestionable. Just then, she swiped across a video of Daihongyu and Yuki Yanagi slandering me. These two women were actually weeping in front of the camera about how I had allegedly harassed them. Jakuka Kano instantly flared up. Usually gentle-tempered, she jumped straight into the comment section to fire back. With a face like yours, would he even harass you? Your skin is thicker than a city wall. After venting, Jakuka Kano immediately threw on some clothes and prepared to head over to the police station herself. Meanwhile, inside the government compound's conference room, The air was oppressive to the absolute extreme. Municipal Bureau, have you watched this video? The targeted Y City Public Security Bureau chief broke out in a cold sweat below. I've seen the video. The middle-aged man let out an angry shout. Did you lack the guts to solve this or the ability? The chief's back was soaked in cold sweat. Sweeping his gaze across the room, the senior official declared, "The working class is the foundation of a country. You have betrayed the common people. This is peak tourist season, and we've lost all dignity for the entire Y province. Mayor, bureau chief, prosecutor, district head, tell me, how long will it take to give the people a satisfactory answer regarding this matter?" Everyone whose name was called responded in unison, "We'll handle this matter overnight today." But just as the meeting was about to conclude, the conference room doors were suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked straight in. He had a fierce scar across his face and wore a crisp, immaculate military uniform. Behind him, numerous soldiers in military attire stood guard at the door like sentinels, protecting this middle-aged man. When the officials present caught sight of the 2 stars and insignia on his shoulders, they all drew in a sharp breath. A major general! It was actually a heavyweight giant from the military. The newcomer swept his gaze around, his eyes landing on the primary seat. "My name is Asahi Ho, Deputy Minister of the East China Theater Command." Xu Ryu, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee sitting in the primary seat, immediately stood up. "I am Xu Ryu, Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee." Asahi Ho cut straight to the point. "It's because among the people your Y province arrested." Xu Ryu's eyebrows twitched, and his heart sank straight to the bottom. Because of the live stream, this incident had already blown up into a massive public relations nightmare, and he was just trying to figure out how to do damage control. Who would have thought the military would intervene directly? The nature of this incident had instantly changed. Xu Ryu forced his composure. "I'm not sure which person you are referring to." He had looked at the files early on. Those people were ordinary citizens with zero background. Yet the moment this Asahi Ho arrived, he claimed they had arrested someone from the military, meaning one of them had a connection with this vice minister. Using the military's name to pressure him meant he was here to settle accounts and hold people accountable. Asahi Ho looked around the room. This matter is a state secret. Officials below the ministerial level have no right to know. Xu Ryu understood instantly and barked at his subordinates. Quickly bring the victims out and properly compensate them. Granted a reprieve, the officials scrambled out in a panic. Only Xu Ryu and Asahi Ho remained in the massive conference room. Among the arrested, there is someone named Umegawa Kuzi. Xu Ryu frowned. According to the records, his father was Japanese and his mother was from northeast China. His father returned to Japan shortly after his birth. However, Asahi Ho let out a cold laugh. That's just surface information. In fact, Umegawa Kuzi is Chinese, and his father is also Chinese. His real surname is Yin. He is a member of a special military operations team, undercover in Japan to execute a mission. Now he has entrusted his son to me. Asahi Ho raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade staring straight into Xu Ryu. "A hero's son encountered this kind of treatment in your territory. Should I care or not?" Upon hearing this, Xu Ryu felt his entire world collapse. He had truly poked a colossal hornet's nest this time. If this matter were exposed online, it probably couldn't be covered up anymore. A father sacrificed his life for the country, yet his son was thrown into prison on false charges. Forget public opinion. The central leadership would likely inquire about this personally. Goheng never imagined that as a mere frontline police captain, he would trigger such a massive storm simply because of one person's actions. Cold sweat poured down Xu Ryu's face. "Then how do you propose we handle this?" Asahi Ho's voice was icy. "The 3 police officers handling the case will all be sent to a military tribunal. As for the officials below the department head level, punish whoever needs punishing and replace whoever needs replacing." Meanwhile, after being brought to the police station, I was directly locked inside a holding cell. Everyone locked up with me consisted of actual criminals. What I hadn't expected, however, was that even Yakuza got dragged in. The charge, naturally, was gang-related activity under investigation. Toru Funayama was still yelling at the top of his lungs, "I want my lawyer!" Did your brilliant plan actually work or not? Why hasn't anyone gotten us out yet? I said with total confidence, "Relax. In a little while, they'll be begging us to walk out." Sayakuzu blinked her almond-shaped eyes with a crafty expression. Ever since entering the holding cell, the criminals inside had been staring at her wide-eyed. Sayakuzu didn't care at all, because Kenjiro Sho was by her side, meaning she was afraid of nothing. This young man gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Her father was the chairman of a corporate group that paid billions in taxes annually. Who in Y City would dare touch her? As for why she hadn't exposed her identity earlier, it was because she wanted to experience a thrill, like cosplaying being arrested by the police. Besides, having a handsome brother by her side made her feel warm inside. She just treated it like a theme park trip. I suddenly piped up, "Toru Funayama, do you think excessive indulgence leads to mental and physical fatigue?" It took Toru Funayama a few seconds to process that. What kind of situation are we in? And you're still worrying about this? The fact that these people were brought in and still acting like they were at a party made Captain Guo Heng outside boil with rage. He had expected these people to behave themselves once inside, but who would have thought they were still laughing? Clear out interrogation room 1. I'm going to interrogate them personally. Guo Ji, standing beside him and harboring malicious intent after seeing Sayakuzu on the monitor, asked for another interrogation room as well. The next second, a cold shout rang out. "Suspects Kenjiro Sho and Kosei Kuzu, step out." Sayakuzu and I exchanged a glance and walked toward the door. Soon I was shoved into the interrogation room, where a blinding spotlight instantly made it impossible to keep my eyes open, sitting with one leg crossed over the other. "Name? Age?" Guo Heng suddenly changed the subject. "The victim says you harassed her and forced her to drink." I just looked at him calmly. Guo Heng sneered. "Don't think staying quiet means there's no way out. I haven't turned on the legal recording equipment. Just confess directly, and a few days in detention will wrap it all up." I remained silent as before. Guo Heng impatiently propped his feet up on the desk. Wise people submit to circumstances. With 24 hours in the police station, I don't believe you can hold out without confessing. Right at that moment, I finally spoke up, my tone filled with curiosity. "If you do this, who would dare investigate? I am a law enforcement officer. If I say you're guilty, you're guilty. Who's going to believe you?" Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, Guo sat with one leg crossed, looking down at Kosei Kuzu. "I won't beat around the bush with you. Be my woman, and I'll have them let you go." Sayakuzu slumped back against the opposite chair and said comfortably, "Don't you already have Yuki Yanagi? If I become your woman, what happens to her?" Guo didn't even hesitate. "You will always be the legitimate wife. She can at most count as a concubine." Sayakuzu chuckled softly, the corners of her lips curving up. "You really think you're hot stuff? Trying to build a harem?" Kosei Kuzu's laughter sounded extremely grating to Guoji's ears, instantly putting him in a rage. "A cheap bitch hanging around bars? Me taking a fancy to you is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful." With that, he stood up and lunged straight at Kosei Kuzu. The look of disgust on Kosei Kuzu's face wasn't hidden in the slightest. With a nimble twist of her body, she easily dodged Guoji's lunging frame. Guoji wasn't so lucky. Lunging with too much force, he wiped out completely face first into the floor. Sayakuzu planted a foot right onto his back. "Trash like you wants to sleep with me? Pure wishful thinking." Guoji struggled to get back up, but that slender, delicate foot on his back felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He couldn't even manage to crawl up. He roared furiously. Sayakuzu let out a cold snort and stomped down hard right between his legs. A shrill, miserable scream echoed throughout the entire police station. The officers outside were instantly startled and rushed in en masse. When they saw the scene before them, they were all shocked into absolute stillness. The sight before their eyes left them collectively petrified. There was Guo kneeling on the ground, clutching his groin. "Are you guys all fucking trying to get fired?" he roared hysterically, looking at the blood on his hands. Over on Guo Heng's side, just as he was about to make a move on me, an officer panicked and burst in to report the tragic state of affairs next door. Guo Heng's expression shifted drastically. Dropping the interrogation here, he hurriedly stood up and bolted outside. But when he rushed into the adjacent interrogation room, he found a sprawling pile of police officers already lying knocked out across the floor. Sayakuzu dusted off her hands, her pretty little face ice cold. "Dongjae, is it?" Catching sight of Guo Heng, she dropped a direct warning. "I advise you to let us walk out right now, or else your police station can just wait to be investigated from top to bottom." Surveying the utter wreckage on the floor, Guo Heng turned livid. You dare assault police officers right inside a police station? I could put a bullet through you right now. Right at that moment, Yuki Yanagi and her gang also rushed in. Catching sight of Guoji's miserable state, Kosei Kuzu, you bitch! She raised her hand to slap Seiyakuzu across the face, only to be backhanded onto the floor by Seiyakuzu in an instant. Get lost. Women who chase after money and power make me sick to look at. Dai Hongyu, standing nearby, stamped her feet in rage and pointed right at the bridge of Kosei Kuzu's nose, cursing up a storm. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Aren't you just selling your body to be kept by a sugar daddy? Having her character falsely smeared, Kosei Kuzu's fury instantly boiled over. Just because you're outselling yourself, you assume everyone with money must be doing the same? Can't it just be that my family actually has wealth? I genuinely wanted to blend in with you lot, but out of sheer jealousy, Seiyakuzu completely lost her patience. Brainless women with ruined values like you shouldn't step outside to embarrass yourselves. Guo Heng turned livid with rage and snapped harshly. You dare commit violence right in front of the police? You've got total contempt for the law. Yet Seiyakuzu completely ignored him, offering a cold smirk instead as she dropped a fatal question. Officer, haven't you been recording the whole thing with your phone? Guo Heng froze for a fraction of a second. Right, what on earth was that fat guy filming the whole time? My voice drifted over leisurely. Let me answer for her. Actually, he's been live streaming this the entire time, and there are over 100,000 viewers watching. A single sentence dropped like a thunderclap. I continued adding, even though you didn't turn on your official law enforcement recorder, I turned one on for you, so everyone can watch how you handle cases. Guo Heng whipped around to see that Toru Funayama and I had somehow already walked right out. He instinctively roared, "Who told you you could come out?" I just chuckled. We haven't been convicted of any crime. You only brought us in for questioning. I stepped closer to him, step by step, my voice remaining level. As an ordinary patrol officer, you don't even have the jurisdiction to handle a case like this. A chilling shout rang out. Suspects Kinjiro Sho and Kosei Kuzu, step out. Seiyakuzu and the fight exchanged a glance, stood up, and headed toward the door. I was shoved into the interrogation room, where a blinding spotlight instantly made it impossible to keep my eyes open. 18 years old. Guo Heng suddenly shifted the topic. The victim says you harassed her. I just looked at him calmly, saying not a single word. Guo Heng sneered. Don't think staying quiet means there's no way out. I haven't turned on the legal recording equipment. Just confess directly, and a few days in detention will wrap it all up. I remained silent as before. Guo Heng impatiently propped his feet up on the desk. Wise people submit to circumstances. With 24 hours in the police station, I don't believe you can hold out without confessing. I finally spoke up, my tone filled with curiosity. I'm genuinely curious. Aren't you afraid of someone investigating you lot? Hearing that, Guo Heng burst into loud, mocking laughter. Who would dare investigate? I am a law enforcement officer. If I say you're guilty, you're guilty. Who's going to believe a criminal's word? Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, Gojai sat with one leg crossed, looking supremely arrogant. Kosei Kuzu, the deputy chief is my uncle. Whether you're guilty or not is entirely up to a single word from me. I won't beat around the bush with you. Be my woman and I'll have them let you go. Seiyakuzu slumped back against the opposite chair and said with a mocking tone, Don't you already have Yuki Yanagi? If I become your woman, what happens to her? Guoji didn't even hesitate. She can be the concubine. She can at most count as a side piece. Seiyakuzu chuckled softly, the corners of her lips curving up. Ha ha ha, you really think you're hot stuff, trying to build a harem? Kosei Kuzu's laughter sounded extremely grating to Guojie's ears, instantly putting him in a rage. A cheap bitch hanging around bars? Me taking a fancy to you is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. With that, he stood up and lunged straight at Kosei Kuzu. The look of disgust on Kosei Kuzu's face wasn't hidden in the slightest. With a nimble twist of her body, she easily dodged Guojie's lunging frame. Guojie wasn't so lucky. Lunging with too much force, he wiped out completely face first into the floor. The next second, Seiyakuzu planted a foot right onto his back. Trash like you wants to sleep with me? Pure wishful thinking. Guoji struggled to get back up, but that slender, delicate foot on his back felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He couldn't even manage to crawl up. He roared furiously. "Believe it or not, I'll have people gang rape you." Seiyakuzu let out a cold snort and stomped down hard right between his legs. A shrill, miserable scream echoed throughout the entire police station. The officers outside were instantly startled and rushed in en masse. When they saw the scene before them, they were all shocked into absolute stillness. The sight before their eyes left them collectively petrified. There was Guo-jae, kneeling on the ground, clutching his groin, his entire body twisted in agony. "Hurry up and call an ambulance! Are you guys all fucking trying to get fired?" He roared hysterically, looking at the blood on his hands. Over on Guo Heng's side, just as he was about to make a move on me, an officer panicked and burst in to report the tragic state of affairs next door. Guo Heng's expression shifted drastically. Dropping the interrogation here, he hurriedly stood up and bolted outside. But when he rushed into the adjacent interrogation room, he found a sprawling pile of police officers already lying knocked out across the floor. Her pretty little face was ice cold. "Dong-jae, is it? What a fine deputy chief." Catching sight of Guo Heng, she threw down a warning. "Punk, I advise you to let us walk out right now, or else your police station can just wait to be investigated." Surveying the utter wreckage on the floor, Guo Heng turned livid. "You dare assault police officers right inside a police station? I could put a bullet through you right now." Right at that moment, Yuki Yanagi and her gang also rushed in. Catching sight of Guoji's miserable state, "Kosei Kuzu, you bitch!" She raised her hand to slap Seiyakuzu across the face, only to be backhanded flat onto the floor by Seiyakuzu in an instant. Women who chase after money and power make me sick to look at. Dai Hongyu, standing nearby, stamped her feet in rage and pointed right at the bridge of Kosei Kuzu's nose, cursing up a storm. "What are you acting all high and mighty for? Aren't you just selling your body to be kept by a sugar daddy? How dare you lecture Jixi?" Having her character falsely smeared, Kosei Kuzu's fury boiled over. "Just because you sell your body, you assume everyone with money must be doing the same? Can it just be that my family actually has wealth? I genuinely wanted to blend in with you lot, but out of sheer jealousy." Seiyakuzu completely lost her patience. "Brainless women with ruined values like you shouldn't step outside to embarrass yourselves," he snapped harshly. "You dare commit violence right in front of the police? I think you have total contempt for the law." Yet Seiyakuzu completely ignored him, offering a cold smirk instead, as she dropped a fatal question. "Officer, haven't you noticed what that fat guy has been filming with his phone the whole time? Right? What on earth was that fat guy filming?" My voice drifted over leisurely. "And there are over 100,000 viewers watching, dropping like a thunderclap," I continued, adding, "Even though you didn't turn on your official law enforcement recorder, I turned one on for you. Right now, people all across the country are watching how you handle cases." They saw that Toru Funayama and I had somehow already walked right out. He instinctively roared, "Trying to break out of jail? We haven't been convicted of any crime. You only brought us in for questioning." I stepped closer to him step by step. "As an ordinary patrol officer, you don't even have the jurisdiction to handle a case like this." Guo Heng pointed straight at our noses and slapped on a heavy label. "You are terrorists. I can order armed police to execute you on the spot right now." Before his voice even faded, a stern roar echoed from outside the door. "Stop right there!" Right at that moment, a large group of people began arriving one after another outside the police station lobby. Following that, a massive crowd poured in from the entrance while Guo Heng was still putting on airs. "What are you all doing? Is a police station just somewhere anyone can wander into?" Who would have thought Deputy Chief Guo-jae would squeeze his way out from the crowd and let out a furious roar right at him? "Shut your mouth!" Before Guo Heng could even process it, he stupidly blurted out, "Which department is the municipal bureau anyway?" Guo-jae was already soaked in cold sweat. So many big shots had actually turned up at his precinct all at once today. These were figures he wouldn't even normally get a chance to meet. "Which municipal bureau are you talking about?" "He is the chief of the Y City Public Security Bureau." It took Guo Heng a full 10 seconds just to digest that sentence. And then the soul fled from his body. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy cellar, a freezing chill creeping down his spine. With trembling lips, he forced out a sentence. "Mumu Municipal, Chief Good. Mumu Municipal, Chief Good." The bureau chief sneered with a dark expression. "You're the municipal bureau. You've got one hell of an attitude, acting so arrogant and domineering. Bullying the common people in your casework and using torture during interrogations. You really are a fine police officer for the people. Guo stood trembling nearby, not even daring to let out a fart. Another team of people in military uniforms rushed in through the door. The leading soldier with a flat-top haircut marched straight toward Umegawa Kuzi. Umegawa Kuzi looked at the newcomer and gave a bitter smile. Sure enough, when trouble hit him, they all showed up. "Are you all right?" Umegawa Kuzi shook his head. "My knee just took a hit, so it's a bit hard to walk right now." The leading soldier, Zhao Xin, was a legendary elite king of the military. Hearing that, his gaze instantly turned frigid. "Who hit you?" Umegawa Kuzi's gaze slowly drifted over to Hiroshi, who had long since lost all his arrogance. The next second, Hiroshi panicked and backed up repeatedly. "You're a soldier of the people, you can't touch me. I'm going to expose you." Without expression, Zhao Xin abruptly raised his foot and slammed a vicious kick right into Hiroshi's knee. A teeth-gritting crack of bone echoing through the lobby signaled the impact. Hiroshi's knee bent at a grotesque angle, and he collapsed onto the floor, letting out a pig-like screech. "My leg!" After finishing all this, Zhao Xin turned around nonchalantly and walked to Umegawa Kuzi's side. The bureau chief's expression had already turned uglier than words could describe. Committing public assault right in front of the bureau chief himself, this was completely disregarding his authority. But remembering that even a vice-ministerial heavyweight had been alarmed earlier, he forcibly swallowed his anger down. Looking at his nephew wailing on the ground, Guo felt furious enough to kill him, no matter how much he usually doted on him. For digging such a colossal hole for him, he wanted nothing more than to throttle him. He could only rush forward and scold with righteous indignation. "Get over here and apologize to the victims." To his surprise, Hiroshi, consumed by excruciating pain, had already gone completely deranged. "Hurry up and have someone arrest all of them. I've been beaten." Furious beyond belief, Guo marched right up and slapped his own nephew across the face. "Shut up! Is your uncle the kind of cop who arrests people blindly without sorting out right from wrong?" Right now, he had no choice but to try and salvage some brownie points in front of so many people. Hiroshi stared at his uncle in absolute disbelief. "Why are you looking at me? Go apologize to the victims right now." However, the bureau chief let out a cold snort, directly handing down a death sentence. "All right, Guo, the rotten things you've done have already been fully investigated." Officials from the procuratorate immediately stood up to read the report. The suspect, Deputy Precinct Chief Guo, embezzled over 90 million yuan in public funds over the past 7 years, abused his power to create 19 wrongful convictions, and kept 99 mistresses. Now, hearing the sheer amount of corruption, I was completely dazed. If a mere Deputy Precinct Chief could embezzle 90 million, how many missions would I have to run? Maybe I should just let corrupt officials be the wealthy tycoons instead. Zhao Xin stood up and looked at Guo. "You arrested active personnel of our military. Come back with us to face a military tribunal." The bureau chief stepped forward, looking down at Hiroshi and Guo lying on the floor. "You two are suspected of defamation. Come back with us for an investigation." The bureau chief's gaze shifted to Song Mani and Yuki Yanagi. "And the two of you as well." Both women instantly collapsed onto the floor in terror. Yuki Yanagi shrieked frantically, "It wasn't me! Guo did it all! Guo has assaulted multiple minors!" Enduring excruciating pain, Guo gave a ferocious, twisted roar. "You little bitch!" Unwilling to watch this farce any longer, the bureau chief gave a wave of his hand. "Take them away!" Realizing they were genuinely about to be dragged off, Yuki Yanagi scrambled and threw herself down at Umegawa Kuzi's feet. "Kuzi, if I get arrested, I'll be expelled from school. I've always loved you. It was all that bitch Song Mani whispering bad things in my ear every day. That's why I wanted to break up with you." Hearing that, Song Mani realized she couldn't escape this disaster. Since she was only dragged into this because of Yuki Yanagi wasn't getting off easy either. She immediately bit back. "Don't believe her ghost stories. Behind your back, she was hooked up with 3 or 4 guys. She was already sleeping around while she was dating you. It was her idea to frame you." Hearing Song Mani drag up her dirty laundry at a time like this, Yuki Yanagi flew into an uncontrollable rage. "Song Mani, you bitch! What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Mani glared at her viciously. "You know damn well what you've done. They only need to check your recent hotel check-in records to find out." Yuki Yanagi's face turned pale. Anyone with eyes could tell Song Mani was telling the truth. Umegawa Kuzi just watched quietly, spitting out a single phrase, "Too bad." He then looked over at the bureau chief. Two officers immediately stepped forward, dragging the howling, dog-like Yuki Yanagi out toward the exit as her shrill, miserable wails echoed through the lobby. With the incident coming to a close, Guo-jae was taken away by officials from the Procuratorate, while Guo-jae and Hiroshi were hauled off by the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The entire police station was about to usher in a massive cleanup, yet right at that moment, a warm, ingratiating smile squeezed its way onto the bureau chief's face. "Several young friends, I'm so sorry you had to suffer such unprovoked disaster. It's all our fault for failing in our supervision. Who would have thought that I wouldn't stand for this at all? I didn't even eat dinner and just wanted to take my brothers and slip away quickly to grab a good meal." Seeing these people about to walk right out the front door, the municipal bureau chief experienced such intense nervousness for the first time in his long-held position of high authority. His trouser pockets were literally sweating from panic, "Little brother. Given the harm caused to you by our police officers, we have decided to offer you some compensation." The municipal bureau chief saw at a glance that the backbone of this group was precisely to keep asking questions. Uncharacteristically, he patted my shoulder. "You really are a man of exceptional talent, little brother. Have you had dinner yet? Your older brother will treat you to a meal." I immediately saw right through why these old fogies, who usually walked around with their noses in the air, were collectively doing a complete 180 today. I casually made up an excuse to leave for a second time, but the Procuratorate official panicked too and blocked my way once again, dead set on stopping me. "Little brother, don't rush off just yet. Stay and have a cup of tea." The Procuratorate official tried his hardest to squeeze a smile onto his aged face, looking as awkward as humanly possible. Yet I replied casually, "Forget about the tea. I prefer drinking looser beverages." Hearing that, the Procuratorate official immediately yelled at his subordinate, "Quick, go buy iced ones." Seeing the other side being so polite, I couldn't be bothered to keep up the act either, and cut straight to the point. "Just say whatever is on your mind directly." The Procuratorate official said with a troubled expression, "Little brother, to tell you the truth, there's a whole bunch of reporters outside." Hearing this, I instantly understood what he meant. They were afraid I would badmouth them in front of the reporters because this matter had blown up. The municipal bureau chief also stepped forward somewhat sheepishly and said, "Little brother, if this matter blows up, Y City's reputation will be ruined. Just like the Tangshan incident back then, please, for the sake of the innocent common people of Y City." The municipal bureau chief dropped a heavy-hitting bargaining chip directly. "As a reward, you can call me for literally anything." After listening to the municipal bureau chief, I agreed without a second thought or any hesitation. "Just get those 2 million follower bloggers banned. Afterwards, we will make a statement online saying that it was all just hype, and then you guys can officially define it as a false case." The Procuratorate official and the municipal bureau chief's eyes lit up. If it could be handled that way, it would truly be for the best. They excitedly grabbed my hand. "Thank you so much, little brother. We thank you on behalf of all the people of Y City. I didn't want innocent people in Y City to be subjected to cyberbullying over this either." As soon as I finished speaking, I turned around with my brothers for the third time to leave. Growing somewhat impatient, I asked, "Do you two gentlemen have anything else?" Yet the Procuratorate official chased after us and actually took the initiative to pull out his personal phone. "This is my private number. Feel free to call your older brother for a meal whenever you're free. I have a membership at Wanyanju." I thought to myself, aren't I supposed to be the owner of this Wanyanju place? Damn it, I've been way too busy with things lately and never had the time to go claim it. I pulled up my phone's QR code and said, "Add me directly then." The municipal bureau chief hurriedly crowded in to add me as a friend too, even hinting that he had a daughter around my age. The moment our group walked out through the back door, we heard a voice echoing from inside the police station. "Call Y City University. Such an outstanding student must be thoroughly commended." Meanwhile, the municipal bureau chief and the Procuratorate official were waxing eloquent in front of countless reporters. They pushed all the blame onto Hiroshi and Guoji, framing the whole thing as a joint publicity stunt, while my name wasn't mentioned even once. Right at that moment, Sayakuza hugged my arm and acted coquettishly. "Brother Kenjiro Sho, where are we going tonight?" Yet right now, I only wanted to return to the dorm. 2 days of grueling battles were taking a toll on me. Not to mention the system still had a luxury car waiting for me to sign for. Just as I wanted to find an excuse to slip away, my roommates completely misinterpreted the situation. I have things to do tonight and won't be coming back to the dorm. The dorms are already lights out. I'm going home to sleep. Toru Funuyama and the others vanished as a group in an instant, leaving only me standing there dazed. Seiyakuzu beside me had a sweet, curved smile. If her simp could see this, he'd probably cry his eyes out on the spot. I sighed helplessly. Let's go have a good meal at Wanyanju. Seiyakuzu obediently replied. Okay. She asked again, do you have a car or should I drive us? No need. Let's go pick up my car first. Koseikuzu's eyes lit up instantly. Brother, you even have a car? I had Seiyakuzu wait for a moment at the entrance of the parking lot when a BMW 5 Series suddenly pulled up right in front of her. A greasy-looking man stuck his head out. Beauty, who are you waiting for in the middle of the night? This guy was the school's notorious playboy, Hu Yitong, who liked to flaunt himself everywhere just because he drove a BMW. Seiyakuzu merely glanced at him. Finding his appearance repulsive and not even bothering to speak, she directly turned around and moved to another spot. Hu Yitong unexpectedly got even more revved up and actually got out of the car to block her path. He started showing off, my family owns a Western restaurant. How about we go grab a candlelight dinner? He thought that flashing his financial muscle would allow him to win over the beauty in front of him. Consequently, Seiyakuzu finally reached her limit. A guy driving a crappy restaurant thinks he can ask me out? Publicly rejected, Hu Yitong suffered a mental breakdown on the spot. He refused to believe there was a woman who could resist wealth. Waiting for someone at Y City University. You must be a student here. I know every single second-generation rich kid at YU. I'd like to see who it is. Seeing Seiyakuzu stay silent, he pressed on. Why aren't you talking? Does the person you're dating have less cash than me, so you're too embarrassed to say his name? Right at that moment, two blinding matrix headlights flashed fiercely, shining so brightly, Hu Yitong couldn't keep his eyes open. He recognized it at a glance. This is an Audi Horch? The starting price for this car is over $1 million. The next second, that Horch smoothly parked right in front of his BMW. She flashed him a meaningful smile. Sorry, but I never ride in cars worth less than $1 million. With that, she directly pulled open the door of the Horch and sat in the front passenger seat. Hu Yitong's face instantly burned red. The boasts he had just made were crushed in an instant by a luxury car that could buy 3 of his. Koseikuzu's tone carried a hint of playfulness. I didn't expect brother's family to be quite loaded too. Right after that, her little hand actually uninhibitedly patted my leg, her fingers lightly tracing across it. I grabbed her hand in a tight grip. Looks like your ass is itching for a lesson. Besides, who said it has to be about family wealth? Can't I be a self-made first-generation billionaire? As soon as those words fell, I slammed my single hand on the steering wheel, executing a stylish high-speed drift around the corner. My other hand actually grabbed directly onto Koseikuzu's fair, slender leg. Seiyakuzu was so startled that her lovely face turned pale, and she slammed her eyes shut, but by the time she blinked again, I had already stylishly rounded the curve. That previous feeling was kind of thrilling, wasn't it? However, Kenjiro Sho's hand was actually gripping her thigh. Throughout her entire life, she had always been the one teasing others. This was the first time a guy had touched her. Her body gave a slight jolt, and then a sensation like an electrical current rippled through her entire body. Her breathing began to grow shallow, and she felt somewhat nervous. I noticed Koseikuzu's shy expression in the rearview mirror. Even little foxes have moments of shyness. You bad boy! Seiyakuzu lowered her head. Her face flushed all the way to her neck, yet I let out a wicked chuckle. Weren't you quite good at flirting earlier? How come when things actually heat up you get scared? Unexpectedly, Seiyakuzu playfully stuck out her tongue. The worst that can happen is I give you a photo of mine. The car parked in a Bamboo Grove parking lot. This was none other than Wanyanju, Y-City's top-tier restaurant, which only accommodated 10 guests a day and had a 1-month waiting list just to queue. To make matters even more exaggerated, every single courtyard here was a Qing Dynasty cultural relic, with the land plot alone valued at over $2 billion. This Wanyanju, worth nearly $5 billion, was given directly to me as a reward. At the entrance, a beauty in a kippah walked over gracefully. Do you have a reservation, sir? I spoke indifferently. Kenjiro Sho is here. The female receptionist immediately escorted him respectfully into the main hall. Seiyakuzu looked somewhat worried. Getting a table here is notoriously difficult. The owner of this place is me. When has there ever been a lack of tables? Seiyakuzu rolled her eyes on the spot. I'll just quietly watch you brag. My dad told me the largest shareholder of Wanyanju is surnamed Ju, holding 21% of the shares. Just as I was about to explain, a female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Kenjiro Sho! A familiar yet estranged woman was standing right there. My ex-girlfriend from high school. The woman who had pinned a massive green hat on my head. Back then, when I went to question her, Yuki Yanagi had actually been smugly triumphant. You're just too old-fashioned. You wouldn't even go with me to a bar, which must mean you're no good in bed. I had no choice but to find a sports major. To think we would have a reunion right here. Back then, not only did she cheat on me, but she also wildly slandered me in our social circle, claiming I was impotent. Nowadays, she was actually walking over while arm in arm with a fat guy weighing over 200 pounds. So it really is you. That fat guy held a haughty expression, pinching Yuki Yanagi's chin. Little Ruyon, is this friend of yours? Yuki Yanagi twisted her lips with a light chuckle. This is the impotent ex-boyfriend I told you about. The fat guy Zutu's gaze instantly landed on Kosei Kuzu, followed by a contemptuous glance back at me. An impotent loser paired with such a top-tier woman. What a total waste of natural beauty. I seriously don't know how the greeters run this place. Letting just any trash in. I'll have my dad fire her later. I couldn't be bothered to waste words, pulling Seiyakuzu to leave. But right at that moment, the system notification chime sounded in my mind. Reward. A large, flat-screen apartment in downtown Y City plus an independent garage. This system really didn't want me to keep a low profile. He turned around and sneered. You, a guy who picks up leftovers and you're even strutting around? You treat trash like she's a treasure. Yuki Yanagi snapped back on the spot. You're still as devoid of class as ever. You will never find a prettier girl than me in your entire life. Zutu sneered even harder. Kid, you're awfully arrogant. Whether you can walk out of the store today depends entirely on my mood. Yet Seiyakuzu giggled, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Oh. Feeling his mood grow even more tickled, he puffed out his chest. This lady, I happen to be the son of Wanyanju's largest shareholder, Ju Sikong. I am the biggest boss around here. Yuki Yanagi immediately put her hands on her hips with a bossy look. My man is the boss here. Right now, apologize immediately for what you just said. Hearing the guy's background, Seiyakuzu couldn't help but frown slightly. He was a heavyweight in Y City, someone even her father had to treat with 3 parts respect. Who would have thought I would show zero fear and stare straight into Yuki Yanagi's eyes? Aren't you just a pair of worn-out secondhand shoes? You were already ridden to pieces back in high school. Only this garbage picker doesn't mind taking you in. You're talking nonsense. Yuki Yanagi trembled with anger, grabbing Zutu's arm. Don't believe him! Zutu's face turned terribly unsightly upon hearing that. I maintained a picture of total calmness. If you don't believe me, go ask around. Is there anyone in our circle who doesn't know? Zutu looked at Yuki Yanagi with a suspicious glare. Yuki Yanagi panicked. Hubby, don't listen to his bullshit. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Thinking about it, Zutu decided that made sense, and instantly flew into a rage. You're gonna pay the price for that mouth of yours. Where are the security guards? Seeing several guards close in, the atmosphere instantly became tense enough to snap. Seiyakuzu panicked and grabbed Kenjiro Sho. Don't say anything for a second, I'll call my dad. Yet I patted her perky butt and chuckled softly. Are you worrying about me? Seiyakuzu was both embarrassed and furious. However, I remained completely serene. Let him call whoever he wants. I am the owner of Wanyanju. What I say goes. This is no time to act tough. Seiyakuzu was practically driving herself crazy. Seeing Seiyakuzu act like this, Zuto sneered, too late now. Staring straight at Seiyakuzu with his eyes peeled red, he added, unless I let this punk off the hook. What do you think? I immediately fired back. Looking like a piece of pork head meat, go eat shit yourself. Yuki Yanagi trembled with rage. Hurry up and cripple him! Right at that moment, General Manager Chaiju finally rushed over with a massive group of security guards. He was feeling immensely nervous because Wanyanju's shares had been completely bought out 2 days ago by a young man named Kenjiro Sho. Seeing people arrive, Zutu wore a somewhat mocking expression on his face. You can only act tough for a little longer. Wait until you're crying and begging me later. I still won't let you off. Chai-ju, get over here. Tell your security guards to beat the crap out of this guy. The next second, Zaihan quickly strode past Zuto. He rushed straight up to me and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Hello, I am the general manager here, Chai-ju. You can just call me Little Chai. Look at you coming here without giving us a heads up so I could wait for you at the entrance. Zuto was dumbfounded. Yuki Yanagi was stupefied. And Seiya Kuzu widened her beautiful eyes in absolute disbelief. I acted as if I were completely used to it. It's fine, I just brought a friend here for a casual meal. We have 10 courtyards, right? From now on, reserve the best one exclusively for my personal use. Upon hearing this, Chai-han didn't hesitate for a split second and immediately instructed the receptionist behind him. Su-ching, go clear out the spring courtyard immediately, cancel today's reservations, and close it to the public from now on. Looking at Chai-ju's dog-like behavior, Zuto flew into an instantaneous rage. My dad is the largest shareholder of Wanyanju. How dare you close off a courtyard? What Chairman Xiao? Why have I never heard my dad mention him? Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me? Believe me when I say one phone call from me will get you fired and ensure no restaurant in all of Y City dares to hire you. Chai-han knew very well that Zuto's dad had long since ceased to be a shareholder of Wanyanju. Furthermore, even if his dad were still a shareholder, Kenjiro Sho owned 100% of the shares. The entire Wanyanju was his word alone. Zaihan's gaze turned cold as he directly issued an eviction notice to Zuto. Out of respect for your father, I won't bicker with you. But Chairman Xiao is the sole owner of Wanyanju. He has acquired 100% of the shares. Now, please leave immediately. 100%? Zuto completely exploded. Acquiring Wanyanju required 70 billion. Could this little punk possibly pull out 70 billion? Yuki Yanagi shrieked even louder. That's right! He's just a freeloader, a total pauper. How could he possibly afford to buy Wanyanju? Isn't this sheer fantasy? He whipped out his phone on the spot and dialed his father's number directly. Zuto asked impatiently, did you sell off your shares in Wanyanju? On the other end of the line, his father's voice carried an unprecedented level of excitement. Son, didn't our company owe the bank 20 billion? Right when I was at my wit's end. A super rich tycoon spent 30 billion to buy out all my shares directly. Not only did it clear our loans, but we even have a few billion left over for retirement. Zuto's heart sank heavily. He didn't dare look at me, his voice trembling. Dad? That tycoon. What's his last name? Please tell me it's not. The entire hall was deathly quiet, every single person's gaze focused on that phone. What his father said next plunged Zuto and Yuki Yanagi completely into the abyss. That tycoon's name is Kenjiro Sho. He threw down 100 billion at such a young age and bought out all the shareholders' shares. It was almost double the market value, buying them up like cabbages. I've lived my entire life and never seen such a badass person. Zuto had already plummeted into an icy cellar, his limbs entirely numb. Tinnitus and dizziness struck simultaneously. He felt as though he had heard his father say that Kenjiro Sho had spent 100 billion to buy Wanyanju. His body went limp, nearly collapsing to the floor in a disgraceful loss of composure. Dad, Kenjiro Sho is right here in front of me. The air plunged into a deathly silence, followed immediately by an explosion of furious roaring from the phone. How on earth did I spawn a financial ruin of a son like you? No matter how you offended him, get over there right now and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. The old man's tone reeked of absolute despair. If they angered this maximum shareholder, their family's shares would turn into worthless paper overnight, not even worth 20,000 by then. You start apologizing first, I'm rushing over right now. I'll throw away my old face if I have to, just to beg for his forgiveness. The phone was slammed shut. Zuto clutched his phone in a daze, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire back. The previous second, he was still swaggering about making sure I couldn't walk out of this door. And now he had become a lamb waiting for slaughter. Meanwhile, I had heard every single word coming through the phone crystal clear. I sighed inwardly at how overwhelmingly lavish the system's spending was, then crossed my arms across my chest, the corners of my mouth curving into a mocking sneer. Young Master Zhu, how about I call your dad? I don't want these shares anymore. You guys can refund them to me. This casual sentence instantly scared the wits out of Zhu too, causing him to squeeze out a smiling face that looked far uglier than crying as his temples twitched. Right at that moment, the oblivious Yuki Yanagi scurried forward. Get lost! He shoved her away ruthlessly. Yuki Yanagi let out a startled cry and toppled backward, hard onto the floor. Just as she wanted to act spoiled and pitiful, Zhu didn't even spare her a glance, sprinting straight toward me instead, landing several heavy, resounding slaps across his own face. Zhu wore a pleading expression. "I kissed you and offended you before. Please forgive my ignorance and let me go like a piece of garbage." Seeing this scene, Yuki Yanagi was completely dumbfounded, her intestines instantly turning green with regret. The wealthy family she had schemed so hard to climb up to was now acting even more humble than a dog in front of her ex-boyfriend. She collapsed, paralyzed on the ground like a wooden chicken, her mind completely blank. Right at that moment, the notification sound for completing the task rang in my mind. The 100 million yuan luxury flat and car keys had already fallen into my hands, and I completely lost any interest in arguing with these clowns. "Get lost quickly." I waved my hand impatiently, staring coldly at Zhu pale face. "Grow a brain next time, and don't let yourself be used as a tool by a woman." Zhu felt as if granted a pardon, a trace of color finally returning to his pale face. "Then I will get lost first, and not disturb you and your sister-in-law enjoying the wonderful time of the night." Seiya felt a wave of secret delight in her heart. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize that he really was the boss of Wanyanju. She still flushed and hastily distanced herself. "We are still just friends, not the kind of relationship you think." Who would have known that Zhu would cast a knowing look that understood without being spoken, and walked outward without looking back? Seeing that the biggest ATM was about to run away, Yuki Yanagi panicked completely. Knowing deeply that she could not afford to lose this wealthy young master whom she had desperately fawned over, she immediately switched to a soft and aggrieved expression like water and chased after him. "Hubby, do you not want me anymore?" Never would she have expected to receive in return only Zhu's merciless and crude cursing. "Get lost, you ungrateful deadbeat. Stay away from me." "Did you really think I wouldn't find out when you went to the hospital for a repair surgery? I treated you as a mere toy before, and now you almost got me killed." Dropping these cold words, Zhu fled the scene as if oiling the soles of his feet. Yuki Yanagi felt as though she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Turns out she had always been a laughable clown in the eyes of second-generation rich kids. At this point, she had been completely abandoned, so she abruptly turned her head, locking her final lifeline onto me. "Kenjiro-sho, do you still remember the love letter I wrote to you back then? Do you remember us watching the moon together by Yenlong Lake?" Extremely cleverly, she played the emotional card, attempting to awaken the old love of this billionaire. But who could have guessed that I wouldn't even spare her a glance? I don't remember. Seeing that any comeback was hopeless, Yuki Yanagi screamed loudly in panic. "You cannot be this heartless. I used to love you the most." Annoyed by the noise, I looked sidelong at the female manager Chai Han nearby. Why is someone without any class like this appearing in Wanyanju? Filled with disgust, Chai Han put on a cold face and stepped forward to kick people out. But Yuki Yanagi, used to kneeling and groveling, actually pointed at Chaiju's nose and cursed loudly. "You stinky employee! How dare you try to drive me away? The moment Kenjiro-sho and I get back together, you'll be the first person I fire." Following that, she turned back to me and fawned, "I beg you to give me another chance. From now on, I will only be your woman." Right at this critical juncture, Seiya could no longer hold back and stepped forward. "A woman like you is beyond saving. Just a moment ago, you looked down on him for being poor, and now that you know he has money, you are clinging to him shamelessly. Do you have any dignity left?" Yuki Yanagi glared fiercely at Kosei Kuzu, biting back with eyes full of jealousy. "What high and mighty act are you putting on? You are following him just for his money, so be smart and get lost." Seiya kneaded her delicate brows and said angrily, "Do you think all women in the world are as money-hungry as you?" She dropped a breathtaking and astonishing background on the spot. "My dad is the chairman of Y City's GU Group. Do you think I care about this little bit of money?" As soon as those words came out, even I gasped in shock. The GU Group was the premier business tycoon locally with countless industrial holdings. They were definitely the top wealthy family in Y City with the most money. Yet ridiculously, Yuki Yanagi looked completely blank at this moment. A gold digger of her caliber who only knew how to find a sucker at the bottom didn't even have the qualification to know about the GU Group's high-end circle. Yuki Yanagi had no comprehension of the weight behind the GU Group. She sneered with utmost disdain. "What GU Group? You probably just want to trick Kenjiro Sho into investing in your company? Seiya Kuzo is completely speechless toward this bottom-tier gold digger whose brain was filled only with money and men. Next, I issued an eviction order with a face full of disgust. Yuki Yanagi, hurry up and get lost. Don't stay here and ruin my appetite. To think this woman would throw away her dignity entirely for money. Suddenly putting on a humble and flattering expression. I know you haven't forgiven me yet, but won't you let me stay by your side as a mistress? I don't care if you have other women. Words of such self-degradation instantly refreshed everyone's worldview. Seiya Kuzo was so angry her teeth grated. Does a person like you not understand human language? Yet not only was Yuki Yanagi unangry, she instead flashed Seiya Kuzo a creepy smile. I knew it. You are chasing me away because you think I'm a threat. As long as you don't drive me away, we can both serve Kenjiro Sho together. Seiya Kuzo trembled all over with anger, wishing she could slap this shameless woman on the spot. Facing such a shameless, leech-like scoundrel, I felt dirty even looking at her for an extra second. There is absolutely no possibility between us. Chai-han, call the security guards to throw her out. With a single order, several tall and sturdy security guards swarmed forward instantly. Kenjiro Sho, you cannot be this cruel. I love you. I'm going to call the police on you. Accompanied by a series of pig-like screams, Yuki Yanagi was physically hoisted up and thrown out of Wanyanju. Until the surroundings finally quieted down, Seiya Kuzo complained with lingering fear. Your ex-girlfriend is truly a rare specimen. It's hard for me to imagine what kind of aesthetic you had back then. I shrugged helplessly. My taste wasn't great back then. Are you still going back to the dorm after eating tonight? Seiya Kuzo curled the corners of her lips like a sly little fox. Of course I'm going back to the dorm. Little did she expect my next sentence to completely stun her. Seiya Kuzo instantly stirred up a little temper, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. You don't want me to go back. Do you want me to spend the night outside with you? Facing this fatal trap question, I immediately put on an innocent expression. Can't we stay up late playing video games together? Kosei Kuzu's face was plastered with the expression of, I believe your big head. Seeing her little thoughts seen through, I anxiously urged us to eat with a guilty conscience. Right at that moment, Seiya Kuzo suddenly broke into a bright smile. Then playing video games it is. Manager Chai-han, possessing extreme situational awareness, completely ignored the playful banter between the two throughout the whole process. Chairman Xiao let me lead you to the top-tier spring courtyard. The greeter Su-ching, whose appearance closely resembled Dilraba, gave me a deep look before quietly retreating. Subsequently, the group stepped into Wanyanju's most luxurious private courtyard. The Tumiu area was planted with rare vegetation from all over the country, and overhead spanned expensive, imported, invisible glass. It was said this courtyard was remodeled from a Qing Dynasty imperial clan member's mansion, where rooms could even directly accommodate overnight stays. Once the two of us were comfortably seated in the courtyard, Chaiju respectfully asked in a low voice, what would Chairman Xiao like to eat? I waved my hand indifferently. Just bring out your signature dishes, whatever is fine. Understanding immediately, he reeled off a string of top-tier ingredients. Kobe 5 Wagyu beef, 2 king crabs, 2 Australian lobsters, plus Iberian ham. Do these suffice for a casual meal? The scale of this meal could definitely be called heavenly and astronomical in price. Pondering slightly, I turned my gaze to Kosei Kuzo. However, my friend is from Y City, so add an order of Y City fried rice. Before the words finished falling, Seiya Kuzo rolled her eyes dramatically. Local people never eat Y City fried rice. Pausing briefly, her tone carried a trace of a wealthy heiress's confidence. Besides, how could I not be used to it? It's not like I've never been to Wanyanju before. Let's start with these first. I'll order more if it's not enough. Chaiju respectfully nodded and backed away, thoughtfully advising before leaving that service buttons were located underneath the table. As the door closed, only the two of us, a single man and woman, remained in the spacious spring courtyard. Calculating it, they had only known each other for a mere few hours. At this moment, Kosei Kuzo, despite being a wealthy heiress, was as nervous as a rookie recruit, her posture sitting straight as a board. This was, after all, the first time in her life dining alone with a guy. Seeing the atmosphere grow somewhat awkward, I gave a light cough and wanted to start a topic. Who would have thought Seiya Kuzo would suddenly raise her head and drop a startling statement? Are you single? I thought to myself that while I had a confidant, I truly had no girlfriend, so I admitted it without changing expression or skipping a beat. To my surprise, the next second, Sayakuza stared straight at me. "Then can I be your girlfriend?" The progress was as fast as lightning. Right when my brain crashed and I didn't know how to respond, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in my mind. "Detected that the host is tempted, specially reminding you to prioritize your career. Please reject Kosei Kuzu's request." Rejection reward. Vigorously potent directs. I cursed internally in my heart. Forcing him to reject a confession on one hand while rewarding this kind of item on the next. Wasn't this blatantly enticing him to become a peerless scumbag who plays with no strings attached? This broken system was truly the worst among the worst. Facing the expectant beauty before me, I could only brace myself and speak tactfully. "We've only just met, and I'm not that kind of casual man. How about we spend some time getting to know each other first?" Sayakuza was so embarrassed her toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the floor. As a queen of the nightlife scene, it was the first time in her life she had mustered the courage to proactively confess, only to be ruthlessly rejected without mercy. She had even originally planned to use a monthly allowance of hundreds of thousands to buy Kenjiro Sho out, until discovering he was the boss of Wanyanju made her give up helplessly. Right now, the feeling was akin to the opponent only using a basic attack while she had used all her ultimate skills. Just as Kosei Kuzu's pretty face flushed red in utter embarrassment and bewilderment, the system notification sound popped up in my mind once again. Temporary task. Since you're already here, please kiss Kosei Kuzu. Task completion reward, Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Task failure, no penalty. I was completely stunned. The last second it forced me to act proper and reject her, and the next second it told me to straight up kiss her. I gnashed my teeth in my mind, cursing, "System, are you even human? I am inherently not human, and don't push the responsibility onto me, the choice is entirely yours." Taking a deep breath instantly, I made a decision that defied ancestors. I am purely doing this because I like the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Absolutely not to take advantage of her, you better remember that. The system sneered mockingly at his shamelessness, but I could no longer listen. At this moment, the post-nut clarity had just passed. Raising my head abruptly, my gaze locked firmly onto Kosei Kuzu's delicate, charming, and bright red lips, and the hot blood in my body surged instantly. An impulse rushed straight to my head. The two were already sitting shoulder to shoulder with barely a hair's breadth between them. Reaching out suddenly, I grabbed Kosei Kuzu's chin. My gaze locked in deeply. Sayakuza went, weak all over, mesmerized by those deep eyes. "What are you trying to do?" I lowered my head and kissed her fiercely. The overbearing kiss carried the fragrance of sweet peaches, wantonly invading her breath. At this moment, Kosei Kuzu's brain completely crashed. This was her first kiss that she had guarded for 18 years. Her whole body froze in place, unable to move until our lips reluctantly separated. Sayakuza widened those dewy eyes, her face written all over with disbelief. Clearly rejecting a relationship the second before, how could things escalate straight to a deep kiss the next? Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The Lamborghini Sesto Elemento has been delivered to the garage." Following that, the system's voice turned extremely teasing. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive title, the worst among the worst. Additional reward, passive skill, primary hypnosis. As long as you make eye contact, the target will deeply believe whatever you say. Please continue to work hard and go further down the path of a scumbag." This ridicule was like a basin of icy water, instantly extinguishing the evil fire at the bottom of my heart. I had almost taken this top-tier beauty right then and there. Yet this broken system not only forced me to act like a scumbag, it also handed me a hypnosis skill, specifically designed to trick women. Was it deliberately trying to corrupt me into doing wicked deeds all the time? Hypnosis has many uses. It's the host's own mind that's dirty, so everything you think of is dirty. I was provoked to the point of grinding my teeth, yet unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. At that moment, Sayakuza across from me broke the silence blankly. "What do you mean by this?" Facing the girl's doubtful gaze, I abruptly raised my eyes and made deep eye contact with her. Hypnosis quietly activated. "Xingyao, I carry too many heavy burdens on my shoulders. Let me bear this hardship alone." Kosei Kuzu's heart tightened fiercely. Under the influence of hypnosis, her usually brilliant mind completely crashed, and she deeply believed this nonsense. Without even asking what the heavy responsibilities were, her mind automatically began to brainstorm and rationalize things. Since he is so wealthy and still has to manage one Yanju, the pressure behind the scenes must be beyond imagination. If we forcefully get together right now, it will inevitably become a stumbling block to his career. Waiting until he clears all obstacles to give herself a future. Now, that is truly a peerless, wonderful man. Kosei Kuzu's eye sockets turned red with emotion. It's okay, I just want to stay by your side. Having a title or not doesn't matter. Seiya Kuzu was already giving in under her own self-brainwashing. I promised with a grief-stricken face that I would definitely give her a title in the future. Though feeling extremely guilty inside, having just taken advantage of her, there was no way to smooth over the lie without using hypnosis. In the blink of an eye, the back kitchen served top-tier delicacies like a flowing stream. This simple casual meal had a luxury comparable to a top-state banquet. Yet Seiya Kuzu barely touched her chopsticks. The entire meal she remained in a dazed trance, her mind completely reliving that electric first kiss. I drove her back to school myself. Although there were indeed impure impulses during the kiss earlier, taking advantage of a girl before establishing a relationship would truly make me scum. Seiya Kuzu turned back with lingering reluctance. When military training ends in a few days, I'll take you to buy a few outfits to return the favor for treating me today. Looking down at my somewhat shabby old clothes, I immediately nodded in agreement. As the car door closed, Seiya Kuzu walked toward the dorm alone. In truth, her mind had been wrestling with internal conflict the entire time. If Kenjiro Sho had forcefully asked her to stay the night, should she have refused or not? At this moment, Seiya Kuzu was still self-brainwashing, fully convinced I was a peerless good man who held back his impulse until a formal relationship was established. Afterward, she returned to her dorm in such a blissful daze. Meanwhile, on the other end, I had long since thrown the matter to the back of my mind, stepping on the gas and driving the Horch straight back to school. Never would I have expected the dorm doors to be tightly locked. After knocking for ages, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. I helplessly dialed Toru Funiyama's phone. Boss, why are you calling in the middle of the night? Where are you guys? Takuya Kuzu, Kuku, and I are outside eating some saliva chicken. I frowned. They still sell saliva chicken this late? A burst of extremely lewd laughter suddenly came through the phone. Not that kind of saliva chicken you're thinking of. It's that kind of chicken. I snapped back to reality and immediately issued a stern warning. Don't you go catching any biological motherships. Toru Funiyama laughed carelessly out loud. We don't go to those low-end places. My family owns a bath center. These high-end outer circle setups all come with their own medical checkup reports. Following that, he changed the subject. What on earth is the matter with you calling in the middle of the night? Why don't you just come over and join us? I decisively refused, having no desire to sink into deprivation with this group of prodigal sons. Toru Funiyama immediately stated he would rush back to open the door. You guys have fun. See you at the freshman assembly tomorrow morning. Fatigue washed over me instantly. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the top-tier luxury flat the system had just rewarded. The Horch drove straight into Y City Center's most luxurious high-end residential complex, Palace of Prosperity. Following directions into the exclusive garage, I gasped in shock. In this ultra-large space capable of fitting at least 5 cars, a gray beast was quietly crouching. It was precisely the world's top-tier limited edition supercar, the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Those exaggerated, sleek muscle lines, paired with dual-quad aggressive exhausts, radiated an icy sense of oppression like a steel beast. Yet looking at it, I shook my head repeatedly. This car was simply too flashy. The romantic debts I currently had were already enough. If I drove this thing out, turning around, I stepped into the single elevator per floor private elevator. As the elevator doors slowly opened, an aura of decadence washed over me. A full set of top-tier smart home appliances, an exaggerated 3-meter-wide bed, every single detail flaunted the scent of golden power. This was what you called true upper society. Next, I pulled a bottle of high-end red wine from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet, standing alone before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the dazzling lights of the entire city. A strong sense of emptiness suddenly surged into my heart. Supercars and mansions were readily available, But all of this came effortlessly from the system. Once the piercing thrill of sudden wealth faded away, what remained was endless loneliness. As a transmigrator, this original body didn't even have parents. Standing at the peak now, there was nobody by my side. Tapping open a familiar profile picture, Auntie. A moment later, a reply popped up on the screen. What's wrong? How has the start of school been these past 2 days? Is your allowance enough? Looking at the text on the screen, the original owner's aunt raised him alone after her divorce, acting more like a biological mother than an elder relative. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately transferred 10 million yuan over, right after I typed out a quick line. Stop going to work, I just bought a scratch card and won 100 million. After receiving the money, the aunt replied, our Kenjiro show is so lucky, aunt can finally say goodbye to the assembly line. The two even warmly agreed to return home during the National Day holiday to eat cicadas. Lying on the 3-meter-wide bed, I couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The phone kept popping up thirsty hints sent by upperclassmen, all of which I completely ignored. I directly clicked on a specific chat window. Learning that Liao Wenjing was looking at a shop to prepare to open a flower shop, I bluntly threw out a line. Want to soar through the clouds? In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning, with sunlight spilling over Liao Wenjing's lovely face, which was as cute as a sleeping beauty. I couldn't help leaning in to steal a kiss, startling those big eyes wide open instantly. The two looked at each other, and Liao Wenjing was so shy she buried half her face in the blanket, timidly squeezing out a sentence. Good morning. I raised an eyebrow instead. Didn't you call me master last night? At this, Liu Wenjing's voice became even softer, almost inaudible. Good morning, master. Just last night, I drove straight to her Computer City dorm and ordered her to move in together from then on. All old luggage was completely discarded, and I dropped 100,000 yuan on the spot for her to buy all new things. A massive luxury mansion desperately needed a woman to add some life to it, and she could also handle housework and cook along the way. After finishing breakfast, I directly drove that Lamborghini Sesto Elemento straight to the school. Tomorrow was the official start of the school term, and the Y University entrance was so completely jammed with parents and new students that finding a parking space was harder than ascending to heaven. But when this box-like steel beast roared and appeared at the school gate, all surrounding gazes were instantly grabbed tight. Pedestrians on the road gasped in cold air and cleared a path. Ignoring the congestion outside, I directly asked the security guard uncle, where do you buy parking spots inside the school? Unexpectedly, this security guard was extremely rigid. Seeing a student driving, he flatly refused on the spot. Parking spots are exclusively for faculty and staff. Students and parents can only park outside. The students coming and going at the school gate had already exploded. Holy crap, what kind of car is this? This is the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento from Forza Horizon 4. There's no way it exists domestically. Top-tier tycoons in Tier 1 cities might not even have the qualification to buy it. Right after a guy driving a Bull came for freshman check-in the day before yesterday, another even more hardcore one shows up today. Hearing the overwhelming gasps all around, I looked at the unyielding security guard and could only shake my head helplessly. Since entry wasn't allowed, I could only deploy the power of money. Following that, I pushed open the car door and walked straight up to a parent who had just parked their car. Can you sell me this parking spot? Before the other party could react, I directly offered, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, consider it gas money for finding a spot elsewhere. That parent froze on the spot. Once they realized such pie-in-the-sky good fortune had fallen, they agreed without a second thought. All right, this spot is yours. Buying a parking space for 1,000 yuan, I transferred the money without blinking an eye, and then parked that gray Sesto Elemento right into it. A student who had just stepped out of a Ferrari F8 stared with his eyes wide open on the spot. As a seasoned member of a supercar club, Xu Anze recognized at a glance that this was Lamborghini's top-tier concept car. To make this steel beast, which fundamentally could never get licensed through regular channels, legally hit the road required immensely powerful connections behind the scenes. He excitedly whipped out his phone, snapped a photo of the car, and sent it into the group chat. Holy crap, brothers, look at what god-tier car I caught at the school gate. This supercar group, gathering all the second-generation rich kids of local Y City, instantly boiled over. Not only did people repeatedly urge him to take a front-facing photo, but even group member Xiaoya couldn't help suspecting whether the car owner was a middle-aged uncle. Yet Shuanze was extremely certain that the car owner was definitely a young student. Right after, taking advantage of the moment I locked the car and prepared to enter the school, he rushed up eagerly. "Bro, is this your sesto elemento? Can we take a photo of you together with the car?" Facing Shuanze's enthusiasm, I agreed without any reservation. Following his request, I casually leaned against the front of the car, and the resulting photo turned out overwhelmingly handsome. With my authorization, Shuanze immediately sent the photo into the group chat and, striking while the iron was hot, pulled out his phone. "Bro, can I add your contact info? I want to pull you into our supercar club." Not only did I scan the QR code to add him as a friend smoothly, but I also learned that the club's group leader was not only a beautiful live streamer, but also a top-tier professional race car driver nationwide. Hearing that there was an inter-city competition against second-generation rich kids from other cities, I, who only wanted to low profile and lie flat, was just about to flatly refuse. Who would have known that right at this moment, a system prompt would suddenly pop up in my mind? Publishing temporary task. Win first place in the city racing competition within 15 days. Reward. 10% shares of Pearphone. Failure penalty. Constipation. I was so troubled by this bizarre penalty that I didn't even have the energy to curse, and the refusal that was right on my lips was forcefully choked back. "Do you guys have a competition coming up soon?" Hearing that I not only agreed, but was also so proactive, Shuanze threw out the intercity competition plan after military training with a face full of joy. But the next second, he mysteriously changed the subject, suggesting that I'd better not drive this sesto elemento to the competition to avoid arousing jealousy. Facing my confusion, Shuanze deliberately lowered his voice. Turns out these intercity competitions weren't run for nothing. The loser had to compensate with something, sometimes wagering cars, or even the female companions they brought along, aside from just car wraps. Losing a car, I could understand, but wagering a female companion, what kind of ghost operation was that? Facing my shock, Shuanze detailed the unwritten rules within this circle. During races, everyone brought a female companion in the car, and right before the race started, they could directly wager cars or women against opponents, as long as the opponent's ranking was lower than yours when the race ended. Not only did you win, but the opponent's ride directly belonged to you. If they wagered women, not only did the loser have to unconditionally hand over their female companion, but the winner, just to be disgusting, would even have a group of people play with her together until she collapsed before sending her back. Hearing this, I only felt my worldview being ruthlessly ground against the floor. High society could actually degenerate to this extent? I furrowed my brow deeply, completely unable to understand what kind of deep-seated hatred existed among these second-generation rich kids. Yet Shuanze could only sigh helplessly, stating frankly that it was actually because Y City had lost too miserably in the past, getting completely wiped out the previous 2 years. Who would be willing to bring out top-tier supercars worth several million or tens of millions to wager? In the end, they could only find female companions to step in. Although second-generation rich kids didn't lack women, and could at worst pay a bit of money for an abortion, being ridden over and crapped on like this by other cities was an absolute disgrace. If not for Shaya's return this year, Y City's supercar club probably would have collapsed and announced dissolution long ago. Following that, he nervously and timidly advised me that if I really wanted to participate, I should try to drive a cheap car and definitely not drive this Sesto Elemento, otherwise I would definitely be targeted by the opposing side and forcibly pressured into a wager. I keenly caught the blind spot, looking up and down at the kid in front of me, and directly pointed out that he definitely had experience. Shuanze gave an awkward laugh and simply abandoned all pretense, admitting that he had not only lost 3 times, but even lost his Aston Martin on the first try. This was why he could now only drive the lowest end model of Ferrari, and the subsequent 2 times he lost 2 girlfriends in a row. "I'll win back the past grudges for you." Facing my confident promise, Shuanze only sneered. The opponents had hired professional race car drivers trained systematically by foreign masters, and in his heart he had already judged that I would just be a street trash loser going up there. He even secretly plotted that he needed to hurry up and advise this bro to find a temporary girlfriend, lest he stake the Sesto Elemento and drag the whole of Y State down with him in disgrace. Chatting about the inside story of the competition under the scorching sun, I turned around and walked toward the dorm. This afternoon, not only did I have to attend the freshman assembly, but after the meeting, there was also a class committee election meeting organized by the instructor. I could only plan to lay low and coast through it. But as soon as I pushed open the dorm door, a wave of fierce mutual flaming hit me right in the face. When playing Yue-shan, you just keep holding your ultimate. Talking bullshit, you're the one who told me to use my ultimate. The three roommates were blasting the air conditioning using the top-tier Genesis computers I bought them, and wildly playing Naraka Bladepoint. I walked up, glanced at the settlement screen, and couldn't help teasing them for failing to even beat the gold tier. Facing the top-tier monitors costing over 10,000 yuan, with a frame rate exceeding 500. Takuya Kuzu couldn't even find an excuse about computer lag, and in the end could only stubbornly squeeze out a line about having a bad feel for the controls. If you suck, practice more. These 4 light-hearted words instantly ignited Takuya Kuzu's competitive spirit. He abruptly stood up to give up his seat, insisting on seeing just how awesome I really was. I sat down decisively and crisply, directly taking over Takuya Kuzu's spot, and hastily started a trio queue with Toru Funiyama and Meichuan Kuzi. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The computer screen strikingly popped up the stunning victory screen of slaying the dragon. Facing that sentence slammed back into his face once more. If you suck, practice more. Takuya Kuzu shattered mentally on the spot. Just as I was enjoying it and preparing to start another round, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang urgently. The urgent phone ring abruptly broke the noisy dorm. Fang Qingning. Fang Qingning's name strikingly jumped out on the screen. I decisively yielded my seat to Takuya Kuzu, answered the call, and went straight to asking about the contract progress. 1 million will arrive immediately. You can sign directly online. Who would have known that the moment I casually signed my name, the system directly dropped a shock-tier reward. A formula for a cancer-treating wonder drug. If mass-produced, it would absolutely be a miracle benefiting all humanity. Yet I remained extremely calm. This thing was a heavyweight national asset, and pulling it out to win a Nobel Prize. I had always kept a low profile, and now was definitely not the time for exposure. Meanwhile, the shares I had just acquired were in Wanfu Pharmaceutical, a private enterprise with a market value of over 2 billion. Right now, I didn't care about money at all. A market value of a few billion was just a string of numbers in his eyes. But in my heart, I was plotting a massive chess game, holding a ready-made pharmaceutical factory in hand. This was the absolute ultimate trump card for mass-producing the cancer wonder drug. Seeing the contract take effect, Fang Qingning readily deposited the huge sum of 1 million into my account. This 5% share had basically hollowed out half the net worth of her and Wang Chunping. Not only did she not retreat, but she became even more convinced of her big gamble. Just because she had secretly checked my background through underground intelligence informants, living with an aunt who was an ordinary assembly line factory worker. Yet this aunt and nephew pair actually lived in a top-tier luxury single-family villa in X state. Are you kidding me? Living in a multi-million-dollar luxury mansion and still going to the factory to be a corporate slave? In Fang Qingning's eyes, this loophole-ridden fake identity was simply a case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Even the top intelligence network could only check out an ordinary aunt. This could only prove that the other party's family background was unfathomably deep. Regardless of whether this force was black or white, it was an absolute God-sent boost for Wanfu Pharmaceutical. Thus, she immediately and respectfully invited me over the phone to attend the offline shareholders, meeting a few days later, even stating that if I were busy, she could vote on my behalf. I casually replied that I'd go if I had time, sitting alone in her office. Fang Qingning got a headache just thinking about the group of restless old foxes at the shareholders' meeting. Just as I hung up the phone, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit and a slicked-back hairstyle barged in aggressively. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his sharp gaze instantly locked onto the people in front of the computer, and he sneered with utmost disdain, "Not focusing on your proper duties." This high and mighty posture instantly ignited Toru Funiyama's second-generation temper. He abruptly stood up, pointed at the other guy's nose, and cursed back. "Who the hell are you? Is this your dorm? You walk in as you please. Don't you know how to knock?" Unexpectedly, the other guy locked his gaze onto the entire room with an extremely sharp stare. "I am Zhao Yang, the head of Y University's Academic Affairs Office, and you are now expelled." As soon as those words came out, the entire dorm fell into a dead silence. School had started just yesterday, And today they were actually being directly expelled? Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu flipped out on the spot, loudly demanding, "Why are you expelling us for no reason?" Facing the four unrepentant faces, the disgust in Zhao Yang's eyes intensified to the extreme, and he started making trouble from a high pedestal. "Did you guys harass female students near the school last night and get caught on the spot by the police? Do you know how much reputational damage this brings to the school? Expelling you is already getting off lightly." A cruel sneer curled the corners of Zhao Yang's lips. "At today's freshman assembly, I'll have to publicly denounce and criticize the four of you in front of all teachers and students." Hearing this, Toru Funayama exploded on the spot. "Did you investigate clearly before running your mouth and spouting shit here? Didn't you see the latest clarification video published online?" Yet Zhao Yang didn't care at all, pointing right at Toru Funayama's nose and raining down abuse from head to toe. "You drove a Maybach to bully classmates on your first day and tried to extort over 100,000 yuan. I don't believe a single word you say." He turned his malicious gaze toward Takuya Kuzu. "And you, with your dyed red hair, matching such a good computer just to play games and squander your parents' money." His eyes were filled with utter disdain. "Especially you, parading around in a fancy car. Last night, you were the one caught getting into a luxury car and posted online." Facing this indiscriminate accusation, I slowly raised my eyes with a cold expression. "How we are doesn't trouble you to educate us. Just worry about yourself." Who would have thought these words completely stepped on Zhao Yang's tail? Having acted tyrannically in the school for so many years, he had never been provoked like this by a student. He flew into a rage instantly, frantically shouting that he would kick the four of them out of Y University. He even blustered that he wasn't afraid of them using suicide or depression to threaten him. Listening to these extremely vile remarks, my face gradually turned black. Such scum actually deserved to be the head of the Academic Affairs Office? Since the other party took things to the extreme, why should I hold back? Second brother! At my single command, Toru Funayama didn't say a word and directly locked the dorm door from the inside. Michuan Kuzi nearby had already lost patience, cracking his knuckles and stepping forward step by step. Looking at this door closing to beat a dog formation, a trace of panic finally flickered across Zhao Yang's face. "You dare beat a teacher? Do you know what the consequences are?" Toru Funayama gave a creepy smile. Still expecting to use that to threaten us? Never would he have expected that the expulsion weapon and handcuffs he took pride in had now become the other party's confidence to flip the table. Seeing intimidation fail, Zhao Yang backed up step by step in terror, screaming at the top of his lungs that he would call the police to arrest them. Yet, Meichuan Kuzi not only didn't stop, but laughed even more frantically. "You said yourself we were caught by the police last night. Since we can stand here safe and sound now, do you think we'd still be afraid of the police?" As soon as those words came out, Zhao Yang looked as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, instantly realizing something was wrong. How could people taken away by the police just yesterday swagger back to the dorm today? Could it be that these thorns had connections with the police? This was practically trying to pierce the sky of Y City. Under extreme terror, he hysterically shrieked that he would report them to higher authorities. But Michuan Kuzi didn't give him a chance. A shout of, "Take this!" directly knocked him flat onto the ground. Meichuan Kuzi possessed top-tier combat power capable of single-handedly taking on 4 or 5 strong men. Dealing with a soft, middle-aged director was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. In just 2 or 3 moves, Zhao Yang was beaten until his nose bled and rolled all over the floor, clutching his head. "Student Union, assemble!" Desperate screams echoed through the hallway, but seeing him still daring to make a fuss, Meichuan Kuzi raised his fist and smashed it down fiercely again. "You guys just wait, you're definitely expelled." Accompanied by shrill wails, the once overbearing director of academic affairs was forcefully beaten into a half-dead, bloody gourd. After tossing the director out of the door like a dead dog, Meichuan Kuzi took a heavy bite out of his snack, but after the thrill, a deep worry flashed in his eyes. Beating up a director in university would definitely lead to expulsion. How should this be cleaned up? I just waved my hand indifferently, turned around, and dialed the private number of the Municipal Police Bureau Chief. "The school is going to expel us now. I need you to step forward and testify." Facing my direct request, the Municipal Bureau Chief on the other end of the line didn't put on airs. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat. If not for him covering up and suppressing the leaked video online, the official cap on his head would have been lost long ago. The bureau chief hurriedly explained that he was away on a business trip, and then threw out a replacement plan with heavy weight. Coincidentally, his daughter happened to be a freshman at Y University this year. Having the honorable municipal bureau chief's daughter step forward to vouch for us, this weight would definitely scare the entire board of trustees half to death. Escaping back to his office in disgrace, Zhao Yang smashed the ornaments on his desk into pieces. Having served as director at Y University for so many years, holding the life and death power over the children of countless wealthy merchants and political dignitaries, which of those high and mighty big shots wasn't respectful to him? Yet today, he was actually pinned to the ground and rubbed against the floor by a few freshman students. He swore not to be human unless this foul breath was completely vented. Not only would he expel all 4 of them, but he would also use connections in the higher education circle to completely cut off their path to studying in Y City. Next, he would firmly nail the charge of harassing female students onto the files of the 4 guys, making it an ironclad case even if it was fake. Right at that moment, a line of trembling student union officers hurried into the room from outside. With a gloomy face, Zhao Yang pointed at student union president Zhang Xiu's nose and cursed him from head to toe, treating this group of people simply as a vent for his anger. After cursing enough, he picked up a paper cup and gulped down some water, a very resentful cold light flashing suddenly in his eyes. At today's freshman assembly, you are to publicly announce the expulsion of these 4 teacher-beating scumbags in front of all 10,000 plus freshmen of the school. Facing this oppressive command, but arbitrarily altering the speech script at an assembly of over 10,000 people, was an ultra-serious violation and overreach of authority. Swallowing his saliva, he raised his head cautiously. "Director, should you check with the principal about this first?" Facing Zhang Xiu's hesitation, the bruised and battered Zhao Yang gripped his hand extremely arrogantly. "Never mind the principal. He definitely has to support me in expelling such scum of society." Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Zhang Kaiwu was holding her phone, falling into deep despair. Just a moment ago, her own father had actually issued an extremely absurd skeleton command. Not only did he demand that she immediately go find the principal to prove my innocence, but he even wanted her to personally present a banner for courageous righteousness to this boy she had never met at the highly anticipated freshman assembly. Thinking about having to go on stage under the gaze of over 10,000 eyes, Jiang Taiwu, who was a top social anxiety campus belle, was so scared her slender feet were trembling. But father's orders were hard to defy. However, when she bit the bullet and arrived at the principal's office door, she despairingly discovered that the principal wasn't even at school. Simultaneously, Zhang Ziyu, who had just walked out of the academic affairs office, was gnashing his teeth and ordering his subordinates to find out Kenjiro Sho's background for a vicious revenge. The short-skirted underclassman beside him woke him up with a single sentence. A hardcore character who even dared to beat the academic affairs director must not be easily provoked. At this, Zhang Ziyu instantly sobered up. To prevent adding extra drama at the freshman assembly and taking the blame for Zhao Yang, he immediately decided to personally make a trip to the principal's office to test the waters. Just as he stepped into the corridor, his feet were nailed in place. A breathtaking and stunning figure was pacing back and forth at the entrance, a top-tier beauty the likes of which he had never seen in his 3 years at Y University. Seeing this flustered and gorgeous underclassman before him, Zhang Xiu immediately put on the airs of the student union president and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Facing the approach of a stranger, Jiang Chaiwu, who was already socially anxious, retreated repeatedly in fright. She could only stammeringly spill out the entire task entrusted to her by her old man. After hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Zhang Xiu was so shocked he almost bit off his own tongue. This introverted underclassman, who looked soft, docile, and easily fooled, was actually the beloved daughter of the Municipal Public Security Bureau chief. What made his scalp tingle even more was that Kenjiro Sho, the guy about to be publicly expelled across the entire school by Zhao Yang, had the bureau chief backing him up behind the scenes. No wonder this punk dared to pin the academic affairs director to the ground and rub against the floor. After a brief moment of extreme lingering fear, a greedy and ecstatic joy burst forth wildly in Zhang Zu's eyes. If he could win over Zhang Kaiwu, he could practically walk sideways through Y City from then on. Besides, facing a top-tier campus belle like this, once you succeeded, Who would still care about those common vulgar-looking women? Seeing that Zhang Taiwu was sinking into the despair of extreme social anxiety, Zhang Xiu immediately put on a hypocritical smile and stepped forward. Classmate Kaiwu, hand the banner over to me and I'll help you present the award to Kenjiro Sho on stage. How about that? Hearing this, a flash of wild joy instantly crossed Jiang Saiwu's eyes. Really? Can you? Then how should I thank you? Watching this big fish easily swallow the hook, Zhang Xiu suppressed the triumph at the corners of his mouth and chuckled lightly. As the student union president, it's only right for me to help. Just treat me to a meal tonight. Completely defenseless, Zhang Kaiwu felt she had met a great person and immediately agreed on the spot. On the other side of the playground, however, the vibe took a drastic turn. I led 2 roommates and a newly acquired adopted son, swaggering onto the field once more, with an unbothered, swaggering stride. Looking at Meichuan Kuzi's fawning appearance as he diligently held an umbrella to block the sun, Toru Funiyama and Takuya Kuzu rolled their eyes so hard out of disgust that it was almost painful. It's scorching hot outside, boss. Make sure you don't sunburn your precious golden body. Facing this unprincipled flattery, I found this obedient and combat-capable adopted son unbelievably handy to have around. The 4 of us directly monopolized the coolest shade of trees beside the playground, turning on double-barrel radar mode for passing freshman beauties. Who would have known that just as they were enjoying watching the beauties, an extremely annoying voice suddenly shattered the harmony. With a comical band-aid pasted on his face and a gang of student union lackeys in tow, Zhao Yang aggressively closed in. "You guys really have the thickest skin on earth." He stared dead at me, his eyes full of resentment and malicious glee. "You're about to be publicly announced for expulsion across the entire school, yet you still have the leisurely mood to cool off and watch beauties here." Seeing this academic affairs director haunting us like a housefly, my head instantly ached twofold. Before I could even act, Toru Funiyama stepped forward with a look of utter disgust. "Can you stop coming over to disgust people?" This time, backed by his subordinates, Zhao Yang was not only unfearful, but grew increasingly rampant. In his view, the last time was purely a fluke. Now, with all the school's freshmen watching, these punks wouldn't dare strike back, even if given 100 guts. "Death is at the doorstep, yet you're still putting up a stubborn front." Zhao Yang closed in another step, his facial features slightly distorted with excitement. "Once the public notice drops and the whole school bans you, absolutely no university will dare accept trash like you. I want to see if you can still laugh when your decades of hard study are destroyed in an instant. Even if you kneel and beg me by then, it won't do you any good." Facing this spittle-flying threat, I couldn't even spare a single glance, simply waving my hand and turning away. Ignoring Zhao Yang's infuriated and distorted expression, I led the 3 of us straight toward our class formation. However, the moment I stepped into the ranks, a gaze full of hostility glued itself tightly onto me. As the class's original resident eye candy, Tang Hongtao had been basking in the secret flirtatious glances of female classmates. All the female students' attention was instantly sucked away entirely. Watching the girls, who had originally wanted to add his contact info, stare at me with glowing eyes, Tang Hongtao felt his back teeth grinding to pieces out of jealousy. Right at that moment, an extremely sizzling figure suddenly walked onto the running track. It was a light mature beauty around 26 or 27 years old. A tight dress clung closely to her voluptuous, curvaceous figure, while her exquisite light makeup and styled bun made her look all the more alluring. The gazes of the entire crowd were instantly locked tight onto her. "Hello everyone, I am your counselor." Facing the voluptuous royal sister counselor Jiang Qingqing, all the male students' eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. Not only was her attractiveness comparable to a campus belle, but that ripe, abundant charm in every gesture was simply irresistible. With a cold expression on her gorgeous face, Jiang Qingqing began organizing the ranks. Everyone line up into 2 rows of men and women according to height. "If you have anything to discuss, we'll head back to the classroom for a class meeting after we dismiss. Shut your traps right now. The freshman assembly is about to begin." Accompanied by the royal sister's unquestionable order, everyone obediently lined up. Yet standing at the very back row of the line, I found myself yawning out of sheer boredom. The scorching sun overhead baked me until I felt drowsy. just as I thought this crappy assembly was completely meaningless. A system prompt suddenly rang out in my mind. Triggered temporary task. As a future mega tycoon, you must always care for those around you. Please buy a Starbucks drink for every single classmate and the counselor. Task completion reward, a solid gold Rolex watch. Hearing this windfall, my previously groggy brain woke up instantly. Yet the next second, I mentally ranted heavily at the system. This damn Rolex was utterly useless for anything other than showing off wealth and acting pretentious. But in order to complete the main task of spending money, I still decided to reluctantly take on this order. Following that, I turned straight to look at Toru Funayama beside me, clutched my stomach to ask Jiang Qingqing for a leave of absence, and sped off with my good brother. After all, over 60 cups of Starbucks couldn't possibly be carried by just 2 people, and when it came to how to flash cash with high-profile swagger, I had to consult this young master. Seeing me, the most attention-stealing person, actually slink away in a dejected manner, Tang Hongtao, who had been secretly jealous all along, almost laughed out loud. He disdainfully assumed I must be feeling inferior due to my poor family background. Now, the focus of all the girls in the class could finally return to him. By this time, he had already mentally ranked the appearance of all the girls in the class, locking his gaze directly on Kai Miao Miao, the class flower who had been stealing glances at Kenjiro's show just moments earlier. Seeing the girls complaining repeatedly about the heat under the blazing sun, Tang Hongtao immediately felt his moment to shine had arrived. He hurried over to the campus supermarket to buy a bottle of iced soda, walked straight up to Kai Miao Miao and handed it over. "Classmate, drink some soda to cool off." Kai Miao Miao, practically baked dry, suddenly saw someone bringing her a drink, and a flash of surprise instantly crossed her eyes. "Thank you, classmate." Tang Hongtao immediately flashed what he thought was his most charming smile. "Just a bottle of soda, consider it making a friend. I'm Tang Hongtao." "Then let me scan you to add you as a friend." Shai Miao Miao readily pulled out her phone, her inner vanity instantly swelling to the extreme. Out of so many girls in the class, only she received the specially bought drink. This proved beyond a doubt that she was unquestionably the most beautiful class flower. She even secretly calculated that if she hadn't taken a fancy to me the moment I left, she probably really would have been moved by this thoughtful, warm-hearted guy in front of her. Just as Tang Hongtao thought he was about to win the beauty over with a cheap bottle of soda, an extremely shocking commotion suddenly erupted at the playground entrance. I, who had just left, actually brought Toru Funayama back, marching right back in. Behind them marched a mighty, grand procession of a full 10 Starbucks employees. Every single person's hands were carrying premium beverages filled to the brim. This majestic Starbucks delivery task force instantly sensationalized the entire playground. I directly told the 10 clerks to pass the iced drinks backward down the line. Following that, I personally carried a cup over to the front of the gorgeous counselor. "Teacher, you've worked hard." Jiang Qingqing's beautiful eyes rippled, and the look she gave this male student turned incomparably complex. Turns out this punk had clutched his stomach and faked being sick just to secretly run off and buy drinks for the entire class. But Tang Hongtao, standing not far away, was warped out of shape by jealousy. With over 60 people in the class all drinking Starbucks, this punk had ruthlessly dropped over 2,000 yuan just to steal the spotlight. Yet he had no idea he was about to experience what a dimensionality reduction strike truly felt like. Watching every single classmate in the class receive a drink, I casually tossed out a sentence publicly. "From now on, our classmates can go to that Starbucks at the school gate and drink whatever they want, completely on the house." Because right when I went out earlier, I had already casually bought out that store. As soon as those words came out, the whole class sucked in a sharp breath. Buying at a Starbucks cost at least 1,000,000 yuan. This punk went out for a stroll and casually dropped an entire apartment's worth of money. Tang Hongtao felt so aggrieved he almost threw up blood on the spot, never expecting this poor kid to be a hidden ultra tycoon. Meanwhile, the female classmates' gazes toward me thoroughly changed flavor. Just a moment ago, they were still envying Kai Miao Miao for having someone bring her a drink. Now they weren't envious anymore, because an even more handsome guy had directly treated all of them to unlimited Starbucks. Not only handsome and wealthy, but so generous with his spending as well. This was simply a dream boyfriend, straight out of a dimensionality reduction strike. Takuya Kuzu admired me to the point of complete submission from the side. As expected of the boss, I've got to call you Godfather for this ability to instantly secure preferential mating rights. Hearing my roommate's shameless flattery, I rolled my eyes hard in my heart. Who would have thought, if not for completing the system task, I wouldn't bother spending this $1 million+ to act pretentious? Right at that moment, the prompt tone for completing the task suddenly rang in my mind. The next second, my wrist suddenly felt heavy, and a watch crafted purely of solid gold materialized out of thin air. I looked down, and the corners of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, this was way too flashy. The blinding golden light flashed dazzlingly under the sun. It was tacky to the absolute extreme. I tried desperately to pull down my long sleeves to cover it, but there was no way to hide that in-your-face nouveau riche golden aura. Just as all the classmates were cheering over the free Starbucks, Counselor Jiang Qingqing shot me a fierce, annoyed glare. Come to my office after the assembly ends and see how I properly discipline you. Right while the female students in the class were casting flirtatious glances at me one after another, Zhao Yang came marching back over with a bunch of student union members. He walked straight up to Jiang Qingqing and started heavily mocking us at the top of his lungs. Teacher Jiang, your class has produced a few scum of society who have ruined the school's reputation. At today's freshman assembly, the student union president will issue a public school-wide disciplinary reprimand against them. Although Zhao Yang didn't name names, his malicious gaze was locked dead onto me in the back row of the formation. Looking at my gloriously radiant appearance, Zhao Yang felt so jealous he felt like billions of ants were crawling wildly in his heart. The students in the front rows immediately started whispering among themselves, and the news spread across the entire formation in an instant. I didn't even need to use my toes to guess that this old fogey was definitely gunning for me. Toru Funayama flew into a rage on the spot beside me. Why won't this hanging dork go away like a ghost? Boss, why don't you spend some money to hire an assassin organization and just beat this old fogey to death? I widened my eyes abruptly and turned my head in absolute shock. What deep hatred is this? But do you actually know an assassin? Toru Funayama had originally just muttered it, offhandedly, but he sucked in a cold breath of air and stared at me with uncontainable disbelief. Boss, you wouldn't actually want to rub out this old bastard, would you? Toru Funayama hurriedly waved his hands to explain that he was just speaking off the cuff. Following that, he leaned in with a face full of confusion. Didn't the municipal bureau promise to step in and smooth things over? Why is this old fogey still biting onto you without letting go? Logically speaking, official authorities would never go back on their word. But if they really let this old fogey bring him to tears at the freshman assembly, even if he didn't get expelled, he'd suffer social death. Watching Zhao Yang's smug expression of certain victory, I silently gritted my teeth. I had to prepare a backup plan. At this point, Jiang Qingqing knitted her slender brows slightly. I wonder which students the director is referring to. Zhao Yang's malicious gaze instantly locked onto the back row, a sneer curling the corners of his mouth. It's Kenjiro Sho, Toru Funayama, Takuya Kuzu, and Meichuan Kuzi from your class. Hearing this, Jiang Qingqing instantly put on a stern face and demanded the reason. Who would have known Zhao Yang would directly crank up his volume? These four little punks harassed female students from another school last night and got dragged into the police station. Today, when I kindly educated them, they even dared to beat me. Scum like this must be expelled immediately. This statement fell like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Qingqing immediately called out the four of them to step out of line. But when she saw my handsome, dashing face clearly, her expression instantly turned peculiar. Such a top-tier handsome guy, would he ever need to go out on the streets to harass others? Yet Zhao Yang was still over there adding fuel to the fire. We must make them stand beneath the lecture stage so that all 10,000 teachers and students can properly awaken their sense of shame. Meichuan Kuzi and Toru Funayama had the most explosive tempers of the four. Hearing this, they almost couldn't hold back and wanted to beat this hanging dork up right in public. But I gave a cue with my eyes for them to stay calm. What happened last night was private, and no outsiders saw it. If they started something here with over 10,000 people watching, even the municipal bureau wouldn't be able to wash the charges clean for them. Jiang Qingqing turned to look at me. Did you guys harass female students last night or not? Without a single moment of hesitation, I denied it on the spot. Absolutely not. However, Zhao Yang pulled out his phone with a face full of mockery and directly played a video. The scene on screen was precisely when I was forcibly escorted onto a police car. by police officers. The evidence is ironclad. If you didn't commit an illegal act, why would the police arrest you? I almost wanted to laugh. The original video had already been forcefully taken down by the Municipal Bureau. This old fogey actually went out of his way to download and save it on his phone. Since he insisted on sticking his face out to be slapped, I just fulfill his wish directly. I pulled out my phone and publicly pulled up the official verified account of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The pinned first video was the Municipal Bureau's detailed debunking announcement regarding last night's case. Everything was just a staged performance coordinated for traffic views, and no harassment or disturbance whatsoever ever existed. With irrefutable evidence laid out before him, Zhao Yang was dumbfounded on the spot. But instead of admitting fault, he started arguing sophistically. "You're talking bullshit. You must have spent money to bribe the connections. The police nowadays don't even know how to handle cases properly." This utterly bottomless remark instantly refreshed the lower limit. Jiang Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore. She never believed I would harass off-campus girls to begin with, and instantly transformed into a lioness protecting her cubs. "Director Zhao, please watch your language. My students are just a bit playful at most. They are definitely not as bad as you're making them out to be." Seeing a mere junior teacher dare to talk to him like that, Xiao Yang's expression turned somewhat gloomy. "Teacher Jiang, do you know what you're doing? You are shielding a criminal. Who would have known Jiang Qingqing wouldn't yield an inch, directly launching a stern counterattack? I am defending the legitimate rights and interests of my students. I will never allow you to condemn them, based on groundless accusations." Watching this iceberg beauty stand up against the grade director for our sake, the few of us couldn't help feeling a wave of inner exhilaration. This heroic, fierce stance of guarding her turf was simply too badass. Seeing that he completely failed to regain the upper hand, Zhao Yang shook with anger. Fine. Teacher Jiang, you're doing great, just you wait for me. I'm going straight to complain to the principal." Following that, he waved his hand fiercely and fled in disarray with his pack of student union lapdogs. Suffering consecutive snubs at the hands of a freshman like me, his resentment right now was heavier than a ghost's. The student union cadre walking beside him, Zhang Zhu, cautiously edged closer. "Then, at the opening ceremony shortly, are we still going to publicly denounce and criticize Kenjiro Sho and them?" Already burning with anger, Zhao Yang widened his eyes savagely. "Duh. Am I the director, or are you the director? It must be announced." Sung Xiu swallowed his saliva and continued to probe. "Are we still using the same charge?" A flash of malicious, sneering cruelty crossed the bottom of Zhao Yang's eyes. "Need you even ask? Of course we're using that one." Watching his opponent leave empty-handed, Kenjiro Sho felt utterly exhilarated. Just as he wanted to say goodbye to Counselor Jiang Qingqing, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Publishing temporary task. Please have the host touch the counselor's butt within 30 seconds. Task completion reward. Combat martial arts proficiency. 10-minute experience card. Failure penalty. Constipation." Kenjiro Sho froze completely. The entire class was watching. Touching the iceberg beauty counselor's butt? He had to be genuinely tired of living. Watching the seconds tick away by the second, he hardened his heart, faked a slip of his foot, threw his body straight toward Jiang Qingqing, and swiftly brushed his hand across her peachy rear end in passing. Kenjiro Sho scrambled back up instantly, shoved his hands into his pockets, and whistled, trying to sneak away. However, just as he was feeling immensely smug about his own cleverness, the system's voice popped up again. Detected that the host cut corners. Task failed. To make matters worse, the system actually added an auxiliary condition. When touching the counselor's butt, the host's hand must maintain contact for 10 seconds or more. Kenjiro Sho's expression cracked. This time, it wasn't fake. He really wanted to fall over. The commotion over here caused Jiang Qingqing to look back once more. She knitted her slender brows. "Classmate Kenjiro Sho, what are you doing?" Kenjiro Sho offered a tactical cough and randomly threw out an excuse. "It's nothing. I saw a grasshopper on the ground and wanted to catch some to roast for a night snack." Seeing Jiang Qingqing looking speechless and urging him to return to formation, Kenjiro Sho gritted his teeth. To avoid being crippled, he was going all out. He strode forward quickly, yanked the distance between himself and Jiang Qingqing down to practically zero. "Teacher Jiang, thanks for speaking up for me earlier. Let me treat you to a meal tonight." To outsiders, the two of them looked like they were whispering sweet nothings. Yet the very next second, Kenjiro Sho's wandering hand grabbed a handful directly onto Zhang Qingqing's perky, plump, peach-like buttock. Zhang Qingqing's entire body froze instantly. To avoid making Kenjiro Sho feel like she was disgusted by him, she hadn't dodged in the first place. Who would have thought he'd actually dare to make a direct move? Kenjiro Sho, have you touched enough? Zhang Qingqing's voice carried a trace of anger and panic beneath its firmness. Without letting go, he could only brazenly lower his voice. Not yet, Teacher Zhang. Cover for me a bit. You wouldn't want the other classmates in class to know we're doing this, right? Zhang Qingqing was trembling with anger. No man had ever touched her in all these years. How dare this Kenjiro Sho? She now seriously suspected this punk was simply an outright ruffian. Kenjiro Sho, I just helped you out. Is this how you repay your teacher? Kenjiro Sho's face didn't flush, and his heart didn't beat fast as he answered with absolute conviction, yup. Zhang Qingqing had zero ways of dealing with Kenjiro Sho. His hand was even touching places it shouldn't be. Suddenly, a flush of color surfaced on her face, and she let out an uncontrollable moan. Kenjiro Sho's hand paused, filled with astonishment. Zhang Qingqing instantly blushed crimson and lowered her voice. Kenjiro Sho, let go first. We'll talk when we get back to the office. Kenjiro Sho's jaw practically dropped. Back to the office? What does that mean? Right at that moment, the system prompt finally rang out, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Zhang Qingqing also realized she had spoken slip-of-the-tongue words and quickly explained. Going back to the office means going back to discipline you. Kenjiro Sho finally let go and scuttled back to formation in a flurry, leaving Zhang Qingqing standing in place, burning with rage, as if she might combust on the spot. At 2 in the afternoon, the freshman assembly finally convened. Toru Funayama, the classmate standing beside Kenjiro Sho, was complaining, "Damn it, the meeting starts at 2, yet they made us arrive at 1. Just as Kenjiro Sho let out a yawn, a girl's voice came from beside him. What did the teacher call you over for just now? He turned his head and saw class flower Kai Miao Miao staring at him with wide, gossipy eyes. Kenjiro Sho couldn't exactly say he got caught red-handed for harassing girls, so he casually bluffed. Our counselor was afraid of ants, so she made me go catch ants. That single sentence cracked Kai Miao Miao up into a soft giggle behind her hand. Who would have thought this scene was caught in the eyes of Tang Hongtao, who held a secret crush on Kai Miao Miao, burning him with intense fury. He directly cut into the conversation and exposed it with a smug look. Meow meow, don't listen to his bullshit. My uncle is the school director. Kenjiro Sho got into trouble yesterday and was just called over for a reprimand. Following that, he shouted out loud publicly. Kenjiro Sho, you harassed off-campus female students yesterday, forced people to drink with you, and slapped them across the face before getting dragged away by the cops. Did that happen or not? Kenjiro Sho looked at him like he was an idiot, turned to Toru Funayama and asked, Did he drink the Starbucks I bought? Toru Funayama nodded to confirm. Kenjiro Sho immediately turned back to Tang Hongtao with a freezing tone. Return my Starbucks. From now on, dogs and Tang Hongtao are prohibited from entering my store. Tang Hongtao gritted his teeth with rage. Who cares about your Starbucks? Toru Funayama looked at him with utter contempt. If you didn't like it, why'd you finish drinking it? Tang Hongtao's face turned beet red, and he could only pull out his phone. How much? I'll scan you the money. Kenjiro Sho gave Toru Funayama a cue with his eyes. Toru Funayama understood instantly and directly flashed his payment code. $1,000. Scan it. Tang Hongtao's hands shook as he held his phone. $1,000? What did you put inside it? Toru Funayama raised his chin with a punch-me expression. What do you care what I put inside? My big bro is the boss of Starbucks. Our fixed price is $1,000. What are you fronting for when you don't have the cash? But if he didn't pay up, he'd lose even more face. Blushing and gnashing his teeth, Tang Hongtao asked, Fine, I'll scan it. Toru Funayama beamed instantly, winking and making faces at Kenjiro Sho. Boss, this dude is throwing money around, big time. From now on, whenever he comes to our shop, every single drink must cost $1,000 a cup. The man's not short on cash. These words made Kai Miao Miao, standing nearby, see Tang Hongtao for who he really was. She wouldn't believe in a million years that Kenjiro Sho would harass a girl. With a face like that, he was only ever the one getting harassed by girls. Who would have known that the moment the cash transfer finished, Tang Hongtao would strike again, his face full of severe solemnity. Kenjiro Sho! You just wait! At the freshman assembly later, the student union president will publicly criticize you, and the end result will be expulsion. He pulled out his phone, aimed it at Kenjiro Sho, and said, I'm going to record the whole thing and post it online to totally ruin your social life. Kenjiro Sho, however, acted completely unconcerned. Go ahead and record then. Make sure you capture my good side. Tang Hongtao was rendered speechless with anger. Right at that moment, the freshman assembly officially began. Principal Shu Ryu took the stage first and began his speech. The crowd down below was nodding off drowsily, but in a corner down below, Zhang Kaiwu stared with wide, shocked eyes. Shu Ryu, that was a major provincial figure whom even her own father had to treat with cautious respect. How was he actually the principal of her school? Even more unexpectedly, Shu Ryu's speech was not some cliché chicken soup drivel read straight from a script. This world belongs to all of you. When each person shines and brings their all in their respective post, they are laying bricks and tiles for the motherland. The speech left the entire venue boiling with passion, followed by thunderous applause. After the principal finished, the school board members, directors, and professors took turns stepping up. Finally, it came down to the very last segment, the student union president taking the stage. Tang Hongtao instantly perked up with energized spirits, staring dead at Kenjiro Sho because the moment of judgment had arrived. The senior student from the broadcasting department announced loudly, "Next, we invite student union president Zhang Yu to speak." As soon as those words fell, Tang Hongtao whipped around and grinned ferociously at Kenjiro Sho. Kenjiro Sho, just wait, your disciplinary notice is coming right up. That gloating expression made Toru Funayama practically want to throw a punch straight into his face. Kenjiro Sho couldn't even be bothered to care about him, treating him as though he were merely a clown. Following that, Zhang Yu walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and flashed a standard smile. After a batch of utterly empty opening remarks, just when everyone thought it was about to end, he changed the subject. Here, I'd like to call out a few students. Instantly, the entire venue lost all sleepiness, and everyone pricked up their ears, ready to soak in the drama. Kenjiro Sho, Toru Funayama, Takuya Kuzu, and Meichuan Kuzi from Computer Science Class 2. Tang Hongtao was so excited he almost jumped, and Kai Miao Miao's heart leapt straight into her throat. Did Kenjiro Sho really harass a girl after all? Down below, Zhao Yang wore a vicious, sinister smile. As long as Zhang Yu opened his mouth, true or false, this basin of dirty water was firmly splashed. However, Zhang Yu's next sentence caused the smiles on Tang Hongtao's and Zhao Yang's faces to freeze solid on the spot. Here, we want to commend these 4 students. Yesterday, they assisted the police in subduing evildoers, bringing glory to the school. Special recognition goes to student Kenjiro Sho for protecting social safety despite the danger. The Municipal Public Security Bureau has specially issued a banner of merit. Let's give them a round of applause. What? Zhao Yang stomped his foot hard in rage. This Zhang Yu actually turned into a double agent at the crucial moment. The moment the words finished, inspiring music swelled, and 2 pretty senior female students carried a bright red banner onto the stage, drawing the gazes of all eyes. Even Kenjiro Sho was baffled. Did the Municipal Bureau have to play this so big? I just didn't want to get expelled. How did it turn into a public award ceremony? Seeing him not moving, Zhang Yu once again issued a loud invitation. This was a golden opportunity to show one's face in front of tens of thousands of people, but Kenjiro Sho only wanted to keep a low profile. He nudged Toru Funayama beside him. Toru Funayama, go up there and accept the award for me. Toru Funayama's eyes brimmed with hot, emotional tears. Good brother, for life. He straightened his clothes, puffed out his chest, and prepared to take the stage. With this, my priority mating rights are locked in. Who would have known that right as he passed Meichuan Kuzi suddenly stuck out a leg. Oops. Toru Funayama took a header and directly face-planted into a dog-eating shit wipeout. Immediately following that, Takuya Kuzu beside him acted with lightning-fast reflexes, taking his Starbucks cup and pouring it right down Toru Funayama's head. Tisk, tisk. I almost got scalded to death. Scalding hot coffee poured straight down from his head, turning Toru Funayama into a drowned rat instantly. Looking this disheveled, how could he possibly go on stage to accept an award? Going up there now would just be making a complete fool of oneself. Second brother, why are you so clumsy? Takuya Kuzu put on a hypocritical front, rushing forward with a look of extreme anxiety to help him up. Toru Funayama was on the verge of a breakdown. His once-in-a-lifetime chance to act cool had just vanished into thin air. He pointed angrily at Takuya Kuzu. "Damn your mother, was that you who poured the coffee?" Takuya Kuzu put on an innocent expression. "What are you talking about, second brother? Our brotherhood runs deep. How could we ever do something like that?" Toru Funayama shook with rage. He had tripped the exact moment he passed Meichuan Kuzi, and then immediately got drenched in coffee by Takuya Kuzu. When on earth has there ever been such a coincidence in this world? But before he even had a chance to throw a fit, he noticed that Takuya Kuzu had somehow slipped into a crisp, tailored suit. "Second brother, let me go up in your place," Takuya Kuzu said with a sincere expression. Meichuan Kuzi beside him was even more shameless, directly lowering his own seniority tier. "Two uncles, how about you let this nephew take the opportunity instead?" "In your dreams, it's mine! It's mine!" The three of them instantly devolved into a chaotic brawl right there. Right at that moment, celebratory fireworks suddenly went off at the school gates, and a marching band swaggered its way in. At the very front was a massive banner unfurled by the Red Cross Society, expressing gratitude to Kenjiro Sho for donating 10 million yuan to children in mountainous regions. Boom! The entire venue fell into a dead silence first, before completely erupting into chaos. 10 million yuan? A real-life living Lei Feng. Isn't this Kenjiro Sho the very same young Master Xiao who bought out the shop padding? Kenjiro Sho's head instantly ached. This was a backup hand he had prepared just in case, using financial power to wash his reputation clean. Who would have known it would collide head-on with the Municipal Bureau's commendation? Now he was completely pushed right to the forefront of the storm. Resigned, Kenjiro Sho said to Kai Miao Miao beside him, "Did you bring a mask? Lend it to me for a second." Passing over the mask, Kai Miao Miao was left speechless. This guy actually claimed he was too handsome and didn't want to cause a scene. Putting on the mask, Kenjiro Sho took steps of extreme reluctance toward the podium. Instantly, tens of thousands of gazes across the venue locked onto him in unison, everyone wanting to see what this freshman, who was simultaneously a hero and a multi-millionaire tycoon, actually looked like. In the corner, Setsu Kano, eyes were practically melting into strings. She would recognize this silhouette even if it turned to ash. Jiang Taiwu also widened her eyes, desperately wanting to catch a look at the young man her father had sent her to deliver the banner to. Kenjiro Sho walked up the stage, bowed slightly toward the tens of thousands of teachers and students, and took the microphone. "Actually, I didn't want to come up. After all, when you do good deeds, you don't leave your name. But the president kept calling me, and if I didn't show up, wouldn't that be leaving him hanging?" With that humorous piece of playful banter, laughter instantly exploded across the entire venue. Zhang Yu didn't mind at all, personally handing that bright red banner over into Kenjiro Sho's hands with great solemnity. Kenjiro Sho merely accepted it offhandedly, turned around, and wanted to slip away, but Zhang Yu grabbed him right back. "That was just from the Municipal Bureau. Our school still has a medal to award you." The moment the words fell, Principal Shu Ryu strode up with a firm gait, patted Kenjiro Sho's shoulder with an expression full of appreciation. Today's youth are truly remarkable. Following that, he took an exquisite red box from the MC and personally pinned the medal representing supreme honor onto Kenjiro Sho. Every freshman in the audience instantly felt their psychological defenses break down. How is the gap between humans so massive? We're still trying to recognize our roommates, and this guy is already getting publicly decorated with medals. This single scene made sports cars, beauties, and second-generation heirs all look completely low rent. Tang Hongtao's and Zhao Yang's faces turned as dark as the bottom of a wok. Zhao Yang's fists cracked as he clenched them tight. This medal personally bestowed by the principal was equivalent to a get-out-of-jail-free card. From now on at Y University, who would ever dare touch him? Touching him meant slapping the principal right across the face. Right at that moment, Shu Ryu smiled and spoke up. "Young man, stop hiding. Take off the mask, let's take a photo together." Kenjiro Sho was just about to reach out when a sound roared through his mind. Temporary task. What is modesty? Option 1. Refuse the principal and decline to show your true face. Reward. Top 10 classic hit songs from the previous generation's Chinese music industry. Option 2. Agree to the principle and let the public see your face. Reward, 10% equity in Tianyi Music. Equity? How can that compare to personally creating a myth in the music industry? Kenjiro Sho made his decision in a split second. He looked at the principal and stated with a firm tone, "No can do, principal. I'm shy and don't want to be famous." Shu Ryu was an open-minded person as well. Seeing how insistent he was, he stopped pushing the matter. While the ripples of the freshman assembly hadn't even fully settled, a small storm of its own was brewing back in the classroom. Counselor Jiang Qingqing convened a class meeting to announce 3 things: military training arrangements, election of class officers, and self-introductions to get acquainted. After wrapping up the military training details in a couple of sentences, Jiang Qingqing curved the corners of her mouth and moved straight into the main topic. "All right, now everyone come up to the stage one by one to introduce yourselves, and then we'll vote for the monitor." Student after student walked up to the podium. Who would have known that when it was Kenjiro Sho's turn, all the female students in the class lifted their phones in unison to snap close-up photos, eager to capture a shot of his full face. Kenjiro Sho felt like flipping the desk over. He looked at Jiang Qingqing. "Counselor, everyone already knows my name. Do I really need to introduce myself?" Jiang Qingqing's chance for revenge had arrived. How could she possibly let it slide? She sneered. "No way, student Kenjiro Sho. Everyone has to take their turn. What makes you so special?" Left with no choice, Kenjiro Sho walked up to the stage with resignation and spoke a few brief words. Even so, his flawless good looks still elicited waves of sharp shrieks from the girls. This left Toru Funayama and Takuya Kuzu and the others down below green with intense envy. Following the self-introductions came the election for class officers. After a round of voting, the result was completely without suspense. Kenjiro Sho won the monitor position directly with a crushing majority of over 50 votes. Even more wild was that Toru Funayama became the vice monitor, Takuya Kuzu the cultural committee member, and even Maihwan Kuzi managed to snag the sanitation committee member spot. The 4 birds of a feather had straight up monopolized the entire class committee. Kenjiro Sho rubbed his brow. This class is officially doomed. Tang Hong Tao, who had loftily aspired to be monitor, sat there completely dumbfounded looking at his pitiful handful of votes. He hadn't even landed the vice monitor spot. Looking at these 4 on the podium, each looking more like a bandit than the last, Jiang Qingqing almost choked on her own breath. If this combination managed a class, not exploding would already be considered a massive success. The moment Kenjiro Sho secured the monitor post, Campus Belle Kai Meow Meow walked over with her hands behind her back and a smiling expression. "Monitor, let's add each other on WeChat." As soon as those words dropped, the girls across the class started shouting in unison. "Monitor, add us too!" Tang Hong Tao stared with blinking eyes as the goddess he had chased so hard took the initiative to throw herself at someone else. His heart shattered completely, and aggrieved tears welled up uncontrollably. Kai Meow Meow pressed even closer to Kenjiro Sho's side, speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Monitor Shao, I used to be a class monitor myself. If you don't know how to handle things, I can tutor you, you know. Tilde." Kenjiro Sho asked with a pure, innocent expression. "Is that the kind of tutoring I have in mind?" Kai Meow Meow's pretty face flushed bright red instantly. Seeing someone capable of sharing the pressure, Jiang Qingqing pushed the boat along with the current. Since student Sai is willing to help, you shouldn't turn her down. Kenjiro Sho thought to himself, "Perfect, you can just be the acting monitor from now on." Once the class meeting ended, Jiang Qingqing called Kenjiro Sho alone into her office. In the sunset glow, the office was completely empty. The moment Jiang Qingqing stepped inside, she crossed her legs, her 2 long, slender, gorgeous thighs gleaming blindingly white in the twilight. Kenjiro Sho couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The next second, Jiang Qingqing's eyes turned icy cold, her aura flaring to the max. "Student Kenjiro Sho, did you or did you not touch teachers?" Before she could finish her sentence, alarm bells rang wildly in Kenjiro Sho's head. Temporary task, conquer Jiang Qingqing. Task reward, core source code of Honor of Kings. Failure penalty, constipation. Kenjiro Sho wanted to curse out loud. This was his teacher. You absolute troll of a system. Just as he wanted to pull up a chair and sit down, Jiang Qingqing shouted sharply, "Who told you to sit? Stand right there." Kenjiro Sho took a deep breath. "A dominant woman, huh?" Fine, don't blame me then. He snapped his head up, locked his gaze directly onto Jiang Qingqing, poured every ounce of his energy into activating his hypnotism skill, and spoke word by word. Teacher, actually, I like you. Instantly, Jiang Qingqing felt as though Kenjiro Sho's eyes were vast, starry galaxies, her soul feeling as if it had been instantly sucked out of her. When she finally snapped back to her senses, a single thought had planted itself deeply in her mind, becoming an unquestionable truth. Kenjiro Sho likes me. In the system's inner monologue, it let out a heavy northeast accented rant. Look at this. I gave you hypnotism for you to handle serious business. But look at you. You only ever use it to pick up chicks. Kenjiro Sho shot right back. Get lost. You're only good for trolling. Why is my system so abstract? Straight out of the gate, it's making me conquer my teacher. Isn't this forcing a good person into a life of sin? Meanwhile, a fierce internal battle was waging inside Jiang Qingqing's heart. Kenjiro Sho likes me, but he's my student. We have such an age gap. This isn't allowed. With a dazed expression and a trembling body, she, who had never been in a relationship, unexpectedly felt a tiny trace of excitement and anticipation right at that moment. Am I really this starved after being single for so long that I'm not even sparing my own student? Jiang Qingqing, get a grip. Right at the moment Jiang Qingqing's reason collapsed, Kenjiro Sho seized his chance. He grabbed her slender waist, pinned her chin, and pressed his lips straight against those alluring red ones. Jiang Qingqing's eyes widened in circles, her brain exploding instantly. What am I doing? I'm being kissed by my own student. This is my first kiss? Yet the next second, a wave of unprecedented palpitations swept across her entire body. Having endured a long spell of romantic starvation, she unexpectedly started responding passionately, wrapping her arms tightly around Kenjiro Sho, as if trying to knead him into her own body. It wasn't until a sharp, stinging pain and the taste of blood spread across their lips that the two finally separated after a full 2 minutes. With a flushed face and heavy breathing, Jiang Qingqing pointed toward the door and roared, "Get out! Get the hell out!" Knowing this wasn't something to rush, Kenjiro Sho offered a mischievous smile as a parting reminder. "Teacher, remember to change your skirt. I'm heading out first." That single sentence drove Jiang Qingqing to social death, making her too ashamed to even lift her head. With a crying lilt in her voice, she repeated, "Get out! Out!" Back in the office, Jiang Qingqing dazedly touched her lips, a trace of moisture on her fingertips. Her first kiss had actually tasted like blood. "Kenjiro Sho, you huge jerk!" Kenjiro Sho jogged all the way back to the dorm, where Toru Funayama and the others were gaming. "Boss, you're back. That was seriously badass today. The principal personally presenting your award. By the way, military training starts tomorrow." Meanwhile, over in the girls' dormitory campus belle, Kyoka Funayama was staring blankly at her phone. It had been 2 days, and Kenjiro Sho still hadn't replied to her message. She wanted to invite him to dinner again, but was terrified of being treated like a simp. As the majestic campus belle, she actually found herself agonizing over whether to chase after a guy. If word got out, wouldn't she be laughed to death? But what if she didn't take the initiative, and Kenjiro Sho got snatched away by another girl? Just as she was caught in a vortex of hesitation, her roommate Chu-ji suddenly edged closer. "Ooh, Xiaoshui, you're trying to message Pingyan, aren't you?" Kyoka Funayama was startled out of her wits and frantically slammed her phone screen dark. Giving a reproachful glare to the suddenly appearing Chu-ji, she demanded, "What are you doing? Snooping on my phone?" Who would have known Kyuji would put on a haughty face? Who told you to ignore me? I called your name like 3 times. That Kenjiro Sho is seriously weird. He's got a gorgeous beauty like you and won't even pursue her. What on earth is going on in his head? Leaning in close all of a sudden, she asked with a mysterious air, "Tell me the truth, do you actually have feelings for him or not?" Kyoka Funayama was temporarily struck dumb. She couldn't sort out her own feelings either. From initial curiosity to discovering he was a top-tier, ultra-wealthy young master, she only felt that whatever advantage her looks gave her had been completely reduced to nothing. But Kyuji's next words made her heart tighten. "Even if I don't know whether you have feelings for him, don't forget, because of you, he offended Jibo. Jibo's family connections are no joke, and the guy is notoriously vindictive. Kenjiro Sho is an out-of-towner, he's probably going to get targeted for payback." Kyoka Funayama's nerves instantly went rigid. No way. Is he really that petty? Tian Tian said Jibo is the type who sleeps on brushwood and tastes gall to plot revenge. It's over! It's over! Kyoka Funayama panicked completely. Then, didn't I just ruin Kenjiro Sho's life? I have to warn him. The formerly aloof campus belle was now pacing back and forth in the dorm like a headless fly. Seeing this, Kyuji struck right where it hurt. Look at you, worrying yourself into a state like this and still saying you don't have feelings for him? Kyoka Funayama was still putting up a stubborn front. Impossible. I'm not a superficial person. Jibo chased me for 3 years and I didn't budge, and I've only known Kenjiro Sho for a few days. I'm just afraid he'll get hurt because of me. Yet Kyuji tossed out a line with an expression that said, I've seen right through you all along. Is that so? Then why did you sneak off to the police station last night? Who were you getting so nervous over? Pushing her advantage, Kyuji struck while the iron was hot. Don't forget, you still owe him a meal anyway. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to ask him out and warn him to watch out for Jibo? The palms of Kyoka Funayama's hands were covered in sweat as she gripped her phone. What if I get rejected and we can't even stay friends? Who would have known Kyuji would deliver a direct critical hit? Have you ever heard of warriors charging for love? If you don't take the initiative and he doesn't take the initiative, a heaven-sent romance is just going to slip right past. The hesitation in Kyoka Funayama's eyes instantly transformed into determination. Fine, I'll ask him out right now. But what Kyoka Funayama didn't know was that, at the exact same moment she mustered up her courage, Kyuze turned around and quietly pulled out her phone to message someone else. Simultaneously, just as Kenjiro Sho lay down, his phone screen lit up. Picking it up, he saw the message was actually from Kyoka Funayama. I'm back in the dorm. What's up? The moment he replied, the other side responded in a microsecond. Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you're free tonight and wanted to take you out for a meal. On the other end of the screen, Kyoka Funayama, who was asking someone out on her own initiative for the very first time, had her heart hanging up in her throat, terrified of waiting for a rejection. Yet after reading the message, Kenjiro Sho didn't reply right away. Instead, he opened up a different chat window and sent out a line. Did you cook tonight? A girl named Liu Wenjing replied quickly, I went out to look at storefronts today and wasn't home. Let me know in advance next time so I can cook for you. Kenjiro Sho followed up. Did you manage to negotiate the storefront? Found one I liked, but the rent is a bit expensive. Without missing a beat, Kenjiro Sho didn't hesitate for a second, turning right around to execute a 1 million yuan transfer. Immediately following that, he dropped a dominant string of characters. Buy the shop directly. Kyoka Funayama waited for Kenjiro Sho's reply with burning anxiety. A mere half-minute felt longer than half a century. Wait for me for half an hour, I'll take a shower and change clothes. Which building are you in? I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm. Let's meet up at the school gate later, we'll go eat out. I'll come wait for you downstairs at your dorm. Seeing how insistent she was, Kenjiro Sho stopped refusing. Alright, I'm in building 8, just wait for me downstairs. Putting down her phone, Kyoka Funayama let out a heavy sigh of relief. She had never imagined that she would one day take the initiative to pursue a guy. The second she set her phone down, she sat down in front of the mirror and started putting on makeup. Her natural looks only required the slightest touch-up to dazzle everyone around her. I'm heading out. Try not to come back tonight. Get out of here. After taking a shower, Kenjiro Sho changed into the other set of clothes he brought with him when he arrived. This was an outfit the original host bought during a mall clearance sale back in high school. Looks like he'd need to find some free time to go stock up on new clothes. The moment he stepped out of the bathroom, Takuya Kuzu's eyes went wide. Kenjiro Sho felt a bit creeped out by the stare, looking at Takuya Kuzu with guarded eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have those kinds of special preferences. Takuya Kuzu widened his eyes, looking Kenjiro Sho up and down before letting out a giggling exclamation. This is practically a flawless work of art. Kenjiro Sho quickly threw on a jacket. Boss, with just your face and body proportions, if you went to be a model or join the entertainment industry, you'd make money way faster than going to school. Let me dress you up a bit. It'll absolutely make you the sharpest looking dude on the street. But thinking about how his previous hairstyle and styling were indeed trashy to the core, plus someone was waiting for him to eat together, he agreed, I'm a professional. Half an hour later, looking at himself in the mirror, only a single word surfaced in Kenjiro Sho's mind. He already had a great foundation to begin with. Now, draped in the high-end diamond-embedded formal wear that Takuya Kuzu couldn't bear to wear himself, paired with slim-fit LV suit trousers and topped with a carefully styled slicked-back dragon whisker quiff, his entire person exuded an untouchable, ruffian-like swagger. Seeing that nearly an hour had passed, he grabbed his car keys and headed out. Toru Funayama, looking at his retreating figure, sighed. The boss never sleeps in the dorms overnight. He probably won't be back tonight either. His life is literally my dream. How does his body even handle tossing and turning like that every single day? Let's go find something good to eat ourselves. Let's move out. Walking down the street in this outfit. Exactly as Takuya Kuzu had predicted, Kyoka Funayama, waiting downstairs at the guys' dormitory, had already stirred up a massive sensation. Normally, it was only guys waiting downstairs at the girls' dorms, but now the newly crowned campus belle was waiting downstairs at a male dorm, causing countless guys to whisper and speculate wildly over who exactly could make the campus belle lower herself like this. The moment Kenjiro Sho stepped out of the dormitory, Kyoka Funayama's gaze froze completely. In the past, Kenjiro Sho's long bangs covered most of his face. Now, with his hair slicked back and his entire face fully exposed, that gaze carrying a mixture of nonchalance and masculine impact was enough to make any girl lower her head in self-doubt. Kyoka Funayama muttered involuntarily to herself, the finest under heaven when it comes to looks. She actually felt she might not necessarily outshine Kenjiro Sho, dressed up so dashingly today. You look really pretty today too, Kenjiro Sho praised in return. When other guys looked at her, she would feel disgusted. But when Kenjiro Sho looked at her, she would feel shy, even worrying if she was imperfect anywhere. Could it really be, as Xiaoyao said, that she had feelings for Kenjiro Sho? Where do you want to eat? Today is my treat, so wherever you say we go, that's where we go. Do you know where the most authentic Hwayang cuisine is? I've never had authentic Hwayang cuisine before. Are you driving or taking a taxi? Let me drive. Kenjiro Sho led Kyoka Funayama to the parking lot outside the school. A large open area in the middle of the lot was left completely empty, with no one daring to park there, simply because 3 luxury cars were parked right in the middle. Passers-by were terrified of even getting close, knowing they could never afford to pay for any damage. Kenjiro Sho was a bit troubled. There was no way he could drive 3 cars by himself, and leaving them parked here indefinitely wasn't a solution either. Fan Mangsu's gaze instinctively searched for the Lamborghini she had ridden in before, but Kenjiro Sho stopped next to the other 2 cars instead. Which one do you want to ride in? Kyoka Funayama, usually so cold and detached, couldn't hide her shock at this moment. It seemed she had really underestimated Kenjiro Sho. He wasn't just a little wealthy, he was immensely wealthy. Which car should we take? Kenjiro Sho walked over to the Lamborghini Egoista, 6th element. Get in the car, I'll drive. The roar of the engine echoed, and the unique exhaust note of the Lamborghini exploded in the air. Kenjiro Sho leaned his upper body toward Kyoka Funayama. Her heart skipped a beat. Was he going to kiss her directly? Kenjiro Sho reached out and pulled down the seatbelt on her side. The seatbelt position in this car is different from others. Let me help you with it. Kenjiro Sho quickly explained. Being forced by the system to do too many out-of-line things, he couldn't afford to act recklessly again. It's fine, let's hurry and get some food. Fan Mangsu quickly changed the subject. Seeing her acting all shy while keeping a straight face and pretending to be nonchalant, Kenjiro Sho couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He drove the Lamborghini out of the parking lot right at the peak student exit hours. Is that the campus beauty fan sitting in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini? It must be great to drive a Lamborghini, easily bagging the campus beauty. A rich guy really pulled it off. The guys focused on the passenger seat, while the girls stared at the driver's seat. The guy driving the Lamborghini is so handsome too. Who knows who he is? If only I could get his contact info. The Lamborghini sped away like a flash of lightning on the road outside the school gate. Where is the restaurant you mentioned? There's a Keika Mall shopping mall about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the school. There's a good Hwayang restaurant on the 4th floor. All right. Along the way, Kyoka Funayama secretly glanced at Kenjiro Sho through the rearview mirror. Knowing that this young lady had a strong sense of pride, Kenjiro Sho pretended not to notice to save her from getting shy again. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Keika Mall shopping mall. Parking by the roadside, They instantly became the center of attention the moment they stepped out of the car. Keika Mall was the most prosperous shopping mall in Y City, with a massive volume of foot traffic. Looking around at the luxury shops on the first and second floors, Kenjiro Sho thought it was about time to get himself some decent attire. Dressing too poorly inevitably led to being looked down upon. I want to buy a few outfits. Fan Mancase's mind became active again. Was Kenjiro Sho hinting at something? Actually, Kenjiro Sho just wasn't very good at picking things out and wanted to ask for her help with recommendations. What style do you want to buy? Hoodies, high street fashion, suits, or shell jackets? Let's just look around. We'll buy whatever catches our eye. A guy's best aesthetic treatment is a shell jacket. There's the North Face and Arc'teryx ahead. Which one do you choose? Either of those shell jackets cost several thousand yuan easily. It was Kyoka Funayama's first time encountering them, which had only happened when buying a birthday gift for her father, where she had deliberated for a long time before deciding. Let's pick a few from both. Hearing that she could buy whatever she wanted without considering the price, Kyoka Funayama felt an inexplicable wave of excitement and unconsciously pulled Kenjiro Sho toward the store. It was Kenjiro Sho's first time hearing about the Arc'teryx brand, but looking at the prices, a single shell jacket actually cost over 7,000 yuan, and collaborative editions even exceeded 10,000. Seeing that the two of them were very attractive and dressed quite decently, especially the young man whose formal wear was worth over 10,000, the female clerk knew this was a promising sale and hurriedly welcomed them with warm enthusiasm. Let me introduce you to the latest arrivals. We want to look at men's shell jackets. Bring out all the latest models for my friend to try. Kenjiro Sho shook his hand. I'll buy you a few sets too. I can't have you running around for nothing. The female clerk's smile grew even brighter. This was an encounter with a major client. Kyoka Funayama, however, was pleasantly surprised and flustered. I can't let you buy things for me for no reason. It doesn't cost much money. You're treating me to dinner, so I'll buy you a few outfits in return. Initially thinking the two were a couple, the female clerk guessed that one of them was pursuing the other. So she chimed in, Your boyfriend wants to buy you things, so don't turn down his kind intentions. He's not. Kyoka Funayama hadn't even had time to explain. Kenjiro Sho directly pointed at a row of clothes. This entire row is not bad. Give me one of every single piece in size XL. The clerk was instantly stunned. There were easily over a dozen items in this row, with an average price of 5,000, adding up to 100,000 yuan. The person in front of her was a true big spender. Thinking of the large, flat apartment rewarded by the system, which had a dedicated dressing room, Kenjiro Sho figured this would be a good way to expand his wardrobe. Are you sure you want this whole row? Aren't you going to try them on? We don't support returns once purchased here. We'll try them slowly at home. That row over there is women's wear, right? Give me one of each in the size of the lady next to me. This is... Kyoka Funayama felt very embarrassed. Don't buy these for me. All these things add up to tens of thousands. You spend a few hundred yuan treating me to dinner, so spending tens of thousands is just like spending a few hundred for you. Don't refuse. At checkout, the total was 230,000 yuan. Kenjiro Sho directly scanned the QR code to transfer the payment. He then began sweeping through all the high-end stores in Keika Mall, not looking at styles and not asking about prices, packing everything up. LV shoes, AJ collaborative editions, luxury belts, Patagonia trousers, Kolon short sleeves, and even tens of thousands worth of jewelry. Kyoka Funayama went from initial shock to numbness. Although she liked shopping, she had never seen such a lavish buying style. He was practically like a nouveau riche. Although Kenjiro Sho initially exercised some restraint, later on he simply walked into stores and said, "Take all of them in sizes S and XL, check out, and let's go." The entire Keika Mall commercial district was buzzing. Today, the god of wealth had graced them with his presence, and someone roughly estimated that Kenjiro Sho had spent over 3 million yuan just on clothes. I'm about done buying. Should the clothes bought for you be sent to your home or the school? Send them home. Learning that a major client had arrived, the manager of Keika Mall specially arranged several runners to split the items into 2 batches. The men's items sent to Seisei Tengu, and the women's items sent to Kyoka Funayama's home. Looking at the mountain of goods piled on the cart, Kyoka Funayama felt like everything was surreal. So this was how wealthy people bought things. Kenjiro Sho planned to have a custom suit made. As the owner and company shareholder of Wawokyo, He would undoubtedly need formal wear for future meetings and other official occasions. The two arrived at the LM custom shop. This place only took measurements and then sent the data to an overseas flagship store, where a master with decades of experience handcrafted them. This brand only set up shops in top-tier major cities, and this small branch in Y City was almost never patronized because the prices were truly exorbitant. A single shirt alone cost over 100,000 yuan. As soon as the two reached the shop entrance, a sarcastic voice came from beside them. "Think you can enter LM just because you have a bit of money? You'd better not go in. You can't afford the things inside. It won't be worth it if you make a fool of yourself." Jibo was arm in arm with a girl wearing a JK uniform. "Jibo, why are you here?" Kyoka Funayama frowned with displeasure. It shouldn't have anything to do with the campus beauty, right? Although Jibo had another female companion, he still held a strong desire for possession toward Fan Mangxu. None of the women he had played with could compare to her. If he couldn't get Fan Mangxu in this lifetime, he would die unsatisfied. Since normal pursuit was hopeless, he would just use some unconventional methods. "Who is this?" The JK girl intimately hugged Jibo's arm. "Isn't this our school's campus beauty?" The JK girl giggled and said, "Taste is important. When choosing a man, you can't just look at the exterior. You also have to look at his foundation. It won't be worth much money if you turn into a withered flower." This remark clearly mocked Fan Mangxu for having poor taste. "Put away your filthy thoughts. Kenjiro Sho and I are just ordinary friends." The JK girl vaguely felt that the name Kenjiro Sho sounded a bit familiar. "Hey, just ordinary friends and you're out shopping? He must have spent a lot of money on you. How painful do you think he'd feel hearing you say that?" Kyoka Funayama was naturally proud and usually wouldn't deign to respond to such remarks. But fearing that Kenjiro Sho would overthink it, she blurted out in a moment of impulse, "Then I just like him." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire area fell silent. Kenjiro Sho stared blankly at Fan Mangxu. Jibo clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. Kyoka Funayama immediately regretted it after speaking, her face blushing so red she didn't dare look at Kenjiro Sho. Kenjiro Sho found that little womanly posture somewhat cute. Jibo had a mental breakdown. He had pursued her for so long. But constrained by his new girlfriend's presence, he could only sarcastically target Kenjiro Sho. "Kenjiro Sho, do you think you can enter LM just by having a little money? The cheapest outfit here costs over 1 million. Kenjiro Sho blocked Fan Mangxu behind him. "Stop barking like a dog. Did you forget you still owe a debt of shit to eat?" Jibo was left speechless. He always fancied himself a refined gentleman and wanted to show off in front of Kenjiro Sho, but verbally he never gained the upper hand. Kenjiro Sho never beat around the bush with him and directly started cursing. If he wanted to get the better of him, he had to lower his status and curse right back. Jibo put up a persona and acted cultured in front of women, but Kyoka Funayama simply didn't like him. When Kenjiro Sho cursed right in front of her, she actually liked it intensely. For a moment, Jibo even wondered if this woman had unusual tastes. "I was just trying to remind you. Going in there will only make a fool of yourself in front of women." Jibo forced down his anger. Kenjiro Sho completely ignored his words and directly pointed toward the restroom direction. "Go eat it then." Choosing to ignore Kenjiro Sho's words, Jibo turned instead and said, "Considering our past ties, I advise you to stay away from him." Fan Mangxu finally couldn't help it. "Can you stop meddling in my business? Who I want to be with is my freedom. What has happened to you to make you turn out like this? Were you just putting on a disguise in front of me before? I didn't expect you to get angry either, Kyoka Funayama. Weren't you always so cold before, never taking anything to heart? Now you're actually getting angry over a guy." Kyoka Funayama looked at him with utter disgust. "I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. From now on, you and I are strangers. Don't ever say you know me in the future." "Kyoka Funayama, I admit you have some looks, but I've played with plenty of women too. Don't think of yourself as so special. Believe me, I can ruin this guy named Xiao in a minute," Jibo said with a gloomy expression. The JK girl beside him bit the corner of her lip, somewhat dissatisfied with his words, but she knew her place. Jibo spending money was just a transaction. As long as Jibo was willing, there were women to replace her at any time. The exact thing Kyoka Funayama feared most had happened. Jibo was going to make a move against Kenjiro Sho. "This is a grievance between you and me. Leave Kenjiro Sho out of it. He has nothing to do with this." Back in high school, she already knew Jibo's family had money, power, and deep-seated background. having personally witnessed a Rolls-Royce picking him up after school. Even though Kenjiro Sho had means, a powerful local dragon is hard-pressed by a local snake, and with the G family's intricate connections in Y City, she was genuinely worried. Right at that moment, a system prompt sounded in Kenjiro Sho's mind. Detected host is being threatened. Issuing temporary mission, your dad will always be your dad. Please make Jibo call the host dad within 10 minutes. Mission reward, knowledge spicy strip. Failure penalty, urinary incontinence. System, your mother must be dead. He originally didn't want to bother with Jibo, but the system was forcing him to flex. Didn't you say I couldn't afford the things here? Why don't the two of us make a bet? Jibo hesitated a bit. The things here were too expensive, with a single item costing over 100,000 yuan. Kenjiro Sho didn't look as poor as before, and having already suffered a loss at the cafeteria, he was somewhat afraid to gamble this time. But with both Fan Mangsu and his new girlfriend watching, wouldn't losing face here be disastrous? Since it's a bet, there has to be a stake. Kenjiro Sho rolled his eyes. You didn't fulfill our bet last time. I'm honestly starting to doubt your character. Jibo's face turned beet red. Was that even a proper bet? Let's forget about last time. If you lose this time, how about you call me Dad? If what I buy isn't more expensive than yours. Seeing Kenjiro Sho's expression, Kyoka Funayama knew he was setting someone up again. Remembering Kenjiro Sho's financial power, she completely relaxed. Kenjiro Sho had spent several million yuan today after all, and although Jibo had money, Jibo, however, was extremely conflicted. Kenjiro Sho's expression was too confident. That was exactly how he had lost last time. Having already lost face once, if he lost again and had to call the other guy Dad, he would never be able to lift his head in front of these two people again. The girl beside him advised, "Honey, let's just go," not saying it would have been better, but mentioning it only infuriated Jibo further. You think I don't have as much as him? I'll bet with you. A person fights for a breath. Don't we live in this world just for a bit of face? Kenjiro Sho feigned difficulty. How did you just agree like that? I don't have that much money on me right now. Let me go scrape some together. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jibo's face returned to that arrogant look. Thought he was some big shot. Turns out he was just all bluff. Watch how your dad spends to let you witness what boldness and a grand vision look like, and then compare it to your stingy, petty style. With that, he pulled his JK girlfriend into the shop. Welcome. A middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward to receive them. The uniform she wore was an LM custom staff outfit, worth around 700,000 yuan, giving her a rather noble temperament not resembling ordinary service staff. We only accept custom suits, and every client's clothing is unique in the world, so there are no samples for reference. The middle-aged woman reminded them upon seeing that the newcomers were unfamiliar young faces. Even Jibo spoke cautiously. LM didn't lack clients, and any sign of disrespect could get one blacklisted. I want to commission a custom suit. The middle-aged woman motioned for him to step forward and carefully measured the dimensions of all parts of his body. After uploading the data to the official website, the clerk began introducing precious world-class silks, handcrafted brooches, and buttons, with prices naturally staggering. Jibo cautiously asked for prices before choosing fabrics, ultimately spending 900,000 yuan to customize trousers and a shirt. Kenjiro Sho watched the whole process from the side, and even he was slightly surprised by the price. The fabric Jibo chose was already relatively inexpensive domestic silk from within the store, but with only the cuffs using imported Italian fabric plus a 500,000 yuan labor fee, it totaled nearly 1 million. After paying half the deposit, Jibo felt a bit of a financial sting. Spending 900,000 yuan on a set of a shirt and pants was sheer foolishness. He had consumers spend impulsively. Still, this 900,000 yuan could be considered worth spending. Did you manage to scrape together 1 million? You should feel honored. I spent 900,000 just to make you call me Dad. That word is truly worth the money. Kenjiro Sho gave him a sidelong glance. And you talked about showing charm? I think you're pretty petty instead, fuzzing around for so long and only buying a shirt. This brat had forced him to spend 900,000 and was still talking trash here. When he couldn't afford to buy anything later, he would thoroughly humiliate him. Ignoring him further, Kenjiro Sho pulled Kyoka Funayama forward. Help this lady and me take our measurements too. I'm ordering a few suits. Fan Mangsu's heart was extremely nervous. Kenjiro Sho was going to customize clothes for her again, but a single piece here cost hundreds of thousands. She had never seen this much money in her life. She wanted to refuse, but feared making Kenjiro Sho unhappy. After the clerk measured the two of them, Kenjiro Sho directly requested that all imported fabrics be used, and the raw materials for the buttons and brooches had to be gemstones and agate. Excluding the 500,000 yuan labor fee, the material cost alone reached 4 million. Hearing this number, Jibo's hand involuntarily trembled. Since Fan Mangsu didn't know how to choose, Kenjiro Sho made the executive decision for her, choosing the same materials as his own, though the women's decorations were more elaborate and even a notch more expensive. The JK girl beside Jibo looked at the two with a complex gaze, especially when looking at Kyoka Funayama, her eyes full of jealousy. Total is 9 million, including labor and logistics fees. Here is the itemized list for your review. The clerk's expression remained as usual, without a single ripple of disturbance. Fan Mangsu stared blankly at her portion of the bill, 5 million. The most expensive piece of clothing in her life had only been 5,000 yuan, the price of 3 houses in the city center. Yet, she was about to wear a 5 million yuan outfit. Everything felt so illusory. Kenjiro Sho wanted to order a few more sets, but the clerk informed him that each customer could only place a custom order once every 6 months. So many rules. He pulled out his bank card and handed it over. Jibo stared deathly at the POS machine, praying in his heart for the payment to fail. The notification sound never rang. Thank you for choosing LM. Please provide the delivery address. Payment successful. Stumbling almost to the floor. How is this possible? Exactly what kind of person is Kenjiro Sho, being able to casually pull out 9 million to buy clothes? After registering the information, Kenjiro Sho looked at Jibo. Son, Jibo gritted his teeth. Kenjiro Sho, my dad is the district chief of Cocoa Ward, and my mom is a shareholder of Chosei Tavern. Let people off where you can, don't go too far. Trying to welch on the dead again? Do you have any credit at all? With a gloomy face, Jibo remained silent. That word, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. I really don't want to acknowledge a disobedient son like you, always thinking about scamming your dad. So unfilial. Kenjiro Sho added fuel to the fire. Jibo's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Kid, you'd better take back what you said. The JK girlfriend beside him also advised. People say a great person is magnanimous. Why do you have to make things so difficult for my honey? Ignoring her completely, Kenjiro Sho kept his gaze locked onto Jibo. Today, whether you call it or not, if you don't, I'll beat you until you do. He didn't want to suffer from urinary incontinence at such a young age. Every time this Jibo appeared, it triggered system missions, and instead of him settling accounts with Jibo, Jibo had actually started threatening him. You dare lay a hand? You dare hit me in public? What's there not to dare? You can try. Kenjiro Sho stepped forward, looking at Kenjiro Sho's tall physique. Jibo knew he had indulged too much in women over the years, and his body was hollowed out. When it came to fighting, 3 of him wouldn't be a match for Kenjiro Sho. With an extremely ugly expression, he squeezed 2 words through his teeth. Dad. An unparalleled sense of humiliation washed over him. Unable to stay here a second longer, he turned and left, abandoning his JK female companion behind. Beep! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Curious in his heart, Kenjiro Sho asked the system about the use of the knowledge spicy strip. The system explained that the knowledge spicy strip could imprint a skill. Once consumed by the host, it would be instantly acquired, whether it be chess, calligraphy, painting, or anything else. Why didn't you tell me sooner? This is an absolute treasure. The most precious thing in the world isn't gold or money, but knowledge. Only knowledge can create wealth. Watching Jibo's retreating back, Fan Mangsu reminded him. Jibo is the type to hold grudges and seek revenge for any slight. Are you worrying about me? I just don't want you getting into trouble because of me. Realizing how haughty she sounded, Kyoka Funayama instantly regretted it. I didn't mean it that way. I just don't want you to get hurt. Making it darker the more she tried to paint it light. After a whole shopping spree, Kenjiro Sho was still far from his goal of spending 100 million, which was truly troubling. Feeling a bit hungry, Kyoka Funayama naturally reached out and grabbed Kenjiro Sho's hand. Realizing what she did, her pretty face flushed red. This was already how many times she had held his hand today. She quickly let go and covered her face, not daring to let anyone see. Rubbing his nose, Kenjiro Sho brushed it off unconcerned. It's just holding hands. Is she really that sensitive? Is that the Wayang restaurant you were talking about? He quickly changed the subject, pointing toward a restaurant. Fan Mangshu lowered her head, lost in wild thoughts. Kenjiro Sho had spent nearly 10 million on her today. Was he planning to keep her as a mistress? Should she refuse? She wasn't someone greedy for money, but if he really said it like that, but he didn't seem like he wanted to keep her as a mistress. Could it be he wanted to date? If he confessed right now, she would probably agree. Kenjiro Sho, however, was completely oblivious, currently fiddling with the knowledge spicy strip rewarded by the system. He had only gone out for food, with shopping and doing tasks as side quests, having no other intentions. With so many beauties around him already, his body simply couldn't take it anymore. Kenjiro Sho, I'm really grateful to you for buying me so many things today, but our relationship isn't that close yet. I feel a bit embarrassed like this. Fan Mangsu had practically rationalized everything in her own head, concluding that Kenjiro Sho must be too shy to confess, and that she needed to create an opening for him. It's fine, you treated me to a long-distance meal. This little spending is nothing. Kenjiro Sho buried his head in eating. Does he really like me? Why does it feel like he only cares about eating? Fan Mangsu felt a brief moment of doubt, yet since he was so good to her, how should she repay him? Looking at Kenjiro Sho's face, even eating big mouthfuls looked so handsome. Maybe she really did like him after all. Since he wasn't taking the initiative, what harm was there in her taking it once? Of course, she just genuinely liked him as a person. Kenjiro Sho, are you single? She vaguely felt like she had heard that question somewhere before. Can I be your girlfriend? Kenjiro Sho's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Is the system about to make its entrance now? As a future tycoon, please reject the campus beauty's confession. Mission reward: holographic projection technology. Failure penalty: constipation. Kenjiro Sho lacked the energy to even complain. This time it didn't force him to do something inhuman like last time. Reject the relationship first, then forcefully kiss her. The system's voice rang out again. Issuing temporary mission. Here we go again. 2. All pretty girls in this world belong to the host. Please take Kyoka Funayama to a tavern tonight to spend the night and sleep hugging her ziz. Mission reward: world's top surgical technology 10-minute trial card. Failure penalty: constipation. System, you really are a piece of work. Kenjiro Sho choked on a mouthful of rice, nearly dying. Seeing Kenjiro Sho visibly breaking out in a sweat after her confession, Kyoka Funayama thought to herself that he clearly had feelings for her, otherwise why would he be nervous? Sometimes, rejecting someone is harder than accepting because it hurts the other person's heart. In his past life, he hated harem novels the most, thinking that kind of protagonist was nauseating. He never expected that the dragon-slaying youth would eventually become the evil dragon. A clear tear slipped down the corner of Kenjiro Sho's eye. My lifelong reputation is gone. Seeing him suddenly cry, Kyoka Funayama thought her confession had moved him, and her heart grew even more tense. I'm sorry. Kenjiro Sho channeled his inner actor, howling loudly in public. Kyoka Funayama was completely dumbfounded, and surrounding diners also turned to look. Stop crying! The usually cold Fan Mangshu felt her heart soften completely. Kingshu, I can't be with you. Kyoka Funayama's heart instantly turned ice cold. Kingshu, I actually really want to be with you. My family has constantly been forcing me into an arranged marriage with a vegetative person to trade for family benefits. I'm constantly monitored by my fiance's family. The moment they find out I'm close to other girls, they drag me back and lock me in confinement without food or water. Several times I almost starved to death. While speaking, Kenjiro Sho activated hypnosis. Only an idiot would believe such a trash excuse. Yet Fan Mangsu's heart ached terribly, so Kenjiro Sho's seemingly glorious exterior hid the reality that he was forced to marry a vegetative person behind the scenes. The money she had spent of his was actually exchanged at the cost of sacrificing his happiness, and she had almost dragged him into dangerous situations. That family was so vicious they would lock Kenjiro Sho up and deny him food and water. That is simply too excessive! Fan Mangshu slammed the table in righteous indignation. and immediately a wave of powerlessness surged up in her heart. As a mere young girl, if Kenjiro Sho stayed with her, he would only suffer. She wanted to elope, but in this day and age, as long as you have money. A family capable of locking up a young master from a wealthy background like Kenjiro Sho must be extraordinary. How could she possibly escape their grasp? There is only one way. Work hard to earn money and rescue Kenjiro Sho. Seeing Kenjiro Sho looking so heartbroken, Fan Mingsu felt as though her heart was being torn apart.